What does it feel like when a beautiful girl takes the initiative? Although it was our first time meeting, this girl knew my habits like the back of her hand, even proactively launching a relentless advance. When crossing the street, she took the initiative to hold my hand. While watching a movie, she proactively fed me snacks. Something's not right. This online girlfriend of mine is very much not right. Maybe 9 or 10 parts not right. My name is Tan Quang Lam. It's now 2 p.m., 1 hour before the scheduled 3 p.m. meeting with that girlfriend. Although online dating seems rather unreliable, since we've already made plans, arriving early is better than being right on time. But what am I so nervous about? It's not like this is the first time meeting an online friend. Though we only knew each other for half a month before arranging to meet in person, you could say we have quite the connection. But I don't know what she's like in real life. She was the one who initiated the conversation, and she was the one who suggested meeting up. Looks like I need to prepare myself for potential disappointment. But I can't rule out the possibility of some kind of scam either. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam shook his head. Well, no expectations mean no disappointment. Just stay calm. Looking at the chat on his phone, after sending her a picture of his outfit for the day, Tan Quang Lam decided to wait at a milk tea shop. Since they hadn't set a specific meeting spot and his clothes were quite common, he figured he could just call her when the time came. Lost in thought, a clear, soft voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, Lam Mok Sam Sam, is that you?" Tan Quang Lam turned around. A girl with long, flowing hair stood there, her beige sneakers paired with a pink dress, looking both pure and slightly mischievous, leaving him momentarily stunned. The girl stood on the edge of the fountain, smiling, then hopped down. Tan Quang Lam snapped back to reality, turning his face away, wondering how she recognized him immediately. Whatever, might as well say hello first. With that thought, Tan Quang Lam turned back. "Are you me too, Dai Kui?" "That's right. Do you want to hold hands?" The girl asked with a smile, her eyes fixed on him, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Tan Quang Lam, however, felt a bit awkward about this unexpected situation. There's no need to be so formal. Let's just be natural. Perhaps sensing the young man's discomfort, the girl suddenly changed her tone, asking coquettishly, "We've only just met, and you already want me to link arms with you. I didn't expect someone who looks so gentle to be like this. I really don't know what to do with you." Saying this, she moved as if to take Tan Quang Lam's hand. The young man hastily stepped back. "Wait, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood." The atmosphere became incredibly awkward, but immediately after, the girl burst out laughing. "I was just teasing you." With that, she started walking ahead. "Let's go, we'll walk around here." Watching her slender figure, Tan Quang Lam suddenly remembered their previous chats. It seemed she mentioned studying in Lacton and was about to graduate. No wonder she suggested meeting here. Thinking this, he followed her. "Ah, my name is Tan Quang Lam, and you?" "My name is Ha Phuong." The girl stopped, turning back, seemingly in a very good mood, her eyes curving into crescents. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Tan Quang Lam." "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Ha Phuong." Tan Quang Lam stared slightly blankly at Ha Phuong. The situation seemed different from what he had imagined. It appeared to be going very smoothly. Noticing his gaze, Ha Phuong flashed a radiant smile. "Thank you for accepting my invitation. My treat for milk tea." Although he didn't know what there was to be apprehensive about, there was no need for such politeness over this small matter. Tan Quang Lam nodded. "All right, my treat next time." With that, he raised his hand and pointed behind him. The milk tea shop is in the opposite direction. Ha Phuong revealed an embarrassed expression. "I usually hang around the West City area. I rarely come here." 2.5 minutes later, the two entered a milk tea shop named Tan Quat Doi Quang. Ha Phuong ordered a cup of honey, kumquat lemon tea, less ice, less sugar, and an extra bottle of water. Speaking up to this point, she seemed to suddenly remember something, abruptly stopping and turning to ask, "What would you like to drink?" Without hesitation, Tan Quang Lam replied, "A cup of carrot juice." After getting the receipt, the two found a seat by the window. Ha Phuong took out her phone to use as a mirror, adjusting her hair. Tan Quang Lam looked up, stealing a glance. Although they got along very well chatting online, it was always her initiating the conversation. Now, meeting in person, Tan Quang Lam had absolutely no idea what to say. He had zero experience in this matter. What if they fell into an awkward silence? What to do? What to do? Being the guy and being this passive is just mortifying. If I had known, I should have looked up some conversation starters for first meetings online before coming. Or maybe I could pretend to go to the restroom and quickly cram some tips. Ha Fuang opposite him maintained a calm expression, her hands propped on the table, saying nothing, just staring intently at Tan Quang Lam like that. Why do you keep staring at me? Tan Quang Lam finally couldn't help but speak up. I'm reading your fortune. Ha Fuang pursed her lips into a smile, but her eyes remained fixed on Tan Quang Lam. You even know how to do that. Hearing this, Tan Quang Lam immediately perked up. Only now did he have the presence of mind to observe her face carefully. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, looking very radiant. However, faint dark circles still lingered around her eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Tan Quang Lam asked, remembering her own tossing and turning in bed the previous night. Ha Fuang's expression suddenly clouded over, and she spaced out. Just then, a call came from the counter. Number, your order is ready. Tan Quang Lam stood up, saying, let me get it. Walking to the counter, picking up their drinks, he could feel the intense gaze from behind him without even needing to turn around. Am I really that handsome? Tan Quang Lam didn't think so. Feeling a bit strange, he lowered his head, carrying the drinks back under Ha Fuang's watchful eyes. Placing the honey lemon cup in front of her, Tan Quang Lam asked, don't you have classes today? I'm in the literature department about to graduate, so I don't have many classes. I'm mainly preparing my thesis. Ha Fuang spoke as she lowered her head to take a sip of her drink. And you're already working, right? Let me guess, is your job related to creativity? Tan Quang Lam nodded somewhat sheepishly. You could say that. Mostly writing for clients. When there's work, I do it. When there isn't, I'm free. Sort of like a freelancer. At that moment, Tan Quang Lam could only pray inwardly, hoping that even though his job wasn't stable and didn't seem very respectable, she wouldn't look down on him. Ha Fuang chuckled. It feels like a blind date. What are you talking about? Tan Quang Lam turned away, his face flushing. I mean, you look so serious, Ha Fuang said with a laugh. If you weren't staring at me like that, maybe I wouldn't be so serious, Tan Quang Lam retorted, then picked up his carrot juice and took a long gulp, trying to relax. Immediately after, he mustered the courage to ask, so, what was the result of your fortune-telling earlier? Ha Fuang smiled, her bright, mischievous face suddenly showing a gentle, almost nostalgic expression that was hard to describe. After a long moment, she finally spoke slowly. Very good, very perfect. Half a month later, Tan Quang Lam was, as usual, sketching at his easel. Over the past period, Tan Quang Lam and Ha Fuang had maintained their routine of meeting once a week. Just like when they knew each other online, in real life, the awkwardness and tension from their first meeting had vanished. This girl gave Tan Quang Lam a magical feeling difficult to put into words. Beneath the lively, energetic exterior of a young woman lay a hidden maturity and understanding, which made Tan Quang Lam feel very comfortable. Ting! The phone placed on the pallet rang. Tan Quang Lam picked it up. It was a message for me, to Dai Kui. Busy. Want to go see a movie? Tan Quang Lam walked to the window and started replying. Okay, how about 4 this afternoon? Let's meet at the square in the West City area. Sound good. The West City Square was quite close to Ha Fuang's school, making it convenient to take her home after the movie. Just then, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, landing directly on the easel. On the easel was a painting of a beautiful girl standing amidst a flower garden, head bowed in embroidery, one hand gently tucking back a strand of hair. Tan Quang Lam smiled faintly, put the painting away, and stepped out of the room, intending to wash the paint from his hands. Finished painting. Mother Tan, busy with her antique collection in the living room, asked upon hearing the noise, without looking up. Clean yourself up. You're coming out with me later. I heard the old street in West City just got some interesting items. Come with me and see if we can snag anything good. Wiping his hands in the bathroom, Tan Quang Lam waved dismissively. Mom, ask anyone to go with you. I have plans. If you ask her to go, I guarantee you'll find good stuff. What plans do you have? Mother Tan looked displeased. Ask anyone. If she goes, she'll snatch up all the good things. Aren't you free anyway? Go out and get some fresh air. Staying cooped up inside all day, you'll get sick. I have plans with a friend, Tan Quang Lam said, then firmly closed the door. Even if he had nothing else to do, he wouldn't go. He had absolutely no interest in those antiques. Every trip to the antique market with his mother felt like torture. If Mother Tan heard the latter half of that thought, she would undoubtedly brandish her imperial sword and force Tan Quang Lam to go. Time flew by, and soon it was 3:47 in the afternoon. Ha Fuang sent a message saying she was almost there. Seeing this, Tan Quang Lam curiously asked, have you picked a movie yet? What about Creative Era? I heard the 3D effects are quite good. You like watching The Terminator too? She replied quickly. Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback by Ha Fuang's response. He had seen every installment of the Terminator series. Initially, Tan Quang Lam had considered choosing some romantic comedy to watch with Ha Fuang, planning to see this sci-fi film by himself later. After all, when the previous installments premiered, the theaters were predominantly filled with men. Lost in thought, Tan Quang Lam scrolled through his chat history with Ha Fuang. He hadn't realized when they had started talking so much. But what exactly was their relationship now? Were they friends? Or close friends? As his thoughts wandered, a girl entered Tan Quang Lam's line of sight. Every time he met Ha Fuang, Tan Quang Lam got the feeling she liked him. She glanced around as if searching for something, and then her gaze settled on Tan Quang Lam. Her eyes widened slightly. Then her fair face slowly blossomed into a radiant smile, so bright and pure. Tan Quang Lam couldn't tell if her smile was always like that, or if it was because she saw him. "What's this?" Ha Fuang asked curiously, stepping closer. "This is for you, I promised, remember." Tan Quang Lam handed her the box. During their last meeting, Tan Quang Lam had agreed to give her a painting. Contrary to Tan Quang Lam's expectations, he thought she would show her delight openly. She merely smiled a bit more sweetly, took half a step closer, pressed her lips together, and said, "Thank you." Tan Quang Lam awkwardly turned his face away because she was standing too close. "Let's go see the movie." He had barely taken 2 steps when he heard her voice call out from behind. "Wait a moment, I need to take this back to the dorm first. It's inconvenient to carry it around like this." "Let me help you carry it. It's crowded. What if someone bumps into it?" Tan Quang Lam offered. Ha Fuang smiled, hugged the box tightly in her arms, and started walking towards the dormitory by herself. Tan Quang Lam sighed, having no choice but to follow her towards Luo Chung University. Fortunately, her university was only about a 10-minute walk away, just across an intersection, so they should still make it in time for the movie. They stopped at a red traffic light, looking at her back and the deserted road, such a short distance away, and yet not a single car in sight. But she still diligently obeyed the traffic laws. It was a very good trait, yet this virtue came with a drawback that wasn't quite a drawback: waiting until the light turned green. Tan Quang Lam took a step forward. She instinctively grabbed his sleeve, then looked left and right again, making sure there were no cars before proceeding. Tan Quang Lam had wondered if perhaps she had witnessed some horrific traffic accident to be so fearful. As for why Tan Quang Lam had rolled up his sleeves on such a hot day, it was of course because he wanted to see where she would grab onto when there was no sleeve to hold. Lost in thought, he glanced at Ha Fuang, only to find her looking at him quizzically. "What are you thinking about?" "Ah, nothing." Ha Fuang Juka Sopti Li. Her hand, which had been gripping Tan Quang Lam's sleeve, suddenly slid down, clasping his left hand instead. Her hand was soft and cool. His heart suddenly beat faster. Tan Quang Lam stealthily took a breath. He was over 20 years old. It was just holding hands. What was there to be nervous about? But holding hands like this, wasn't it crossing the line beyond friendship? It probably was. A girl he met online, on their second meeting, had taken the initiative to hold his hand while crossing the street. Ha Fuang smiled mischievously as if she had discovered something amusing. After crossing the intersection, she very naturally let go of his hand. "Are you hungry yet?" Tan Quang Lam asked, surreptitiously wiping his hand on his trousers. His palm was slick with sweat. "So useless." "A little hungry." "What do you want to eat?" she asked. "Then let me recommend a place. Follow me," Ha Fuang said, taking the lead, guiding Tan Quang Lam through turns left and right, finally entering a family-style eatery tucked in a corner of the square. "Shao Ki Home Cooking." Tan Quang Lam read the sign. He hadn't expected she would bring him here. Tan Quang Lam looked around and realized he used to come here often with friends back in his university days. The food was delicious and the portions generous. Even though he had graduated 2 years ago, he still dropped by occasionally. The place mainly catered to regulars, and he was one of them. The owner was a stout man weighing over 200 gene, his voice booming as usual. "Little Tan, is that you? Haven't seen you drop by in a while. What are you having today?" "Tân Quang Lâm Slying Viting Hello Unso Sao." They sat down and looked at the menu. "Brought your girlfriend for a meal." Uncle Xiao chuckled heartily, bringing over a pot of tea. Just a friend, Tan Quang Lam quickly clarified. Tea's here, help yourselves. All right, I've got to get busy. Ha Fuang took the menu, ordered swiftly in just a moment, and pushed the menu towards Tan Quang Lam. See if there's anything else you want to add. Then she picked up the teapot and rinsed the bowls and chopsticks for both of them. Tan Quang Lam picked up the menu to look. 1 tilapia, 1 plate of stir-fried carrots, 1 plate of smashed cucumbers. These were the dishes Tan Quang Lam usually ordered every time he came here. Could it be that their tastes were so similar? With that thought, Tan Quang Lam stood up. Uncle Xiao, the usual for me. All right, let me pick some plump ones for you. Uncle Xiao took the menu, glanced at it, and headed towards the kitchen. Tan Quang Lam sat back down, observing the girl across from him. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of peace in his heart. Ha Fuang smiled gently as she finished handling the tableware, then pushed it towards Tan Quang Lam and said, I really like that painting. Thank you. You've already thanked me. It's nothing. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head. Just then, Uncle Xiao brought the tilapia dish to the table. Sorry to keep you kids waiting. Rice is over there. Help yourself, little lady. Or have this boy get it for you. Uncle Xiao winked suggestively. Tan Quang Lam immediately understood, raising a hand to stop Ha Fuang from getting up as he took 2 bowls to get the rice. Ha Fuang didn't refuse, finishing a full bowl before asking Tan Quang Lam to get her another half bowl. For some reason, watching her eat reminded Tan Quang Lam of the female lead in a manga he had recently read. Do you want to order some soup? No need. Tea is fine. Ha Fuang finished eating, put down her bowl, and picked up another piece of tilapia, deboned it, and placed it in Tan Quang Lam's bowl. The fish is delicious. You should eat more. Tan Quang Lam was momentarily stunned, unsure if this gesture was appropriate. Ha Fuang drew back slightly, also seeming a bit flustered. To thank you for the painting. So that's it. No need to be so polite. Not knowing how else to react, Tan Quang Lam could only focus on eating quickly. 1 deboned fish, the other served rice. Soon enough, it was time to pay. Let me get this. Ha Fuang took out her phone. Tan Quang Lam turned his head and called out, Uncle Xiao, the bill, please. Uncle Xiao won't take your money. Let me pay. Total's 88. Just give me 80. Sure enough, Uncle Xiao didn't disappoint Tan Quang Lam, standing directly in front of him with his hand outstretched. Ha Fuang didn't seem to mind. Then let me buy the movie tickets. Over on the antique street, Tan's mother held a small snuff bottle, contentedly walking alongside Aunt Wang across the square, preparing to head home. Let me borrow it for a few days. Aunt Wang, empty-handed, eyed the snuff bottle in Tan's mother's hand resentfully. Tan's mother shook her head smugly. This little thing is probably late Ming or early Qing dynasty. I need to take it home and study it carefully. Look how stingy you are. Aunt Wang grumbled slightly. Lately, she often missed out, letting Tan's mother snag good finds like this. Tan's mother grew even more pleased. Last time I wanted to borrow your pipe. Weren't you just as stingy? This is called. Hey, look. Aunt Wang cut her off, pointing towards the crowd ahead. Isn't that your son over there? Tan's mother looked into the distance, quickly spotting her target. Oh, it really is him. Let's go show him my treasure. Wait. Aunt Wang hastily reached out to stop her. Who's that girl next to him? Tan's mother stood rooted to the spot, her eyes widening so much they nearly popped out. Oh dear. Aunt Wang raised her hand, about to wave. Tan's mother quickly grabbed her arm, ducked down, and furtively turned back to snap a photo. She looked exactly like a secret agent tailing an enemy. What do you think you're doing? Don't you even care about your treasure anymore? Tan's mother produced a pair of sunglasses and a mask from somewhere. Shoo, let's secretly follow them and see what they're up to. Just then, Tan Quang Lam and Ha Fuang arrived at the cinema in the West City District. Seeing the girl standing by the ticket machine, Tan Quang Lam quickly dashed to the popcorn counter. Too small. No, make that 1 large tub. You figure they would definitely buy drinks later, and getting 2 small popcorns would make their hands too full. And so, 2.5 minutes later, Ha Fuang returned, tickets in hand. Seeing Tan Quang Lam holding a large bucket of popcorn, she frowned, looking slightly annoyed. Didn't we agree that the movie was my treat? We clearly agreed on that. Tan Quang Lam quickly offered a placating smile. Well, already bought the tickets, didn't you? So, orange juice or Coke later? I want milk tea. Ha Fuang ignored the options Tan Quang Lam presented, grabbing a piece of popcorn and popping it into her mouth. The movie doesn't start for another 20 minutes. I'm going across the street to buy milk tea. I'll get yours too. You wait here for me. Tan Quang Lam nodded, watching her figure dash away, suddenly remembering he forgot to tell her he wanted carrot juice. Outside the cinema, Tan's mother and Aunt Wong, who were about to sneak away, saw the girl come out. They exchanged glances again. What was happening? Why did that girl come out alone? Where's our boy? No idea. Looking again, they saw the girl had noticed them. She froze for a moment, then continued running forward, entering a milk tea shop. That girl, could she know us? Tan's mother shook her head. Impossible. Maybe she thought we were some kind of neighborhood watch, sneaking around like this. The two quietly left the cinema entrance, heading towards the plaza. When we get home, I need to have a serious talk with that boy. Making a girl run out to buy milk tea while he sits inside. How rude. But then again, Aunt Wong suddenly sounded a bit indignant. I can't believe your boy is secretly taking a girl out to the movies. The pig finally learned how to root out the cabbage. When will my boy ever learn to root out some cabbage? Tan's mother wore a smug expression. This girl looks quite nice. That boy of mine is really lucky. You're getting ahead of yourself. Hey, are you sure you don't know that girl? Tan's mother thought for a moment, still shaking her head. Don't know her. That boy is being sneaky. I bet you, if you ask him tonight, he'll definitely deny it. Aunt Wong looked disdainful. Young people nowadays value their privacy. Don't go prying too much. Just let them develop naturally. Anyway, she'll have to pass your inspection sooner or later. True. Meanwhile, back in the lobby, Tan Quang Lam had been engrossed in an advertising booklet for quite some time, thinking to himself that there were quite a few good movies lately. If there were no other plans next week, maybe he could ask her to watch another movie. Suddenly, Tan Quang Lam felt a cold sensation on his cheek. Turning his head, he saw Ha Fuang leaning down, having appeared behind him at some unknown moment. Your carrot juice, I got it for you. Her voice rang out. Just then, an announcement suddenly echoed through the cinema. Dear customers, due to a technical issue in screening room number 3, temporary repairs are needed. Please proceed to the counter to exchange your tickets for a different showtime or receive a refund. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate your understanding. Screening room number 3. Tan Quang Lam Gelang Set at Ha Fuang. Ha Fuang pulled the movie tickets from her pocket, frowning. We're in screening room number 3. What a coincidence. Tan Quang Lam sighed, then quickly stood up, pulling Ha Fuang towards the ticket counter. Quite a few people bought tickets for this showing, and many haven't reacted yet. Let's hurry and exchange our tickets. Yes, screening room number 3, The Terminator. When is the next showing we can switch to? Sorry. The ticket agent, after checking, apologized. Screening room number 3 currently only has 2 showings scheduled, and the remaining one for today is already fully booked. I'm very sorry. Perhaps you two would like to watch a different movie. Since they had already bought milk tea and popcorn, getting a refund wasn't an option. How about this one? Tan Quang Lam pointed to a poster beside the ticket counter. Charlotte's Miracle. I saw earlier that its rating is quite high. It's a light-hearted comedy. Ha Fuang hesitated for a moment. All right, let's watch this one then. Choosing 2 seats, slightly back and in the middle, the pair carried their milk tea and popcorn inside. Soon, it was time for the movie to start. He had always gone to see American blockbusters with his buddies before. This was the first time watching a movie with a girl, and Tan Quang Lam found the feeling quite magical. Ha Fuang tilted her head towards him. What are you thinking about? I was just thinking, if those 2 people hadn't fought and broken the equipment in screening room number 3, we'd be watching an American blockbuster right now. She pouted. Exactly, it was originally because of you. Her voice grew softer and softer, eventually trailing off into a mumble. Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but lean closer, trying to catch what she was saying. But Ha Fuang just told him, hey, watch the movie properly. The pre-movie advertisements ended, and the main feature officially began. Ha Fuang stared straight ahead, saying no more. Somewhat surprisingly, Tan Quang Lam found this movie particularly interesting, though perhaps it was because of the person sitting beside him. Occasionally, he would sneak glances at the profile of Ha Fuang's face. She was relaxed, leaning back against the seat, seemingly sinking into it. Unlike the others around them who were roaring with laughter, she watched the movie in quiet stillness. In the dim light, her expression was unclear, as if she had something on her mind. Tan Quang Lam picked up a piece of popcorn and held it out to her. Have some. Ha Fuang startled slightly, the corners of her mouth lifting unconsciously into a smile. Then she leaned forward directly, took the popcorn in her mouth, and deliberately stuck out her tongue, lightly licking Tan Quang Lam's fingers. Touch. They touched. Feeling the tingling sensation at his fingertips, Tan Quang Lam felt his mind suddenly go blank. The first time watching a movie with his online girlfriend, and she licked his fingers. At this moment, Tan Quang Lam felt the numbness at his fingertips, his mind somewhat stalled. Ha Fung Li Nit Sai, looking at Tan Quang Lam with a Musen. You're blushing, she said with a smile. Tan Quang Lam was momentarily speechless. Was she teasing him? A small hand, holding a piece of popcorn, quietly moved towards Tan Quang Lam's face. Tan Quang Lam instinctively reached out to take it, but the other hand dodged, determinedly bringing the popcorn right to his lips. Ha Fuang opened her mouth and made no sound, then slowly brought the piece of popcorn to Tan Quang Lam's mouth, her finger intentionally lingering on his lips for a moment. I'm really being teased. What happened to our good friendship? How could it be like this? Tan Quang Lam felt a surge of panic, his face flushing red more from embarrassment than shyness. After all, I'm someone who dated back in university, even if it only went as far as holding hands. But now, to be teased by a girl a whole 2 years younger than me, it's just too humiliating. Tan Quang Lam glanced sideways at Ha Fuang, who was sitting primly in her seat, thinking inwardly, me, a man who has navigated the complexities of romance, cannot allow myself to be so cowardly. As a man, I must have a man's pride. First, let me eat some popcorn to calm down. Tan Quang Lam let out a breath and reached for the popcorn, only to accidentally brush against something soft and cool. Tan Quang Lam quickly retracted his hand. Coincidence, just a coincidence. Pretending nothing had happened, Tan Quang Lam glanced at the popcorn. A small hand was currently holding a piece of popcorn, moving away. Tan Quang Lam looked over. Ha Fuang was still tilting her head, looking at him. You should eat too, Ha Fuang reminded him softly, holding a piece of popcorn between her fingers, dangling it in front of Tan Quang Lam before popping it into her own mouth. Tan Quang Lam kept trying to console himself. The more I pay attention to this, the more she'll push it. She's clearly doing this on purpose. Stay calm. I can win this. Tan Quang Lam reached out, took a piece of popcorn, and put it in his mouth, sneaking a glance at her as he did. It's just teasing, isn't it? Why would a grown man be afraid of a girl? Ridiculous. So what if you feed me a piece, and I feed you a piece? The movie continued, but Ha Fuang didn't pull any more tricks. Tan Quang Lam tilted his head to look over and found her still watching him, smiling, though without the mischievous glint from before. You eat too. Tan Quang Lam instinctively offered the popcorn over. Ha Fuang obediently reached out to take it. Thanks. Watching her put the popcorn in her mouth, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but wonder why so well-behaved all of a sudden, giving up halfway through the teasing. This feeling, it's like being scolded soundly, but before I can even argue back, the other person has already run off. How can this be? It's infuriating. If only I had just grabbed her hand earlier, given her a taste of her own medicine. During the second half of the movie, Tan Quang Lam had no idea what he watched. By the time he came back to his senses, the film had ended. It's almost 9 o'clock. Let me walk you home. Okay. Ha Fuang looked at Tan Quang Lam, smiled again, then walked ahead as if nothing had happened. This movie wasn't bad, huh? It was good. Tan Quang Lam secretly glanced at Ha Fuang beside him, complaining silently in his heart. She barely watched any of it the whole time. Seems like she really didn't like this movie. Or perhaps, next time, I'll take her to see another good movie to make up for it. First, let's find a topic to talk about. Thinking about the theme of the movie they just watched, Tan Quang Lam asked, if you could turn back time like in the movie, what would you want to do? Ha Fuang paused slightly, then took a step forward. How could something like that possibly happen? Tan Quang Lam's my. That's why I said if. Reaching the traffic light, Ha Fuang stopped and turned her head. What about you? What would you want to do? If I could turn back time. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment. If I could turn back time. Earlier, when she teased me, I should have grabbed her hand and fiercely retaliated. Of course, Tan Quang Lam couldn't possibly say these words out loud. Tan Quang Lam chuckled, tilting his head to look at Ha Fuang. Ha Fuang happened to look over at the same time. A moment later, a small, cool hand appeared in Tan Quang Lam's. The light's green. Let's go. Ha Fuang, as usual, took Tan Quang Lam's hand, and walked forward. His heart began to race uselessly again. After crossing the crosswalk, Ha Fuang, as usual, very naturally let go of his hand. This is the moment. Tan Quang Lam suddenly tightened his grip on that small hand. Ha Fuang turned her head back, stunned, clearly a little surprised. Comfortable in his hand, comfortable in his heart. This was called revenge. The belated revenge of a man experienced in complex relationships. Ha Fuang smiled too, as if she knew what Tan Quang Lam was thinking. Then, he felt his palm being gently scratched by a fingernail. Just that gentle scratch felt like it was scratching the very tip of Tan Quang Lam's heart. Itchy and tingly. Tan Quang Lam's whole body stiffened, his heart once again racing uselessly. Ha Fuang held Tan Quang Lam's hand, just like that, all the way to the dormitory area. Tan Quang Lam looked at his palm, already drenched in sweat, wanting to let go but reluctant. A hard-won victory, just let go like that. That would be a miserable defeat. He didn't know how much time had passed when Ha Fuang suddenly stopped, turned her head back, and said, "I'm at my dorm." Sensing that Tan Quang Lam seemed to have no intention of letting go, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. "Can't bear to leave me." Tan Quang Lam snapped back to reality, stunned. Immediately after, Tan Quang Lam felt his palm being lightly scratched again. The tingling sensation spread from his palm up his arm, then transmitted straight to his chest. Tan Quang Lam reflexively let go, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Ha Fuang took a step forward, lifted her head, and looked straight into his eyes. "I like you. Tan Quang Lam, let's date." Her warm, moist breath brushed against Tan Quang Lam's throat. Perhaps because he misheard, perhaps wanting to escape the sudden emotional shock, he instinctively let out an ah. But immediately after, he felt soft, fragrant lips press against his own. A little cool, then was lightly bitten. Ha Fuang slowly drew back, her appearance still as pure and mischievous as ever. "Bye-bye." She waved, then smiled and ran upstairs. Tan Quang Lam stood frozen in place, watching her retreating figure ascend the stairs, not even having had the chance to think about what he should do. Reacting was the best option. His ultimate move had been countered. Returning home, Mother Tan was fiddling with an ashtray. Seeing her son enter the house, she instinctively asked, "You're back. How was the date today?" "Mom, Tan Quang Lam held his shoes, still reeling, his mind filled entirely with the image of Ha Fuang's magnified face, along with that clear yet stunning sentence, "I like you." Tan Quang Lam licked his lips, about to speak, when he suddenly tasted something sweet, seemingly the flavor of orange lip balm. "It's nothing. I'm going to sleep." Without waiting for his mother's reaction, Tan Quang Lam dashed straight to his room. Tossing his slippers onto the floor, Tan Quang Lam lay face down on his bed, replaying all the events of the day. Tan Quang Lam was certain, absolutely, positively sure, this was no longer just simple teasing. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Tan Quang Lam, having stayed awake all night, lay on the bed with dark circles under his eyes, opening Ha Fuang's profile picture, then closing it, opening her personal info, then closing it, typing out a message, then deleting it. What exactly was the situation now? Had he and she started dating? Or did it not count because he didn't reply last night? Tan Quang Lam was sure that last night she wasn't acting on a whim, nor was it just because the atmosphere was right, and certainly not for any other reason. She wasn't, and neither was he. Regardless of Ha Fuang's reasons, had he truly developed feelings? Liking someone within 2 days truly felt unbelievably fast. But if it wasn't liking, then who would be idle enough to spend time chatting 800 sentences a day with someone? Who would stay up late just to text someone? Who would be free enough to frequently go for walks with someone like that? But what should he do next? Lost in thought, suddenly a message notification chimed. Tan Quang Lam startled and sat bolt upright, opening his phone with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. "Good morning." Seeing the message from Lo Dai, Kui Ha Fuang's username, Tan Quang Lam felt a bit bewildered. Her attitude was the same as before, as if nothing had happened. What was going on? "Are you working today?" "No." "Do you have any classes then?" "Also no." "Want to hang out later?" Tan Quang Lam. Tan Quang Lam's mind suddenly cleared, thinking to himself, looks like there's potential. Before, every meeting was spaced out by a few days. This time it was 2 days in a row. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam replied to the message. "Okay." Go to the West City area. Yeah, okay. But I need to go to South Africa Road first to take care of something. Ending the conversation, Tan Quang Lam suddenly felt energized, leaping out of bed. After telling his mother not to save lunch for him, Tan Quang Lam dashed into the bathroom and began his personal hygiene routine. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam stood before the South Africa Road sign, feeling a bit hesitant. This road was quite large. Bumping into someone by chance would be truly difficult. Should I stand here and wait, hoping to see her, then pretend to be surprised and exclaim, "What a coincidence"? Or should I take a stroll around and look for her? Or maybe I should just ask her directly where she is. With that thought, Tan Quang Lam took out his phone and typed into the chat box, "What are you doing?" Ping. The sound of a message notification echoed beside his ear, accompanied by a familiar voice. "What are you peering around here for?" Statan, Tân Quang Lam Sun A Dun. Ha Phuong, dressed in a pale yellow sundress, stood right in front of him, an orange backpack slung over her shoulder, looking at him curiously. He had planned to feign a chance encounter to surprise the girl he liked, only to have her appear right behind him the next second. Although Ha Phuong tried to appear curious, Tan Quang Lam could still detect the suppressed smile on her face. Aye. Tan Quang Lam was so flustered he couldn't form a complete sentence. "Didn't you say you had something to do?" "I just came to see if I could help." Since pretending a chance encounter was no longer possible, Tan Quang Lam could only honestly admit he came here for her. "Really? So quickly? Seems like you live nearby." Ha Phuong asked casually, then started walking forward. Tan Quang Lam nodded, following behind. "Yeah, it's not too far." "Where are you headed?" Ha Phuong asked while lightly patting the small backpack on her shoulder. "Going to mail a manuscript." "You came all this way just to mail something." "Tân Quang Lam Wonder A Lao." "Couldn't you send it from the West City area?" Ha Phuong turned her head and glanced at Tan Quang Lam. "It's not that I couldn't, but why are your eyes so dark?" "Didn't sleep well last night." Recalling the miserable sheep-counting ordeal from the previous night, Tan Quang Lam waved his hand dismissively. "It was just too many mosquitoes, so I didn't sleep well." "Haha, then you really couldn't have slept well." Only then did Tan Quang Lam observe Ha Phuong more closely, noticing she looked radiant and full of energy. "You look like you slept well." "Slept right through till morning, very comfortably." 2.5 minutes later, the two of them walked into the Taiyang post office together. Ha Phuong took out a thick stack of manuscript pages from her backpack. "What manuscript is this?" Tan Quang Lam asked curiously. "A novel," Ha Phuong replied while filling out a form. "Wrote it in my spare time. Thought I'd send it to a publisher and see." Watching her carefully check the information with her pen, Tan Quang Lam was stunned. He seemed to recall her mentioning she majored in literature. Are students nowadays this impressive? Writing such a thick novel before even graduating from university. Confirming the information was correct, Ha Phuong finished filling out the mailing slip, then turned her head to look over. Seeing Tan Quang Lam spacing out, she waved her hand. "What are you thinking about?" Tan Quang Lam snapped back to reality. "Ah, nothing." Then he followed her out of the post office. "Were you just staring blankly at me?" Ha Phuong asked with a sly smile. Tan Quang Lam avoided her gaze, stubbornly denying, "Of course not. I was thinking about something else." Ha Phuong smiled, then changed the subject. "My business is done. Want to walk around for a bit." "Where do you want to go?" Ha Phuong placed her index finger on her chin, pretending to think, then said, "Your house is nearby. How about?" "That's right. I want to see where you paint. Can you take me there?" Ha Phuong turned around, looking at Tan Quang Lam. "Well," Tan Quang Lam stammered, "my mother is still home. Bringing a girl home might not be appropriate. Is it that inconvenient?" Ha Phuong looked straight into Tan Quang Lam's eyes, then leaned slightly closer. "It's just your workspace." And so, 2.5 minutes later, Mother Tan opened the door, a bewildered expression on her face. Because standing before her was a radiantly beautiful girl, the very same one she had seen yesterday. Ha Phuong greeted her very politely. "Hello, Annie. My name is Ha Phuong. I'm Tan Quang Lam's friend." His friend. For some reason, Tan Quang Lam flusteredly added, "Yes, she's my friend." "So your little lamb's friend, come in quickly. Come in." Mother Tan gave him a meaningful glance, thinking to herself, "This kid has some skills, already bringing a girlfriend home to meet me. It's rare for him to bring friends home. This is the first time he's brought a girl home to introduce. I'm sorry to bother you, Annie." Seeing the two chatting happily, Tan Quang Lam quickly pointed towards the painting room. "The painting room is this way." Ha Phuong had already obediently sat down on the sofa, showing no intention whatsoever of going to see the painting room. She even gave Tan Quang Lam a harmless smile. This guy, really, not even letting a guest settle in. "Kid, Pour her some water. Motherton glared at her son. What are you still standing there for? Go get a glass of water. I can get it myself. Auntie, no need to trouble you. Ha Fuang gently waved her hand. Don't stand on ceremony. Don't stand on ceremony. You're the guest. He should do it. Mother Tan turned back, her gentle and kind smile returning. Ha Fuang shyly lowered her head. Actually, a long time ago, he said he would bring me to see his painting room. It's just, he kept being busy until now. Tan Quang Lam, who was pouring water, suddenly widened his eyes. Since when? Weren't you the one who wanted to come? So you two have known each other for a long time. Mother Tan continued her kind smile, keenly picking up on the phrase a long time ago. Quang Lam is my senior. Ha Fuang continued to lower her head shyly. Hearing this, Tan Quang Lam almost dropped the glass. Both seniors from Lacton University, Tan Quang Lam, could accept that, but they had known each other for 2 weeks at most. What the hell, senior? Also, who's Quang Lam? Mom, don't misunderstand. What would I misunderstand? Mother Tan smiled even more kindly. Child, you also attended Lacton University. Yes, Auntie, I'm graduating this year. Ha Fuang became even more demure. Have some water. Tan Quang Lam spoke up, handing the 2 glasses to them. Mother Tan first glared at Tan Quang Lam, then turned back, her voice softening again. Ha Fuang, dear, don't pay him any mind. Have some water. Thank you, Auntie. Ha Fuang obediently picked up the glass, taking a gentle sip. Watching the 2 on the sofa, chatting away so merrily, Tan Quang Lam felt a bit bewildered. Shouldn't she be thanking me? I'm the one who poured the water, the one who handed it over. Just as Tan Quang Lam finished pouring the water, seeing Mother Tan and Ha Fuang getting along so cheerfully and harmoniously, Tan Quang Lam couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. This didn't seem like a typical visit from a guest. Seeing Ha Fuang sitting with her hands folded neatly on her lap, her demeanor gentle and well-behaved, Mother Tan was delighted. All right, you 2 young people chat then. I'm off to the market. Perhaps you should stay for lunch, Annie. Oh, no need for the trouble, dear. I'll just sit a little while longer, then I'll be heading home. Ha Fuang quickly waved her hands dismissively. Do you 2 have other plans? Mother Tan abruptly turned her head to look at her son. At that moment, Tan Quang Lam was still trying to figure out how to explain the situation and instinctively replied, nothing. Upon hearing that, Mother Tan moved like lightning, grabbing her market basket and heading for the door. In that case, stay and have lunch together. It's settled then. Before either of them could react, she had firmly shut the door behind her. Ha Fuang set her water glass down, stood up with a smile. Come on, let's go see your art studio. Tan Quang Lam got up, glancing at the clock as he did. It wasn't even 11 yet. I usually paint here. Ha Fuang stood behind Tan Quang Lam, peeking her head in to survey the cluttered studio, where drawing paper and brushes were strewn about everywhere, leaving only a small patch in front of the easel relatively clear. Very much the artist's style. Ha Fuang stepped inside, looking around, while Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Immediately after, he saw her bend down and begin tidying the mess on the floor. Hey, I can clean that up myself. But Ha Fuang didn't stop. She even seemed rather adept at it. Don't just stand there making a mess. Tan Quang Lam stiffened slightly, then bent down to help clean as well. 20 minutes later, Ha Fuang let out a soft sigh of relief, looking around the room. That looks much more comfortable now. Tan Quang Lam observed her with a slightly peculiar expression. Draft paper, blank sheets, watercolor refuse, all were neatly sorted. Even the crumpled scraps had been smoothed out and stacked. Could it be that she knows how to draw too? But he couldn't deny that she had tidied up far better than he ever did. Thanks for helping me clean up, Tan Quang Lam voiced his gratitude. Consider it my way of thanking you for lunch. Ha Fuang stepped out of the art studio, then suddenly turned back around. Want me to guess which room is yours? Tan Quang Lam froze, thinking to himself, surely she isn't planning on helping me tidy my bedroom too. Ha Fuang didn't hesitate, walking straight towards one of the room doors. And, without waiting for Tan Quang Lam to say anything, she directly turned the doorknob. This one, right? Yeah. Tan Quang Lam was slightly stunned, a flicker of curiosity rising within him about how she had managed to guess correctly. Fortunately, when Ha Fuang entered the room, she didn't, as Tan Quang Lam had imagined, prepare to tidy up, but simply stood there observing the room's layout. Then took a deep breath, a nostalgic look inevitably appearing in her eyes. Could there be something special about Tan Quang Lam's room? What is this strange smell? Tan Quang Lam wondered silently, a little worried, quietly taking a deep breath himself. There's no smell. I always keep the window open for ventilation every day. Ha Fuang walked over to the bed and gently sat down, suddenly tilting her head and biting her lip. I'm tired. Maybe I'll rest for a bit. Tan Quang Lam rubbed his nose, feeling a bit flustered. Ha Fuang didn't stand on ceremony, lying down sideways on the bed, even patting the mattress. You come over here too. Me. What do you want to do? Look at you. I'm not going to eat you. Ha Fuang rolled her eyes. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Lie down and rest for a while. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment. That's right. It's my room, my bed. What's there to be afraid of? With that thought, Tan Quang Lam took 2 steps forward and directly rolled onto the bed. Ha Fuang took another deep breath, suddenly moved closer, enunciating each word. We are sharing a bed now. Tan Quang Lam was startled and immediately sat up. Don't talk nonsense. We're just resting for a bit. What are you panicking about? This is your room. Ha Fuang chuckled softly. I won't tease you anymore. Go to sleep. Looking at the girl before him, Tan Quang Lam remembered last night's events, clenching his teeth. The one who confessed last night. Ha Fuang's eyes widened slightly. You confessed to me last night. I haven't agreed yet. That's right, that happened. Tan Quang Lam retorted, slightly annoyed. When did I confess to you? You confessed to me downstairs at my dorm. Ha Fuang burrowed under the blanket, revealing a pitiful expression again. And then you kissed me. For a moment, Tan Quang Lam felt as if he were in a daze. Could it really have been me who confessed? Did I remember it wrong last night? No. How could I possibly misremember something like this? I didn't. Tan Quang Lam had just uttered 2 words when his extensive experience in romance kicked in. A spark ignited in Tan Quang Lam's mind, and he immediately changed his tune. So, my confession, have you agreed yet? You already kissed me, didn't you? Ha Fuang buried her face in the blanket. Tan Quang Lam hesitated for a moment. So, are we dating now? Doesn't count. Ha Fuang lifted her head, thought for a moment, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her mouth. You have to confess again. Tan Quang Lam knelt on the bed, tilting his head to look at her, no longer feeling conflicted. Then, Tan Quang Lam looked seriously at Ha Fuang and said, Ha Fuang, I like you, let's date. Thump. A loud noise came from a sofa in the living room. Both turned their heads simultaneously to look outside. The door hadn't been closed when they entered earlier. Mother Tan was in the living room, holding groceries in one hand, loudly talking to herself. Oh, getting old. Not only is my hearing bad, can't hear a thing, but my eyes are failing too, always bumping into things. Really can't hear anything at all. You two just carry on. Although Tan Quang Lam had extensive experience in romance, he still felt his face flush hot. He could only hurry off the bed to close the door, then turn back to look at Ha Fuang. Ha Fuang was lying face down on the bed, burying her head in the pillow again. It's over. Mom heard you confess to me. Now if I don't agree, I won't get to eat the lunch Mom cooked. You definitely did it on purpose. No, I didn't know Annie was back. You totally did it on purpose. Tan Quang Lam felt a bit wretched. He was clearly a normal man. Why was he being spun around like a top by her? Ha Fuang climbed off the bed, slowly approaching the suddenly tense Tan Quang Lam. What do you want? I want to go out. What did you think I wanted to do? I'm hungry, she said loudly. Tan Quang Lam shifted aside, opening the room door, thinking he wouldn't go out now, even if beaten to death. Ha Fuang stood at the door, turned her head back, so I'm going out then. Tan Quang Lam felt her smile was a bit mischievous and was about to speak when Ha Fuang stood on tiptoe, leaned in, and lightly kissed Tan Quang Lam's cheek. By the time Tan Quang Lam came back to his senses, Ha Fuang was already out the door. Andy, let me help you. No need. You and little lamb, just sit and relax. Wait for the food to be ready. It's all right. Annie, I often cook at home. So young and already knows how to cook. Such a good girl. Where is your home? In Hatan, not far from Lacton. Listening to the conversation outside, Tan Quang Lam stood frozen in place, touching his cheek, feeling a bit frustrated. Dating isn't supposed to be like this, is it? I'm clearly 2 years older than her. Why does it feel like an older sister teasing her younger brother? So it's Ha Fuang. I knew it. The girls for the Ha family are all very capable. Oh, this bowl is covered in grease. So dirty. It's okay. Annie, it'll come clean with a wash. Slam. Tan Quang Lam slammed the door shut. Annoying. I'm not going out. It's too embarrassing. An hour later. Food's ready. Come and eat. Mother Tan mumbled as she placed the washed bowls and chopsticks on the table. So slow. Can't even hurry up for a meal. A moment later, Tan Quang Lam emerged from the bathroom after washing his face. After washing his hands, he went into the kitchen, looked at his mother, then looked around the kitchen, suddenly feeling that this scene was quite harmonious. "What are you standing there spacing out for?" His mother noticed him dawdling and spoke up. "Finished washing your hands. Hurry up and serve Ha Fuang some rice." He turned his head to see Ha Fuang already approaching with 2 full bowls of rice. "No need, let me do it myself." "Mom, I can do it myself." Mother Tan let out an "Oh." "Just a little rice for me, please." Before she could finish, she saw the bowl was only half full, and the rest of her sentence automatically died in her throat. She looked at Ha Fuang with some surprise. Tan Quang Lam's rice portion was very consistent. He ate about that much every meal, at most adding a few more bites of side dishes, but absolutely never more rice. "How did you know I eat this much?" Ha Fuang paused, then quickly explained, "My family doesn't eat much, so it accidentally became a habit." "Please go ahead and eat first, Mom. If it's not enough, I'll get more." No need, this is just right." "Is that so? It seems we're quite fated then." Tan Quang Lam, having finished washing his hands, sat down at the dining table, an indescribable feeling rising within him. In just a few short hours, Ha Fuang had integrated herself into his family so naturally, it truly wasn't simple. Not only handling Tan Quang Lam, but also Mother Tan. This girl was truly formidable. This child's cooking skills are really good. Mother Tan picked up a piece of food cooked by Ha Fuang, her eyes lighting up. This 3 shreds dish was stir-fried by Ha Fuang. "Little lamb, eat more." Tan Quang Lam mumbled agreement between bites of rice, a flicker of unease stirring in his heart. Does this woman have no flaws? While having a capable girlfriend was a good thing, being constantly overshadowed by her wasn't acceptable. He had to find a way to win back around. Ha Fuang smiled sweetly at Tan Quang Lam, then lowered her gaze, her eyes seemingly never leaving him. Mother Tan, beside them, secretly glanced between the two, then looked at her son, lost in thought. This foolish son of mine only knows how to bury his head in his food. What exactly does such an outstanding girl like about him? Could this be the so-called fool's fortune? This meal was very appetizing for Tan Quang Lam. A heaping bowl of rice was quickly finished. Tan Quang Lam swallowed the rice in his mouth. Just as he was about to stand up to get more rice, a small hand reached over from the side. Tan Quang Lam gripped his rice bowl tightly, turning his head to look at Ha Fuang. "What does she want?" Tan Quang Lam turned back, a puzzled expression on his face. Ha Fuang smiled and said, "Let me help you." Before Tan Quang Lam, still dazed, could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot, instinctively loosening his grip on the rice bowl. Ha Fuang smoothly took the bowl, stood up, and went to get more rice. Mother Tan pursed her lips. "From now on, get your own rice. Don't let others help you. You wanted to get it yourself, didn't you? Wasn't it just snatched away?" Very quickly, a perfectly portioned bowl of rice was placed in front of Tan Quang Lam. Tan Quang Lam mumbled a word of thanks. No need to be polite. Ha Fuang sat down, looking quite pleased. After lunch, Ha Fuang carried the dishes into the kitchen. "Annie, let me clean up. This child, you don't need to do it. Let Annie handle it." "Let me do it. Let me do it." Mother Tan hurriedly took the dishes, her face beaming with a smile. "Go wash your hands. Go out and talk with little lamb." Unable to sway Mother Tan, Ha Fuang had no choice but to leave the kitchen, heading straight for the balcony, picking up the watering can herself to water the plants. Just as Tan Quang Lam was about to step forward to help, Mother Tan's voice suddenly called out from the kitchen, "We're out of dish soap, little lamb. Go over to Uncle Fan's house and buy a bottle." Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, telling Ha Fuang, "You heard her, I'll be back in a bit." Ha Fuang didn't seem to mind being left alone, saying, "Okay, go ahead." Fortunately, the convenience store wasn't far. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam arrived at Uncle Fan's counter with a bottle of dish soap. Uncle Fan was reading the newspaper. He turned his head, saw Tan Quang Lam, and a knowing smile suddenly spread across his face. "Bringing your girlfriend home today, huh?" Tan Quang Lam was a bit surprised. "Who told you that?" "Heh, everyone saw it." Uncle Fan chuckled smugly. "You brought a girl home. Then your mom went out and bought a ton of groceries. Isn't it obvious?" "Uncle Fan, I suggest you switch careers and become a detective." Saying this, Tan Quang Lam took out his wallet, suddenly noticing some lollipops on the counter. He grabbed a few and placed them next to the dish soap. "How much for these two?" "Let's make it 20 yuan total." Seeing the lollipops, Uncle Fan chuckled again. Not getting any other snacks. Girls love this stuff. Tan Quang Lam felt a bit embarrassed. Well, you see, grab some more for me then. By the way, I saw this young lady hanging around here a few days ago. I was wondering who she was looking for. Didn't expect it to be my nephew. Uncle Fan said, while grabbing snacks. A few days ago, Tan Quang Lam froze. You must have seen wrong. Today's the first time I brought her here. Couldn't be wrong. She was definitely looking for you. After paying, Tan Quang Lam quickly thanked him and hurried home. Thanks, Uncle Fan. Uncle Fan chuckled, muttering, kids these days, always so secretive about their relationships. 2.5 minutes later, Mother Tan heard the door open and came out of the kitchen, muttering, took you long enough just to buy dish soap. But when she saw the bag of snacks in Tan Quang Lam's hand, she immediately fell silent. Oh, this kid knows what he's doing today. The girl's in your room. Tan Quang Lam went back to his room, opened the door, and saw Ha Fuang hugging a pillow, rolling around on his bed. Hearing the noise, she immediately stopped like a little fox caught sneaking food. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought a variety. Tan Quang Lam held up the bag of snacks and offered it to her, getting girlfriend privileges this quickly. Ha Fuang took the bag, looking surprised. I thought I'd have to train you slowly. This girl, underestimating someone with my vast dating experience. Tan Quang Lam pouted, plopped down on the bed, and asked, so what privileges does the boyfriend get? Ha Fuang tore open a bag of chips, heard his question, and held a chip up to his mouth, smirking. The privilege of getting the first bite. Tan Quang Lam subconsciously swallowed, hesitated for 0.3 seconds, then put the chip in his mouth, thinking that since they were boyfriend and girlfriend now, this didn't count as teasing. Is that all? Tan Quang Lam asked while chewing the chip, his voice slightly muffled. What more do you want? Ha Fuang tilted her head to look at Tan Quang Lam, intentionally or unintentionally licking her lips. Seeing that gesture, Tan Quang Lam suddenly remembered the orange-flavored lip balm and unconsciously licked his lips as well. So this is what you wanted. Ha Fuang blinked, slowly moving closer. Tan Quang Lam sensed something was amiss and slightly retreated, but she persistently closed the distance. Just as Tan Quang Lam was preparing to close his eyes and enjoy it, Ha Fuang suddenly stopped, then picked up a potato chip and took a light bite. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Tan Quang Lam gritted his teeth. He was her boyfriend now. What was there to be afraid of? Hadn't they kissed yesterday already? With this thought, he moved closer, intending to exercise his boyfriend privileges, when the room door suddenly opened. Do you two want to eat? Before Mother Tan could finish her sentence, the atmosphere turned silent. You two just carry on. At this moment, Tan Quang Lam felt so embarrassed he could barely breathe. It's okay, Mom. I'll be more careful next time. Tan Quang Lam rolled over, sprawling onto the bed, feeling his heart pound, thinking to himself that just getting close to her made him like this. This wouldn't do. He definitely needed to learn from experience in the future. Are all women such temptresses? Just then, Ha Fuang put on a mischievous expression, quietly drew near, leaned close to Tan Quang Lam's ear, and whispered, actually, I'm pregnant. What? Tan Quang Lam's eyes widened, and he shot up to look at Ha Fuang. Ha Fuang took Tan Quang Lam's hand and placed it on her stomach. A shy look on her face. I'm pregnant. Tan Quang Lam dazedly felt the softness under his hand, completely unsure of what to do. Ha Fuang increased the pressure on his hand, as if wanting Tan Quang Lam to feel it more clearly. This is your child. Hearing this, Tan Quang Lam felt his mind explode, instinctively wanting to pull his hand back, but using too much force, and tumbled onto the floor with a thud. Whose? It's yours. Ha Fuang grinned, slyly like a little fox. Tan Quang Lam, you kissed me yesterday. Pregnant from just a kiss. Clearly, you kissed me. How could it be my child? Tan Quang Lam said angrily. This woman was teasing him again. How outrageous. Pregnant from a kiss, who would believe that? But immediately after, Tan Quang Lam felt something soft press against his back. A pair of small hands wrapped around Tan Quang Lam's waist from behind, playfully groping. Tan Quang Lam reached back and caught the mischievous hand. Stop moving. Okay, I won't move then. You go to sleep. So annoying. Teasing me again. Tan Quang Lam gently squeezed the small hand in his palm, finding it quite pleasant, so he closed his eyes, intending to sleep. Perhaps because he had stayed up all night, he didn't feel tired at all. By the time he opened his eyes, the room was pitch black. Tan Quang Lam turned over, gathered his senses, and reached out his hand to the side. Empty. Had Ha Fuang left. He sat up and noticed a thin blanket covering him. For some reason, Ha Fuang's voice echoed in his mind. Looking at the clock, it was already past 5 p.m. He had really slept soundly. Tan Quang Lam picked up the water cup and took a sip, suddenly tasting orange. Looking closely at the cup, he licked his lips again. How dare she do this while he was asleep? After tidying up, Tan Quang Lam stepped out of his room, wanting to confirm if Ha Fuang had gone home. At that moment, Mother Tan was sitting in the living room, fiddling with something in her hands. Awake now. Have a seat. Tan Quang Lam sat down on the sofa and asked, Mom, where's Ha Fuang? She left a while ago. You were sleeping like a log. Mother Tan replied casually. Have you too made it official? Didn't you see us at noon? Tan Quang Lam felt a bit embarrassed. It was just a normal relationship between a young man and woman, yet being caught by his mother felt mortifying. I haven't seen her agree yet. Mother Tan glanced sideways. For her to let you confess without any gifts, she should have rejected you, really. She agreed. Tan Quang Lam waved his hands, really not wanting to discuss this further. Mother Tan put down the small bottle she was holding and switched to interrogation mode. How did you two meet? She's my junior from university. Tan Quang Lam repeated what Ha Fuang had said that morning, thinking to himself that he absolutely couldn't let his mother know Ha Fuang was the one who pursued him. She's still a student, and you're already making moves. She's about to graduate from university, Mom. You make it sound like I'm dating a high school student. Then again, when he was with Ha Fuang, Tan Quang Lam was actually the younger one. You clearly only confessed today, yet yesterday Mom already saw you two going to the movies together. Mother Tan brought up her spying from the previous day. We just had feelings for each other then. Can't people go to the movies together before they start dating? Hearing Tan Quang Lam's justification, Mother Tan sighed. That girl looks quite nice. I don't know how she ended up liking you. Seriously, I'm a grown man, not disabled or anything. Why wouldn't anyone like me? Mother Tan paid no mind to her son's feelings. Don't you bully her, understand? When you have free time, invite her over. I won't bully anyone, Mom. I'm more afraid of being bullied myself. Tan Quang Lam silently pouted, stood up, and walked away. It was impossible to talk today. Either his mother would lose her temper or he would go crazy. But after closing his room door, Tan Quang Lam thought it over carefully. Maybe there really was a problem. Why did Ha Fuang like him? No, that's not right. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam immediately took out his phone and texted his best friend. How do you tease a girl? This best friend had already had 2 girlfriends. His romantic experience was double that of Tan Quang Lam. Where's the girl? Let Big Brother have a laugh. The best friend, whose nickname was Chu Vu, texted back. It's not like that. Tan Quang Lam asked again. How do you tease a girl you like? The best friend replied instantly again. You mean you want to ask how to pursue a girl you like, right? Tan Quang Lam was slightly stunned. To be precise, I'm the one being pursued already. How do I know if my girlfriend is clinging to me? Chu Vu suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for Tan Quang Lam. Single for so many years, perhaps he had never even held a girl's hand, unable to even distinguish between teasing and pursuing. I have to help him. Tan Quang Lam stared at the message, lost in thought. Teasing a girl. It seems like that. So tell me, how do you tease? There's a lot to learn about that. The most basic thing is to be smooth when you talk. Let me show you an example. What sign are you? Chu Vu decided to impart all the secrets he had learned online to Tan Quang Lam. Don't you already know I'm a year of the dog? Tan Quang Lam felt a bit confused. No, I mean you belong to me. Looking at the message before him, Tan Quang Lam felt as if a whole new world had just been opened up to him. He immediately switched to the chat window with Ha Fuang and sent, "What year animal are you?" Unexpectedly, the other party asked back, "What year animal are you?" "I'm the year of the dog, and you." "Wrong. You belong to me." Tan Quang Lam couldn't remain calm any longer. Weren't these sweet nothings? So cheesy. No, I got counter-damaged. I failed. I can't stand it. Is there anything more powerful? Tan Quang Lam continued to ask his best friend. Chu Vu frowned, looking at his phone. Seems like the opponent is no pushover. You're just learning, so failure is normal. You'll get used to it slowly. Isn't there any move called an ultimate technique? Chu Vu shook his head. You haven't even grasped the basics yet. Giving you an ultimate technique would be useless. Try giving an example. I'll guide you. I need it urgently. I have to win back a round. I can't just keep getting bullied like this. All right, I'll teach you a move to overwhelm the opponent, a genuine ultimate technique. Following his best friend's suggestion, Tan Quang Lam began searching for a term called wall pin. After understanding it, Tan Quang Lam suddenly had an epiphany. So that's how it is. This truly is an ultimate technique. I'll remember this carefully. If that little girl acts up again, dares to tease me with childish things, I'll definitely use this ultimate technique to deal with her. Just then the phone pinged. Tan Quang Lam picked it up to look. It was a message from me do die qui. Let's play another round. I guarantee I won't quit this time. I swear. I refuse. So when did you wake up? Just woke up. I bet you'll lose sleep again tonight. Knowing this, I should have woken you up when I left. Looking at the conversation, Tan Quang Lam felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He put his phone away, thought for a moment, then picked the phone up again. I have a question. Ha Fuang replied. Why so many questions? You know what I want to ask? I want to know. The phone remained silent for a long while. No reply came. Tan Quang Lam casually set it aside, no longer waiting. He himself didn't believe in the so-called love at first sight. The two had never gotten to know each other. How could liking someone after just one meeting be possible? Love at first sight was just an exaggerated rumor. Otherwise, why had no one ever heard of an unattractive person being struck by lightning? From the moment they met until they got together, Ha Fuang had taken the lead in everything, initiating friendship, suggesting dates, making Tan Quang Lam fall for her, and then confessing her feelings. There must be a reason. Could she be trying to use me? Impossible. My EQ might be a bit low, but my IQ isn't just for show. Time for dinner, son. Mother Tan knocked on the door, interrupting Tan Quang Lam's train of thought. Okay, Tan Quang Lam replied and stepped out of his room. Dinner consisted mainly of leftovers from lunch, with only one freshly stir-fried vegetable dish. It was a favorite of both Tan Quang Lam and his mother. I don't know where that girl learned to cook, but with skills like that, she could open a restaurant. Mother Tan once again praised Ha Fuang's culinary talents. It must be talent or else diligent practice. Tan Quang Lam answered casually. He had to admit that the lunch Ha Fuang cooked today was significantly better than Mother Tan's cooking. That knife skill couldn't possibly be innate talent. She must have been cooking for her family since she was young. Mother Tan was even more convinced it was the result of hard practice. Do you have any thoughts about her? Tan Quang Lam shoveled 2 large mouthfuls of rice, chewing thoughtfully. I think I should find a stable job. Just taking freelance work like this isn't sustainable. Isn't freelancing like this quite good now? You have freedom and can support yourself. Mother Tan seemed to disagree. It's not just about me anymore. Mother Tan paused. This boy had suddenly matured. She sighed, a flicker of comfort rising in her heart. That's right. From the moment he recognized responsibility and proactively shouldered it, he had become a grown man. It was time to think about family matters. After dinner, Tan Quang Lam returned to his room and casually picked up the phone from the desk. The screen displayed one unread message. Because you always stand half a step ahead of me. Tan Quang Lam pondered for a moment, completely failing to grasp the meaning of the sentence. But at least now, Tan Quang Lam was certain that he liked her, and she liked him too. That was enough. Tan Quang Lam lightly tapped on the phone screen, a line of text appearing in the chat box. What's your zodiac sign? The message was sent quickly. That evening, lying in bed, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but think about the future. Chuvu currently works in the animation industry, specializing in concepts, with a very unique style that makes it hard for him to blend in with others. Tan Quang Lam himself wasn't suited for this type of work. Being an illustrator wasn't bad, especially a hand-drawn illustrator, which was very popular recently. He could consider this option, maybe research more about the specialized knowledge when he had free time. The gaming industry also held great potential, with increasingly high demands for design. Lost in thought, Tan Quang Lam gradually drifted off to sleep. It felt wonderfully comfortable, the faint scent of Ha Fuang's shampoo seeming to linger on the blanket. Do you think I'm beautiful? Ha Fuang held her skirt, twirling on the spot, then looked up and asked, Beautiful? Tan Quang Lam nodded. It was the honest truth. The light pink dress accentuated her blushing face, making her look just like a princess. Were your eyes looking? Ha Fuang let go of her skirt. At the dress. Tan Quang Lam looked at Ha Fuang warily, feeling puzzled. Didn't you ask me to look at the dress? Ha Fuang stared blankly at Tan Quang Lam for 2 seconds, then suddenly moved closer, asking, Are you nervous? No. Tan Quang Lam turned his head away, unconsciously swallowing. Immediately after, he felt 2 small hands grasp his chin. Then why is your face so red? Today, I had 3 chicken eggs with 7 holes carved out. This was a dish Mother Tan prepared for Tan Quang Lam's birthday, called the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart, said to make one smarter upon eating. Yet, Tan Quang Lam had been eating it for over 20 years, and at this moment, he still found himself flustered and clumsy, facing the teasing of the girl he liked. Why is your face red? Seeing Tan Quang Lam's reaction, Ha Fuang's smile widened, slowly revealing two small, cute fangs. A pair of fox-like ears also appeared atop her head. Am I beautiful? Tan Quang Lam looked at her with horror. Her hands sprouted claws over 10 centimeters long, and behind her back, as if blooming, several fluffy tails emerged. Look, aren't I beautiful? Seeing Tan Quang Lam shrink back into the corner in fear. Not answering, the giant fox suddenly let out a roar. Am I beautiful or not? Tan Quang Lam's eyes flew open, gasping for breath. It took him several seconds to realize he had just had a nightmare. Turning his head to look out the window, the sky was already bright. What time was it? It seemed he couldn't fall back asleep. Tan Quang Lam decisively leaned against the headboard, picked up his phone, planning to browse job recruitment information online first. Just then, his phone notified him of a new message. Tan Quang Lam opened it. Sure enough, it was from Lost Lam awaiting return mate Tu Dai Kui. Up so early. You're up early too. Woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. Are you free today? Tan Quang Lam looked at his computer screen, thought for a moment. He should probably deal with work matters first. If she wanted to go out, he should decline for now. So he replied, whether I'm free or not depends on what you want to do. Want to go to the amusement park with you. Amusement park? Tan Quang Lam was slightly stunned. That ideal dating spot. What time? I'll come pick you up. Let's go at noon. I have an exam this morning. Okay, good luck. Tan Quang Lam put down his phone, spacing out for a moment. Didn't he intend to refuse? How come the moment he saw the words, with you, all his resistance vanished, and he agreed immediately? Useless. Tan Quang Lam scorned himself inwardly, then got up and went to the wardrobe to pick out clothes. This was their first official date. He had to dress sharply. Hearing movement in the room, Mother Tan poked her head in from the living room. Up so early today. Mom, do you think this looks handsome? Tan Quang Lam pulled out a plaid shirt, holding it up against himself. Mother Tan glanced over. Too old-fashioned. I think that light blue shirt on the bed is nice, youthful, and energetic. What do you know? Tan Quang Lam decided to stick with his own aesthetic judgment. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam emerged from his room, finished with his personal hygiene, and dazedly accepted 3 boiled eggs from his mother. Forgot again, didn't you? It's your birthday today. Mother Tan sighed, turning back to the balcony to continue her chores. Hurry up and develop things with that girl. Get her to take you off my hand soon. Then I won't have to face this fool every day. Just looking at you irritates me. Always cooped up in your room, or else making a mess, always covered in paint. Tan Quang Lam, accustomed to his mother's nagging, paid little attention, picking up the 7 orifices exquisite hard to count. 7, that's right. Oh, right. Mother Tan suddenly turned back. Since it's your birthday, invite Ha Fuang over tonight for dinner with the family. I'm going out with her this afternoon. Tan Quang Lam mumbled through a mouthful of egg. We'll probably eat out. Then take her somewhere nice. Not always beef noodles or spicy snail vermicelli. I know, Mom. Don't worry. Tan Quang Lam picked up the bowl of eggs, intending to return to his room, wondering why his mother seemed more anxious about his date than he was. What do you know? Mother Tan knew her son too well, continuing to impart her decades of wisdom. Girls need to be cherished. Give them small gifts occasionally. Doesn't have to be expensive. It's the thought that counts. When you're out together, don't be a block of wood. Be proactive. Talk. You have to. Hey, are you even listening to me? Finished eating and hiding back in your room again, you're going to grow mold in there. Tan Quang Lam closed his door, shutting out his mother's voice. It's just dating, isn't it? Everyone knows how to date. 2.5 hours later, Tan Quang Lam arrived at the agreed meeting spot. But upon seeing Ha Fuang in a long pink dress, Tan Quang Lam was slightly stunned. Why does it look exactly like the dress from my dream? She won't actually grow multiple tails, will she? Why are you looking at me like that? Is it ugly? Ha Fuang looked at Tan Quang Lam quizzically. Beautiful, very beautiful. Tan Quang Lam fought the urge to check if she had a tail behind her back when he suddenly noticed the plain, square paper box in her hand. Right, what's this? A secret. Ha Fuang smiled mysteriously, turning towards the park entrance. She had arrived early and already bought the tickets. After entering the park, they went to the lockers, stored all their belongings, keeping only their phones and some spare cash just in case. What should we ride first? Merry-go-round. Bumper cars. Tan Quang Lam held the park's guide map, wanting to ask Ha Fuang's opinion first. Roller coaster. Pirate ship. Drop tower. Ha Fuang seemed to have already planned it out. Tan Quang Lam looked at her, slightly surprised, starting with the thrilling rides right away. Ha Fuang suddenly beamed. Are you scared? Why be scared? His girlfriend's question made the young man feel a pang of embarrassment, stealing his resolve to conquer every single thrill ride in the park. He absolutely had to reclaim his masculine pride in front of his girlfriend. But just as Tan Quang Lam took 2 steps forward, he noticed Ha Fuang hadn't followed. Why aren't you coming? You dropped something? Ha Fuang stood rooted to the spot. Tan Quang Lam patted himself down, finding his phone and wallet were both secure, then asked, dropped what? Ha Fuang pointed a finger at herself. Me. Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback. Come on, let's go. Tan Quang Lam took her hand and led her inside. Brother Tan, yesterday you whispered sweet nothings to me on the phone, Ha Fuang suddenly said, lifting her small face. It wasn't just me. We said them to each other. Tan Quang Lam tried to appear nonchalant, but his gaze had already shifted elsewhere. Progress. I want to reward you. Ha Fuang quickened her pace, circling around to stand in front of Tan Quang Lam. It's not convenient here. Tan Quang Lam glanced left and right, feeling a bit tense. Then let's save it for later. Ha Fuang seemed to thoroughly enjoy seeing Tan Quang Lam flustered, smiling with crinkled eyes as she continued walking forward. Tan Quang Lam realized he was being led by the nose again. Annoyed, he rubbed Ha Fuang's small hand, even gently stroking the back of it a few times with his thumb. It was strange. A woman's hand seemed to have such soft bones, so smooth and delicate. Feels nice. Ha Fuang again looked up at Tan Quang Lam with a mischievous smile. Nice, Tan Quang Lam replied loudly, forcing himself to play along. Then touch it a few more times. Ha Fuang squeezed Tan Quang Lam's hand tightly, happily pulling him towards the queue for the roller coaster. Lacton Amusement Park was considered a top-tier second-rate amusement park domestically. It had all the standard rides. Although none of the rides were the absolute largest in the country, each possessed its own unique features. Welcome to the Lacton roller coaster. This ride is suitable for passengers between 1.2 and 1.9 meters tall. Individuals with heart conditions, high blood pressure, motion sickness, seasickness, or those under the influence of alcohol are kindly asked not to ride. Hearing the staff's introduction, Tan Quang Lam felt a flicker of apprehension. According to the brochure, this roller coaster was over 900 meters long, featuring 4 large loops, a slow barrel roll, and a vertical freefall section. Growing up, Tan Quang Lam had only ever ridden a children's roller coaster, barely over 200 meters long, back when he was a kid. Ha Fuang tilted her head, smiling sweetly. Scared, not scared. Tan Quang Lam shook his head. It's okay if you are. I'm here. Ha Fuang suddenly grasped Tan Quang Lam's hand, looking completely at ease. After the staff pressed the start button, the roller coaster slowly began to move, creaking its way up the incline. So high, Tan Quang Lam lamented inwardly, tilting his head back, trying hard not to look down, his hand unconsciously tightening its grip on Ha Fuang's. Upon reaching the crest of the hill, the coaster paused for a brief moment, then suddenly plunged downwards. The extreme sensation of being pushed back and the biting cold wind forced Tan Quang Lam to hold his breath. Before he could regain his composure, they reached the first large loop. Everyone started screaming, a bit overly stimulated. Where was Ha Fuang? Tan Quang Lam turned his head to look and saw Ha Fuang looking back at him. Seemingly noticing Tan Quang Lam's fear, she screamed along with everyone else, then turned her head and said, "You should try screaming too." Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback, then followed her lead and yelled loudly, discovering it was indeed very effective. All tension and anxiety were released through the screams. While the two were shouting, the entire roller coaster train twisted through loop after loop. The brief 3 minutes seemed to stretch endlessly. Tan Quang Lam daily grip Ha Fuang tahan et bin an init van madigan feeling. One that made him wish to preserve this moment forever. Getting off the roller coaster, Tan Quang Lam felt. So, how was it? Ha Fuang asked with a smile. Very thrilling. I still want to ride it again. It's good that you weren't scared. Ha Fuang took his hand, turning into a small booth labeled aerial photos. Inside stood a computer and 2 printers. Would you two like to see the photos? The staff member enthusiastically turned the computer screen towards them and began. These are the photos from just now. Take a look and see which one you'd like. Tan Quang Lam was a little surprised they offered this service too. The staff member tapped the keyboard twice. Here are your photos. On the screen were the two of them, mouths wide open mid-scream high up on the ride, hands clasped tightly together. The photo was incredibly clear, capturing every facial detail vividly. After Tan Quang Lam and Ha Fuang had chosen their photo, the staff member continued his pitch. Would you like to print any other photos? No need, just this one is fine. All right, one print or two. Just as Tan Quang Lam was about to say two prints, Ha Fuang spoke up. One large one. Okay, one large print. The young man repeated while typing on the keyboard. The printer whirred to life. A sheet of photo paper slid down from the top, then slowly emerged from the bottom. The image of the two printed upon it. Are you sure you don't want the others? Print one more copy. You're out having fun. Photos are for memories. Having a few extra is good. They'll all be memories later. The young man chattered on, persuading them. Keep a few more. No need, this one is enough. Ha Fuang smiled sweetly and took out her phone. How much is the total? Let me pay. Tan Quang Lam quickly reached for his money. Ha Fuang turned her head to look at Tan Quang Lam. For some reason, without saying a word, without any extra movement, just that single glance, Tan Quang Lam understood Ha Fuang's meaning. Between us, there's no need to fuss over these things. Oh, right. Could you send me a digital copy? Ha Fuang asked the young man again. Company policy doesn't allow sending digital copies. The young man shook his head. Who even gets photos printed nowadays? Please understand, look, I already got a print. But if it's too much trouble for you, how about an extra 10 yuan? All right then. Leaving the stall, Ha Fuang still held the photo, looking at it as she walked, her face brimming with happiness. What should we play next? Tan Quang Lam asked. Ha Fuang thought for a moment, then tucked the photo into Tan Quang Lam's hand. You hold the picture. Let's go over there. She took Tan Quang Lam's hand and started walking forward. Why didn't you get two prints? Tan Quang Lam looked at the photo in his hand. It was beautifully captured, and Tan Quang Lam liked it very much too. Why would we want two? Ha Fuang suddenly retorted. Are you saying you want to break up with me? What? How could that be? Tan Quang Lam hastily explained, though he had no idea what two photos had to do with breaking up. One is enough. All right then. 2.5 minutes later, Ha Fuang pointed to a 100-meter tall tower, excitedly saying, the drop tower. Hearing the blood-curdling screams echoing from above, Tan Quang Lam swallowed hard, a knot of fear tightening in his stomach. Stealthily glancing at the girl beside him, Ha Fuang grinned widely. Shall we go? The main thrill rides of the amusement park were the three Ha Fuang had mentioned earlier. The others were a tier below. Even so, it took Tan Quang Lam and Ha Fuang nearly 2 hours to experience most of the attractions. 2.5 hours later, sitting on a park bench by the path, Ha Fuang was still full of energy, while Tan Quang Lam felt somewhat drained from the overly stimulating rides. The greenery in the park was beautifully arranged, with different types of plants in each area. Spotting a small flower bush in the distance, Ha Fuang's eyes lit up. She suddenly hugged Tan Quang Lam's arm and said, let's take a picture. Tan Quang Lam cooperatively raised his hand in a V sign. Hearing the phone's camera click, Ha Fuang wrinkled her nose again, looking at Tan Quang Lam. Later, I'm going to throw away all your plaid shirts. They're so hopelessly unfashionable. What's unfashionable about plaid shirts? This was a shirt Tan Quang Lam had spent a long time carefully choosing. Unfashionable is unfashionable. Ha Fuang showed Tan Quang Lam the photo they just took. And this V-sign pose is tacky too. Who even poses like this for pictures anymore? Holding up 2 fingers, it looks more lively. It's not as bad as you say. No way, retake it. Ha Fuang was dissatisfied. Come a little closer. That's right, put down the V sign. Put your hand behind your back, where you can hug me. After taking it, she looked again, still not satisfied. Retake it. Your expression is too serious. Don't frown, smile. As the camera clicked again, a picture full of effect was taken. I think it looks fine. Aren't they pretty much the same? Were they the same? Much worse. Ha Fuang looked utterly disdainful. Tan Quang Lam stood up, handing her the phone. Now that we're done taking pictures, there are still places we haven't been. Let's go. Take one more. The last one, Ha Fuang urged. We haven't taken a vertical one yet. What's so great about taking that? Seeing Tan Quang Lam still hesitating, Ha Fuang's expression suddenly changed. If you don't listen, I'll kiss you. Tan Quang Lam pressed his lips together, really wanting to continue disobeying so she would carry out her threat, but felt it would be too deliberate, like intentionally letting her kiss him, which wasn't quite right. After a moment's hesitation, Tan Quang Lam sat down on the chair, cooperating with Ha Fuang for more clicks and snaps. 2.5 minutes later, looking at the photo Ha Fuang sent, Tan Quang Lam thought to himself, women truly are liars. She said it was the last one, but ended up taking 2 more before stopping, and even made him set it as his phone wallpaper. Looking at the picture of their heads close together on the home screen, Tan Quang Lam suddenly paused, thinking it looked a bit rustic. No, the rusticity came from the plaid shirt. Wanting to reclaim some masculine dignity in front of his girlfriend, even feeling nervous when about to kiss, yet the young man took the initiative to hold the girl's hand and enter the haunted house. So, just earlier, after their photo session ended, Tan Quang Lam pointed ahead and asked, tired, want to go to the rest area up ahead to relax for a bit, maybe grab something to drink. Okay, Ha Fuang nodded, contentedly holding Tan Quang Lam's hand as they walked towards the small, mushroom-shaped building ahead. The rest areas in the park were all designed in the shapes of various plants. What do you want to drink? Tan Quang Lam looked at the price list, inwardly clicking his tongue. A bottle of Coca-Cola for 10 yuan, a bottle of mineral water for 6 yuan. Prices at tourist spots were truly exorbitant. Moreover, there weren't many types of drinks available, and Tan Quang Lam himself didn't like carbonated soft drinks. This one, Ha Fuang had already taken a carton of apple-flavored yogurt from the fridge and also grabbed a bottle of electrolyte water. Looking at him, you'll drink this, right? Ah, yes. Tan Quang Lam nodded. Go find a seat first. Let me pay. Okay, Ha Fuang replied, then sat down on a chair, tore open the straw wrapper, inserted it into the yogurt carton, and slowly drank. Only when the carton started making the zzz sound of air being sucked in did she put it down, then squinted her eyes and let out a soft sigh. Tan Quang Lam looked at her red lips, slightly stained with yogurt, wondering if drinking yogurt tasted better, when a light pink tongue tip darted out, licking it into her mouth. In the rest area, besides a few tables and the counter, there was also a row of claw machines. Seeing Ha Fuang looking around, Tan Quang Lam approached, following her gaze, like the claw machines. Let me win one for you. Why can't I win? Just control the claw, aim properly, and that's it. No need. Ha Fuang stood up, took 2 steps forward, then suddenly turned back with a smile. Some other day, if I see one I like, you have to win it for me. Tan Quang Lam blushed and agreed with a then was pulled away by her again. After a few more steps and a turn, beside them was a castle-shaped building. Is that the haunted house? Want to go check it out? Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment and asked, it's a bit scary. Maybe let's play something else. Ha Fuang hesitated slightly. Are you scared? Tan Quang Lam felt a surge of excitement. Throughout their time here, Ha Fuang had been enthusiastically tackling every ride. This was the first time Tan Quang Lam had seen something give her pause. It was understandable to be a little scared of the pitch darkness, but wasn't experiencing thrills the whole point of visiting an amusement park. Tan Quang Lam pulled her towards the haunted house. If you really want to go, I suppose I can go with you. Ha Fuang gave Tan Quang Lam a strange look, wondering what exactly he was so excited about. But let me make this clear first. She warned, once we're inside, you're not allowed to deliberately scare me, and you can't stray too far from me, or else I'll be angry. All right, I'll hold your hand the whole time. Just as they stepped through the entrance, a staff member wearing a skull mask suddenly appeared. Welcome, you too. Ha Fuang jumped, startled, and instinctively hid behind Tan Quang Lam. I'm just staff here. If you want to play the game, this way is quicker. The skull-masked figure pointed towards a gloomy door nearby. Enter through this door. If you find the way out, you can leave through the emergency exit. If not, hey, how could we possibly not find it? Just stick close to me. Tan Quang Lam paid it no mind, taking Ha Fuang's hand and leading her forward. Oh, right, there aren't any costume staff inside, trying to scare people, are there? The skull figure by the door chuckled darkly. Whether there are or not, take a guess. Also, what's that strange smell? Ha Fuang suddenly spoke up from behind, her voice faint. Tan Quang Lam sniffed the air. Seems like there's a bit of one. Perhaps it's the smell of corpses, the skull figure said as he slowly closed the door. Well then, I wish you both a pleasant time enjoying this adventure. With that, the lights went out, leaving only a few faint, flickering green lamps, just enough to prevent them from bumping into walls in the darkness. Moaning music and a cold draft drifting from somewhere intensified the eerie atmosphere. They've certainly set the mood, Tan Quang Lam thought, feeling a tremor of fear himself. But a man had to protect the woman. This time, it felt like the tables had turned. This is the most basic type of haunted house, using darkness to create fear. Then they just place a few mannequins that might suddenly move. Just keep telling yourself it's all fake, and you'll be fine, Tan Quang Lam explained to Ha Fuang with the air of an expert. Suddenly, a long-haired female figure dropped from a ceiling, hanging upside down and letting out an eerie laugh. Ha Fuang trembled, let out a short scream, and clung tightly to Tan Quang Lam. It's fake! It's fake! Don't be scared, don't be scared. Tan Quang Lam tried his best to remain calm, patting Ha Fuang reassuringly. We just need to walk straight past it. Ha Fuang clung tightly to Tan Quang Lam, her eyes squeezed shut, letting him lead her wherever, not even daring to look where they were going. Are you really that scared? He thought. Maybe I shouldn't have dragged her in here. Tan Quang Lam chuckled inwardly, speaking loudly to reassure Ha Fuang as they continued walking. His own fear completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented boldness. Just then, the sound of rattling iron chains echoed from behind them, followed by a second clang, and then a third. Tan Quang Lam turned his head to look. Back there, a tall figure had appeared out of nowhere, holding a massive object resembling a sledgehammer, and was heading this way. Both of them froze. What the heck is that? Carrying such a huge sledgehammer and dragging a person along. Even if it's just a prop, it's way too terrifying. Let's go. Tan Quang Lam pulled Ha Fuang, but found she wasn't moving. Ha Fuang's face was deathly pale, her voice trembling. My legs, they won't listen. Damn it, who would have thought this haunted house actually had actors playing ghosts? Tan Quang Lam pulled Ha Fuang into his arms, wondering if getting caught meant facing some kind of failure penalty. This damn haunted house, forget it, I'm done playing. She was scared stiff. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dragged her in here, insisting on playing this game. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam gritted his teeth, bent down, and swiftly scooped Ha Fuang up into his arms. Hang on tight, I'll carry you and run. Fortunately, back in college, Tan Quang Lam had frequently hit the gym with his roommate. Although he hadn't worked out at all during the 2 years at home, the basic foundation was still there. However, 8 minutes later, seeing the figure still leisurely pursuing them from behind, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but grumble. Damn it all. Why is he still following us? When I speed up, he speeds up. When I slow down, he slows down. The moment I even think about stopping, he closes in by 2 steps. This can't go on, Tan Quang Lam worried inwardly. Reaching a corner, Tan Quang Lam, still carrying Ha Fuang, ducked into a pitch-black room. Let's just risk it. Surely he won't find us here, right? If that thing really comes this way, I'll charge out and fight him head-on, Tan Quang Lam thought, simultaneously signaling Ha Fuang to be silent. Ha Fuang's head shifted slightly. In the dim light, her eyes seemed to glow, her warm breath ghosting against Tan Quang Lam's collarbone. An unknown amount of time passed, perhaps a long while, or perhaps just a fleeting moment. The sound of iron chains echoed again, slowly moving in the opposite direction, disturbing a row of mannequins. Hearing the sound fade into the distance, Ha Fuang whispered, "Is he gone?" "I don't seem to hear anything anymore." Tan Quang Lam nodded. "Yeah, probably far away now. Let's go." But, thanks to someone, Ha Fuang shifted slightly. I'm being held so tightly right now, I can't get up. Only then did Tan Quang Lam realize his hands were still supporting her bottom. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam peeked his head out of the room. Confirming no one was there, he took Ha Fuang's hand and continued forward. Having escaped the pursuit of the axe-and chain-wielding pursuer, they encountered no more similar situations afterward. What was there to run from? Tan Quang Lam still led the way. Ha Fuang, no longer as frightened as before, followed trustingly behind. Looks like we're almost at the exit. Tan Quang Lam looked at the guide map on the wall, then turned back to look at Ha Fuang. How come you don't seem scared anymore? Ha Fuang didn't answer, but suddenly grabbed Tan Quang Lam's shirt, pulling him down. Caught off guard, Tan Quang Lam only felt a warm breath brush against his face. Ha Fuang merely brushed her lips against his lightly before letting go. From the moment you carried me and ran, I wasn't scared anymore. Ha Fuang lifted her small face, smiling. Come on, let's go quickly. Tan Quang Lam couldn't recall how he'd even walked out of that haunted house, only remembering the sensation lingering on his lips, and also that annoying guy wearing the skull mask at the exit. 2.5 minutes later, in front of the haunted house entrance, Tan Quang Lam was pondering what to play next when Ha Fuang unexpectedly took the ocean breath water bottle from his hand, then very naturally took a sip. Let's head towards the exit. Tan Quang Lam took the water bottle back from her hand, feeling a bit thirsty but suddenly too shy to open it and drink. How could she do that so naturally? Tan Quang Lam felt his cheeks grow slightly warm. Good heavens, my first kiss. Looking at the water bottle his girlfriend handed him, Tan Quang Lam felt a little melancholic, wondering inwardly if things were progressing a bit too quickly. Let's go get our things first, then we can play more after. Ha Fuang pointed towards the exit, then, without waiting for Tan Quang Lam's reaction, pulled him along. Our things referred to the box she had brought with her when entering the amusement park. Tan Quang Lam curiously asked again, "What is this?" Ha Fuang shook her head. "It's a secret. You'll know when the time comes." After saying that, she unexpectedly held out her hand. Tan Quang Lam froze. Before he could even react, he heard Ha Fuang say, "Hold my hand." Tan Quang Lam dazedly offered his hand to her, and only then did Ha Fuang walk forward contentedly. In the very center of the amusement park lay a vast lake, occupying more than half its area. The dock moored over 20 paddle boats, the kind requiring human effort on the pedals. "Give me one large 4-seater boat and add 2 bags of fish food." The staff member in a straw hat nodded. "All right." Tan Quang Lam took the box from Ha Fuang's hands, then helped her onto the boat. Only after she was settled did the staff member untie the boat's mooring rope, give it a gentle push, and the boat drifted away from the shore out towards the middle of the lake. On the large 4-seater boat that Ha Fuang had deliberately chosen, there were only the 2 of them. This type of boat was slightly longer than a double, with an added raised square section in the middle, precisely the spot for the box she carried. Tan Quang Lam tried pedaling twice, finding it quite enjoyable. Ha Fuang had already opened a bag of fish food, taking a small pinch and scattering it nearby. The school of fish immediately went into a frenzy, rushing towards Tan Quang Lam. A patch of red rapidly closed in. "Don't feed them in one spot, scatter it to the side of the boat. They'll follow us to the middle of the lake," Ha Fuang said as she grabbed another pinch of food and tossed it down. The large triangular school of fish trailed behind their boat, being lured out bit by bit. Just like that. Looking at the scene before him, Tan Quang Lam felt his entire body and mind completely relax, a spark of joy rising within him. That's right, one step at a time. Ha Fuang gave Tan Quang Lam a meaningful look. For some reason, Tan Quang Lam always felt there was something slightly off about that gaze. It must be his imagination. "You said you had an exam today. What was it for?" Tan Quang Lam changed the subject, asking. "Just the Mandarin proficiency test. Very simple." Ha Fuang grabbed another handful of fish food and scattered it onto the lake surface. Tan Quang Lam was a bit surprised. "What do you need to take that for?" "If you want to get a teaching certificate, you have to take it." Tan Quang Lam was even more astonished. "You want to be a teacher?" "Can I?" Ha Fuang turned her head, raising an eyebrow. "That's not what I meant." Tan Quang Lam gestured with his hands twice, then let them fall. In Tan Quang Lam's impression, language teachers were all stern, imposing figures who spoke very harshly. Tan Quang Lam couldn't imagine Ha Fuang putting on a serious face to scold students. "I plan to be an elementary school teacher, with summer and winter breaks, relaxed, not much work." Ha Fuang seemed to have already planned her future life, and even said seriously, "Student Tan Quang Lam, how do you find my teaching?" "It's all right." Tan Quang Lam noticed that when she struck that pose, she really did look the part of a teacher, especially. "But I heard being a teacher is very tiring. They spend all day preparing lesson plans, grading homework, and planning instruction. It's not as relaxing as you say. Do you know better, or do I?" Ha Fuang shot Tan Quang Lam a glance, then unexpectedly leaned closer, reaching out to touch his chin and said, "All right, from now on I'll call you Student Tan, and you have to call me Teacher Ha. Let me experience the feeling of being a teacher a bit early." Tan Quang Lam refused. "I'm older than you. You should be calling me Entree, older brother." Ha Fuang agreed. She lightly licked her lips, slowly leaned in, and syllable by syllable called him Entree. "Never mind. Just call me by my name like before." Tan Quang Lam quickly stopped her, wondering why everything sounded so suggestive coming from her mouth. "Entree," Ha Fuang called out sweetly again. Tan Quang Lam felt his face flush and conceded. "All right then, Student Tan it is. Try calling me Teacher Ha." Ha Fuang wouldn't let it go. Why did this person enjoy teasing so much? Just as Tan Quang Lam was debating whether to call her that or not, Ha Fuang said, "Okay, no more joking," as if stopping at just the right moment. She tossed another bag of snacks, asking, "I saw your status update. Are you looking for a job? Tan Quang Lam nodded. Yeah, I've always just taken writing gigs to get by. Never really thought about getting a proper job. I thought I'd try looking. No idea when I'll find something suitable. Why look so soon? Ha Fuang suddenly asked a strange question. Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Why say that? Now, it was Ha Fuang's turn to be stunned. She hesitated for a moment, then explained, I mean, isn't your current situation quite good? Gain some more experience. Think about finding a job in a few years. There's no rush. Only by working can you accumulate more experience, Tan Quang Lam thought, finding her way of thinking different from others. Besides, freelancing was barely enough to get by and wasn't stable. It would be better to find a proper job. Ha Fuang frowned, lost in thought. After a moment, she spoke up. Anyway, I don't think you need to rush. After all, you only have yourself to worry about. Prepare now, so you won't have to worry later. Tan Quang Lam noticed the bag of snacks in her hand was almost empty and handed her another one. You haven't even graduated yet, and you're already taking certification exams. That's what I call rushing. All right, Ha Fuang sighed. 2.5 minutes later, she tugged at Tan Quang Lam's sleeve. Wait, stop pedaling. Let's just float here for a moment. And close your eyes. Close my eyes for what? Tan Quang Lam looked at her suspiciously, stopping his feet. What do you want to do? Ha Fuang squinted, smiling. I can indulge you, you know. Tan Quang Lam's face flushed red. He figured she must be up to something again. This time, he definitely wouldn't be fooled. So Tan Quang Lam closed his eyes tightly. All right, do whatever you want. Really? Ha Fuang leaned in close, whispering, her breath tickling Tan Quang Lam's face. Really, I'm ready. However, as the seconds and minutes ticked by, Tan Quang Lam felt nothing at all. Why is it taking so long? Why hasn't she started yet? Okay, you can open your eyes now. It's done already. It ended before it even began. Tan Quang Lam opened his eyes in surprise. Before him was a lovely birthday cake, with Tan Quang Lam's name written on it. Ha Fuang held the cake, shaking it slightly, surprised, astonished. How did you know today is my birthday? Tan Quang Lam took the cake, feeling genuinely surprised. He had planned to tell her after they finished playing and then go out for a meal together. Miss Ha is a master fortune teller. Just by counting on my fingers, I could figure out your birth date, Ha Fuang said, shaking her head smugly. She placed the cake in the middle of the boat. Come on, make a wish. Her eyes crinkled into a smile. What I said earlier still stands. Whatever you want me to do, I'll fulfill it. Anything at all. Ha Fuang lowered her voice, deliberately enticing him. Then you close your eyes. Tan Quang Lam decided to counterattack. She had stolen kisses from him several times already. Now it was his turn to kiss her back. Ha Fuang agreed immediately, quickly closing her eyes. Tan Quang Lam moved closer. This was the first time he had seen Ha Fuang's small face from such a close distance. Her rosy cheeks still bore the fine, downy hair characteristic of a young woman. It looked so supple, making Tan Quang Lam resist the urge to reach out and pinch it, suppressing that impulse. Tan Quang Lam lowered his gaze. Ha Fuang's full, poetic red lips seemed to radiate a captivating allure. Tan Quang Lam's fragile heart pounded erratically, his breath growing short, urging himself on. Whatever you do, stay calm. Keep your spirits up, you'll definitely succeed. Tan Quang Lam gently touched her warm lips. A numbing sensation spread from the point of contact. Tan Quang Lam quickly sat back up, heart hammering. Calm down, don't panic. Later on, we'll have to kiss for a long time like they do on TV. This is nothing. Ha Fuang slowly opened her eyes. I gave you a chance, you just didn't take it. Tan Quang Lam's eyes widened as he looked at her, meaning he could have done something even more forward. Why is your face red now? Ha Fuang looked at Tan Quang Lam with amusement. Clearly, I'm the one who got kissed. Tan Quang Lam's face flushed hot. He glanced around, pretending to fan himself with his hand. It's so hot today, and it's crowded on the lake too. Let's eat the cake. Ha Fuang picked up the knife, about to cut the cake. This is the first time for you. Tan Quang Lam mumbled. It seemed Ha Fuang didn't quite hear what Tan Quang Lam said. It's the first time I've kissed a girl. Tan Quang Lam said louder, also unsure what he was annoyed about. Ha Fuang burst out laughing, holding a piece of cake closer. Classmate Tan, do you know how adorable you are? Tan Quang Lam's jaw dropped, speechless, glumly accepting the piece of cake. Taking a large bite, Ha Fuang also cut herself a piece, eating it in small bites. Classmate Tan, my birthday has passed. What should we do now? Then celebrate it again next year. But I have to wait a whole year. I don't think that's fair. How is it not fair? Tan Quang Lam stopped eating cake, looking at her warily, sensing this girl was up to something again. A girlfriend he'd known for only 2.5 days was already making such unreasonable demands, to the point where Tan Quang Lam suspected she might be a fox spirit in disguise. Here's how it went. After Tan Quang Lam made his wish, Ha Fuang, while eating cake, said it wasn't fair. Look, you made a wish today, but I have to wait until next year to make mine. Doesn't that mean I'll always have one less wish than you? Tan Quang Lam looked at her cautiously. So, you mean I have to make up a wish for you too? As expected, although he didn't know what she wanted, intuition told Tan Quang Lam that this wish would definitely not be simple. He had to be careful. Tan Quang Lam took a bite of cake, nodding. All right, but you can't make an unreasonable request. What counts as an unreasonable request? Ha Fuang smiled slyly. Give me an example. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything. How about you tell me first, and I'll see if it's unreasonable. The corner of Ha Fuang's mouth lifted. It's just that every day, the first time we meet, you have to kiss me, and when we part, you have to kiss me too. Tan Quang Lam slightly suspected he had misheard. Is this request unreasonable? Ha Fuang pressed further. Tan Quang Lam awkwardly scratched his head, pretending to reluctantly agree. All right then. He thought to himself, this request isn't too unreasonable. After all, they were dating, and besides, she was the one asking. It wasn't Tan Quang Lam being demanding. So it's decided then. Ha Fuang extended her pinky finger. Effective immediately, term forever. When first in love, who hasn't fantasized about being together forever? Tan Quang Lam was no exception. Later, when they shared a home, twice a day would mean 700 times a year and 7,000 times in 10 years. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth, which were unconsciously turning up. What are you grinning foolishly about? Ha Fuang asked. I'm not grinning foolishly. All right, you're not. Ha Fuang pointed at the remaining cake. You're responsible for finishing the rest of this cake. Saying that, she reached down, gently holding her skirt, and tentatively placed her feet on the petals, testing them twice. Seeing she wasn't exposed, she began to pedal leisurely. Meanwhile, Tan Quang Lam sat to the side, eating voraciously. Men should eat heartily and speak loudly, gulping down water. Unlike her, eating daintily like a kitten, that was too feminine. Ha Fuang picked up the cake crumbs that had fallen onto the base, turned, and threw them to the few remaining fish. Aren't there still leftovers? Tan Quang Lam reminded her. How can leftovers compare to birthday cake? Ha Fuang watched the fish scrambling, seemingly lost in thought. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam stuffed the last piece of cake into his mouth. I'm finished eating. You rest for a bit, let me pedal. Ha Fuang turned around, suddenly reaching out her hand, gently wiping away the cake crumbs from the corner of Tan Quang Lam's mouth. Then very naturally brought her thumb to her own mouth and licked it. Tan Quang Lam's surprise turned into alarm. What's wrong? Do you want some too? Ha Fuang said, bringing her index finger out from her mouth towards Tan Quang Lam. Tan Quang Lam looked at Ha Fuang's saliva-covered finger, then at her face, stammering, no need. This woman, could she really be some kind of spirit? How strange. Tan Quang Lam recalled his dream from last night, a flicker of suspicion rising in his heart. He'd heard that Realgar wine could force demons to reveal their true forms. He wondered if it worked on fox spirits. Is there anything else you want to do? Ha Fuang picked up the tourist guidebook and asked, or are you tired? Should we head back? I'm not very tired. Ha Fuang smiled brightly. I had a lot of fun today. Thank you for coming with me. Then let's have dinner together later. Ha Fuang put the guidebook down. Okay, but where? Your place, Tan Quang Lam blurted out. My place. Ha Fuang nodded. Today is your birthday. Let's eat with Annie. We just got together. Isn't this a bit too fast? Tan Quang Lam hesitated slightly, explaining, what I mean is, you come into my house so often might give people the wrong impression. Well, I just feel it's not very good for you. Ha Fuang turned around, looking directly at Tan Quang Lam, and suddenly spoke. You mean I'm being too forward, making people think I'm chasing you, and Annie will also think I'm not proper. Something like that. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head. It's not that I think that way. I'm just a little worried. A young woman constantly running over to a guy's house will definitely cause gossip. Most importantly, if my mom's impression of you changes because of it, that will be troublesome. then you just need to be more proactive. Ha Fuang wrinkled her nose. It's obvious I've always been the proactive one. It's true I pursued you. Feelings are a matter between two people. It's not about who pursues whom. I don't agree with that way of putting it. Anyway, let's just take our time getting to know each other. There's no need to rush like this. But I'm in a hurry. Ha Fuang's expression turned serious. I really like you, like super duper incredibly like you. What should I do? Looking at her, suddenly Tan Quang Lam didn't have too many thoughts anymore. I really like you too. So we're dating now. Ha Fuang looked at their intertwined hands, momentarily stunned. Then it's decided, come to my place for dinner tonight. If we go buy groceries now, it'll be just in time. I'll cook for you tonight. Okay. Tan Quang Lam nodded obediently. Ha Fuang suddenly leaned closer, planting a quick kiss. Don't worry, I'll handle things properly. You have to trust teacher Ha's abilities. Tan Quang Lam touched his lips, his heart feeling sweet as honey. That Realgar wine thing. Maybe I should just drink it myself. This girl must be a gift from an angel. How could she possibly be a demoness? After Tan Quang Lam and Ha Fuang got off the swan boat, they strolled along the lake shore. Now that you've sort of met my family, when will you take me to your home to meet yours? Gazing at the scenery before them, Tan Quang Lam gritted his teeth and asked, thinking to himself that he couldn't just passively wait for her invitation. He had to be proactive. After all, they had kissed, touched, and hugged. Ha Fuang was a little surprised. Why are you suddenly in more of a hurry than me? I have to take responsibility for you. Tan Quang Lam suddenly felt guilty. Let's settle this quickly. After all, we've already done what should be done. What do you mean, done what should be done? Ha Fuang's eyes widened. What have you done? What else needs to be settled? Well, in the haunted house, didn't we do everything? Tan Quang Lam's voice grew quieter and quieter. Weren't you in a hurry? So we should quickly set a wedding date. Ha Fuang was stunned for 2.5 seconds, then burst out laughing. That's not what I'm in a hurry about. Tan Quang Lam felt his face flush. Stop laughing. I'm serious. Ha Fuang suddenly grabbed Tan Quang Lam's hand. There's really no rush for marriage. I haven't even graduated yet. Wait until you've done all the things that should be done, then we can talk about getting married. Ha Fuang pressed her lips together, trying hard to suppress her laughter, but couldn't help it. Classmate Tan, there are still many things you haven't done yet. Tan Quang Lam looked up blankly, then as if suddenly realizing, exclaimed in surprise. You mean, want to, before marriage. It's not what you think. Ha Fuang cut Tan Quang Lam off, turning her head away, only speaking again after a moment. Anyway, rest assured, the things that should be done, I'll teach you slowly later. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam held Ha Fuang's hand as they went to the market to buy vegetables, resulting in familiar neighbors. The aunts and uncles all looked as if they had discovered something incredibly novel, staring intently at Ha Fuang. Couldn't they just greet them normally like any other day? Why were they paying so much attention to Ha Fuang? Tan Quang Lam tried to act natural, but his heart was pounding uneasily. Indeed, things had progressed too quickly. Suddenly appearing before acquaintances like this truly made people feel it was something new. Ha Fuang faced those gazes very calmly, occasionally smiling and nodding, not looking awkward in the slightest. Every time Tan Quang Lam tried to let go of her hand, she would grip it even tighter, then lift her head to give Tan Quang Lam a warning look. Having no other choice, Tan Quang Lam had to pull her along faster, hoping to quickly end this embarrassing situation. Arriving at the stall, Tan Quang Lam started following behind Ha Fuang, playing the role of a genuine porter. He watched her deftly make selections at the stall, occasionally giving a gentle squeeze to check if the vegetables were fresh. Potatoes, carrots, bell peppers, cucumbers. That should probably be enough. All right, do you still have pickled mustard greens at home? Huh. Tan Quang Lam looked bewildered. Never mind, let's just buy some more. Go over there and ask the owner to net a black catfish for us. Okay. Very quickly, Tan Quang Lam finished buying the fish and returned to Ha Fuang's side. If it's for 3 people, let's buy some more celery and garlic chives. It seems like there are still dried wood ear mushrooms at home. Hearing Ha Fuang list everything out, Tan Quang Lam finally couldn't hold back anymore. How do you know all this so well? My family's tastes are a bit peculiar. Besides fish and chicken, we don't really like other meats, preferring vegetarian stir-fries that are hard to order outside, especially stir-fried celery and garlic chives. People usually stir-fry celery and garlic chives with meat or eggs. I've never seen anyone stir-fry them with dried wood ear mushrooms. How do you know this so well? I told you teacher Ha is very formidable. Ha Fuang turned around smugly, pointing at the pile of vegetables. According to the Batsi and Five Elements, what feeds fire, clear and not turbid, the herding officer is beneficial, the day master is prosperous and useful. One look, and I knew you like vegetarian food. Stop being so superstitious. You just need to know that I understand physiognomy. That's enough. You have to obediently listen to me. Ha Fuang turned her head back, beaming, because my mouth has been consecrated. Seeing her turn and walk towards home, Tan Quang Lam, his hands full carrying bags of groceries, hurried to catch up. Could it be that the first time we met, when you said you'd read my fortune, it was real? It was real. So, did you know just by looking at my face that we would end up together? I knew as soon as I saw you. So what else could you see? I could also see that you'll win the lottery. Really? Tan Quang Lam was speechless. But I don't even buy lottery tickets. Oh, right. Ha Fuang continued walking as she spoke. You've also never smoked. You have a scar on your right leg from being cut by a broken bowl when you were little, and there's a mole on your thigh. Tan Quang Lam's jaw dropped, utterly speechless. Ha Fuang suddenly spun around with a laugh. Do you believe me now? Are you perhaps a fox spirit in disguise? Tan Quang Lam took a step back. I've heard that many fox spirits, willow spirits, or whatever often possess people to read their fortunes. That's not it. This is orthodox traditional Chinese culture. Qi Min Dun Jia. Truly formidable. A bit scary, Tan Quang Lam mumbled. Did you rely on that Dun Jia thing to find me? Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Ha Fuang tossed Tan Quang Lam the bag of groceries. Give me the keys. Let me open the door. Reaching the stairs. Just as he opened the door, Ha Fuang reached out to take the grocery bag from Tan Quang Lam's hand. Give me one bag. Tan Quang Lam dodged. Let me carry it. You just go inside. Ha Fuang didn't stop her movement. Only after taking one bag of groceries did she explain seriously. Anyway, on the way here you insisted on carrying everything, but now I can't enter the house empty-handed. Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback. She really was much more thoughtful. At this moment, Mother Tan was on the balcony, tending to her money plant pot. Hearing the door open, she turned her head. Why are you back so early? Didn't I tell you to take Ha Fuang out? Auntie, I'm intruding again. Ha Fuang, carrying a bag of groceries, stood smiling sweetly at the door. Oh, Ha Fuang, why have you come? Mother Tan hurriedly put down what she was holding, stepping forward to take the grocery bag from Ha Fuang's hand. Are you tired, dear? Why didn't you let little Tan carry it? Why buy so much food? Let me. Ha Fuang placed the grocery bag in the kitchen, saying with a smile, today is Quang Lam's birthday. He insisted on buying some groceries to bring home, wanting to share a meal with you. I hope you don't mind. Don't mind. How could I mind? Mother Tan turned to look at Tan Quang Lam, eyes crinkling with a smile. This boy is getting more sensible by the day. This morning he said he wouldn't be back for dinner. Now he's already rushed Ha Fuang back here. After putting the groceries down, Mother Tan cheerfully turned to leave. You two just relax. Let Annie go cook. Annie, please rest. Let Quang Lam and me do it. Ha Fuang picked up a potato, suddenly speaking up. Oh, no. You already helped last time. I feel too bad. Mother Tan waved her hands, refusing. Please listen to me. Andy, just rest. Besides, when we were buying groceries, Quang Lam said he wanted to taste my cooking. Ha Fuang seemed a little embarrassed. Don't listen to this boy. Mother Tan glared at Tan Quang Lam. How can we invite someone over for a meal and then make them cook? So thoughtless. I really enjoy cooking. Ha Fuang also secretly glared at Tan Quang Lam. Tan Quang Lam understood, quickly guiding his mother out. Mom, just rest. We'll cook you a delicious meal. What do you know about cooking? Isn't it Ha Fuang who'll be cooking? I'll help wash the vegetables and pass the salt. Anyway, Mom, don't worry. Seeing her son seemed to have a handle on things, Mother Tan finally reluctantly left. The kitchen was clear. Tan Quang Lam turned his head back, seeing Ha Fuang had already tied on an apron and was tying up her hair. Comrade Tan, you handle washing the fish thoroughly, okay? Tan Quang Lam nodded, his face flushing. As he took the clean fish out of the bag, he asked softly, why did you want to cook today? First time, unfamiliar. Second time acquainted, Ha Fuang also replied softly. Once we're acquainted, I can cook for you often. Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback, suddenly feeling his heart pound violently. Damn it, this feeling. Even if she sprouted a fluffy tail right now and declared she wanted to eat him, Tan Quang Lam wouldn't resist. 2.5 minutes later, he handed the cleaned fish to Ha Fuang. She pointed to a bag nearby. All right, you go peel the potatoes then. Leave the fish to me. Tan Quang Lam nodded, picking up the potatoes while keeping a close watch on her hand movements. Ha Fuang placed half of the fish onto the cutting board, one small hand holding the tail steady, the other wielding a knife that swiftly glided across, carving out thin slices of fish. Tan Quang Lam felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. The way she was cutting, the slightest slip could injure her hand. Her fingers moved so quickly, it looked far too dangerous. I have to remind her. Just as this thought crossed Tan Quang Lam's mind, and he was about to speak, Ha Fuang piped up, "What is it? Are you done peeling the potatoes?" Her hands never paused. She even turned her head to glance at Tan Quang Lam. Nothing. Tan Quang Lam felt a little flustered. "Just concentrate, don't mind me. This fish is too big. Half is more than enough for the dish." Ha Fuang stopped slicing the fish and switched to cutting vegetables. "Put the other half in the freezer, but remember to save the head. Oh, while you're at it, check if there are any pickled vegetables left in the fridge. Let's use up the old ones." Tan Quang Lam clasped his hands together pleadingly. "I'm begging you, please focus on cutting the vegetables. Stop talking." Only then did Ha Fuang turn back, placing the fish fillets into a large bowl and beginning to search for seasonings. A faint smile played on her lips. She seemed to be in high spirits. Tan Quang Lam stood beside her, peeling potatoes, watching the scene unfold, somewhat lost in thought. Even her humming sounded so lovely, he wondered what song it was. "What are you spacing out for?" Ha Fuang suddenly turned her head again. "Are the potatoes peeled? Then go soak the dried wood ear mushrooms. Soak a lot, or just a little." Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, asking. "These things expand quite a bit when soaked. A lot or a little makes a huge difference, you know. Never mind, just go wash the vegetables. I'll handle this." "Daughter, how's it going? Are you tired? Or should Annie lend a hand? This boy doesn't know the first thing about cooking." Just then, Mother Tan reappeared at the kitchen doorway, observing the two bustling around inside, her face wreathed in smiles. "It's really all right, Annie. He's doing a great job," Ha Fuang said, scooping 2 small handfuls of wood ear mushrooms into a basin. "Really great, is he?" Yes, Tan Quang Lam hastily chimed in. "Well, that's good then. You two carry on. I won't disturb you." Mother Tan chuckled and turned away, thinking to herself that this was perfect, a good chance for the young one's feelings to blossom. Ha Fuang added seasonings and cornstarch to the sliced fish, massaging it gently with her small hands for a moment before setting it aside. She then picked up the potatoes Tan Quang Lam had peeled and began shredding them. The rhythmic chop of the knife against the cutting board filled the air. The longer Tan Quang Lam watched, the more astonished he became. His mother had mentioned Ha Fuang's knife skills were good, but he hadn't imagined they were this good. The knife in her hand moved as if it possessed a mind of its own, producing long, thin potato shreds in the blink of an eye. "Have you worked in a professional kitchen before?" Tan Quang Lam couldn't resist asking. "What do you think?" Ha Fuang turned her head, using the back of her hand to brush a stray strand of hair from her face. "Witnessing Miss Ha's formidable skills again, are we? Are you perhaps a river snail fairy?" Tan Quang Lam eyed her profile skeptically, only to find that she looked remarkably beautiful wearing an apron and chopping vegetables. "Well, do you still like me?" Ha Fuang picked up a cucumber again, sliced off the ends, tilted her knife, and gave it a few firm whacks. "So, does that mean you have to go back to the Luo River to sleep tonight?" "Of course," Ha Fuang asked. "Or perhaps you could put a fish tank in your bedroom, and I'll sleep in your room." "Oh, or maybe I could just sleep directly in your room." "How could you say that?" Tan Quang Lam blushed. He shook his head. "Girls should know shame. You can't keep joking about things like that." Before he could finish, a slice of cucumber was offered to him. Ha Fuang mimicked Tan Quang Lam, asking softly, "So, do you think I'm beautiful?" Tan Quang Lam carefully observed Ha Fuang in her apron and replied, "Very beautiful." "Then why would you refuse the charms of a beautiful girl?" Ha Fuang blinked. "My figure isn't bad either. Wouldn't it be nice to warm your bed?" Tan Quang Lam was taken aback. His mother absolutely could not hear these words. The experienced young man blushed furiously. He hadn't given her figure much thought, but hearing her say that, he couldn't help but look. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose. Tan Quang Lam gazed at Ha Fuang's earnest expression, an indescribable feeling stirring within him, his fingers itching to capture this moment in a sketch. Soon, fragrant dishes were laid out on the table. "Oh, just smelling it makes my mouth water." Mother Tan surveyed the table, beaming. "You've worked hard, Ha Fuang. Quickly, sit down and rest." Then she turned, pointing at Tan Quang Lam. "Let Xiao Lam get you some rice." This meal earned endless praise from Mother Tan. Perfect color, aroma, and taste. "Even better than my cooking." What did you learn? Did you often cook for yourself before? Xiao lamb is truly blessed for the future. Delicious, delicious, Tan Quang Lam exclaimed, cutting off his mother. Ha Fuang is amazing. If Annie likes it, I'll cook again next time. Ha Fuang seemed quite pleased with her own work, her smile deepening. Oh, this child. The old mother grew even more fond of this prospective daughter-in-law. Then she looked toward her son, her tone shifting. Hey, you silly boy, today is your birthday. Ha Fuang cooked a whole table of food. Don't you even know how to say thank you? Auntie, there's no need to be so formal. Ha Fuang interjected, coming to his rescue. Quang Lam treats me very well. These things are nothing. Calling him Quang Lam again. Tan Quang Lam felt his face burn, only able to lower his head toward his bowl. Come on, let's eat before it gets cold. In less than 2.5 minutes, his bowl of rice was empty. Just as Tan Quang Lam was about to stand up, Ha Fuang reached over again. Your bowl is empty. Let me get you some more. Thanks. Watching her figure as she went to get him rice, Tan Quang Lam felt a little dazed. In the days they had spent together, she had consistently shown her strengths and affection for him. In comparison, Tan Quang Lam couldn't even pinpoint any significant strengths of his own. Why would such a good person choose him? Could it really be just about looks? The meal ended, and Tan Quang Lam stood by the sink, just about to start washing when Ha Fuang pushed him aside. This is my time to shine, don't get in the way. Then glanced furtively at his mother in the living room, before turning back and whispering, I like you. Ha Fuang turned her head, clearly not having processed it yet. I super-duper like you, Tan Quang Lam added softly. Next came the finishing move, a direct kiss on her cheek. Ha Fuang stopped washing the dishes, seemingly in disbelief. Then, she blushed, tilted her head, and replied, I super-duper like you too. She stood on her tiptoes, and a soft, electric sensation spread through Tan Quang Lam's body. Tell me, classmate Tan, when did you learn this? Ha Fuang grinned mischievously. Where did you learn such bad habits? It was you who taught me. Tan Quang Lam felt his face flush. Ha Fuang blinked, leaned close to Tan Quang Lam's ear again, and whispered, wait until we're done cleaning up. Teacher, how will teach you more thoroughly? No need, I don't want to. Tan Quang Lam took a step back, shaking his head in refusal. He thought to himself, her lesson definitely wouldn't be anything proper. Really no need. Don't regret it. No need, no regrets. Just as he finished speaking, his mother suddenly popped out. Mom's going out for a walk. You two have fun at home. Tan Quang Lam tried to remain calm. It's getting dark, Mom. Where are you going? Annie Wong asked me to go stroll through the night market with her. Oh, right. It's not safe for a girl to go out alone at night. Ha Fuang, remember to take her home. I know, Mom. I'll definitely take her home. The sound of the door closing echoed. Mother Tan had left. Tan Quang Lam turned to look at Ha Fuang. Do you want to go walk around the night market? There's nothing much to do at home anyway. Ha Fuang shook her head. We've been playing all day. I'm a bit tired. I'd rather rest in your room. So that was it. Tan Quang Lam poured a glass of warm water and went into the room. Ha Fuang was lying on the bed, looking dazed. Want some water? Ha Fuang hummed in agreement, sitting up and leaning her head this way. Tan Quang Lam brought the glass over. Watching her take a small sip and then lick her lips, Tan Quang Lam inexplicably felt his own face grow hot. Ha Fuang didn't drink anymore, turning over to lie on her side on the bed, propping her head up with her hand. You didn't let me have a sip. I feel it's unfair. Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback. Unfair about what? Lie down, and I'll tell you. Ha Fuang patted the empty space beside her. Tan Quang Lam, habitually wary, knew that a man and a woman sharing a room, let alone a bed, would surely invite her teasing. I'm not lying down. Just tell me, he insisted. What are you so tense about? It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. Ha Fuang's voice was languid. After a moment's hesitation, Tan Quang Lam lay down near the edge of the bed. All right, I'm lying down now. You better not try anything. Ha Fuang reached out her hand. Look how much effort I've put in. Shouldn't you treat me better? Or haven't I treated you well? Tan Quang Lam felt her cool hand on his cheek and couldn't resist taking hold of it. Just asking you to lie down and rest. And you're already so defensive. Ha Fuang pouted. I'm just scared of you. You know, Tan Quang Lam's face flushed, suddenly unsure how to express himself. Are you afraid I'll misbehave with you? Ha Fuang grinned broadly. Don't worry, I'll let you do it yourself. Do what? Tan Quang Lam discreetly shifted away slightly, feeling his innocence was in jeopardy. Want teacher to point and teach you, Ha Fuang said, moving closer, even using her index finger to lightly scratch the back of Tan Quang Lam's hand. Don't. Tan Quang Lam's Dang looking panic. Then tell me, how are you planning to treat me better? Tan Quang Lam was momentarily speechless, genuinely unsure what specific actions to take. Can't say it, huh? Ha Fuang looked as if she already knew Tan Quang Lam wouldn't be able to answer. I just know I have to make you happy. Tan Quang Lam took Ha Fuang's small hand, hesitated for a moment, then gently kissed the back of it. Whatever you want, I'll do my best to give it to you. Ha Fuang was slightly taken aback, then opened her arms with a charming expression. Then kiss me. Tan Quang Lam slowly leaned in. The atmosphere now was completely different from the boat. Everything felt very natural, the previous tension gone, replaced only by the thumping of his heart. There was no longer the numbing sensation of the first time, only a soft, fragrant feeling. Tan Quang Lam paused for 2 seconds, then pulled back, opening his eyes to look at the little angel before him. A beauty like a rainbow, only known once encountered. Ha Fuang slowly opened her eyes, blinking as she looked at him. Tan Quang Lam was slightly bewildered. Wasn't that enough? Ha Fuang was also stunned. So this isn't something men are born knowing. Tan Quang Lam became even more confused. Knowing what? Ha Fuang suddenly seemed a little petulant. You tricked me. What did I trick you about? Ha Fuang thought for a moment, then sighed. Lying back down. That's true. You didn't trick me. You just haven't been enlightened yet. Too young. Tan Quang Lam felt slightly dissatisfied. You're clearly 2 years younger than me. How can you call me young? Ha Fuang paused, slightly startled, then burst into tinkling laughter. How can you be so cute? Oh dear, I've laughed so much today, my mouth hurts from laughing. Then stop laughing. What's so funny anyway? Because you're my boyfriend. Seeing you makes me happy. Hearing Ha Fuang say that, Tan Quang Lam felt his heart skip a beat. Thinking back, it was true. Tan Quang Lam himself felt very happy seeing Ha Fuang too. Then hold it in. Stop laughing. I can't help it. Ha Fuang rolled around twice on the bed. Stop being so silly. You keep making me laugh. Miss Ha will properly tutor you another time. Ha Fuang clutched her stomach, looking at Tan Quang Lam. Now, friend Tan, come sleep with Miss Ha. Tan Quang Lam was stunned. His girlfriend of only 2.5 days was already asking Tan Quang Lam to sleep with her. Sleeping together. That doesn't seem quite right. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, still feeling shy, thinking to himself that she was lying on her back now. If Tan Quang Lam were to hug her, he would have to press down on her. Hurry up and lie down. Ha Fuang tugged at Tan Quang Lam's sleeve again. You'd better not do anything weird. Tan Quang Lam hesitated before lying down. Ha Fuang immediately snuggled in, wriggling her soft body to find a comfortable position. She buried her head in Tan Quang Lam's chest. I'll just rest for a little while. If I fall asleep, remember to wake me up after 8 o'clock. Tan Quang Lam mumbled an affirmative reply, then slowly lowered his arm, which had been hovering in the air, tentatively placing it on Ha Fuang's back. Tan Quang Lam looked down at her, a sense of peace gradually filling his heart. A faint fragrance lingered around his nose, unsure if it was shampoo or body wash, but it smelled wonderful nonetheless. Holding the soft, fragrant body in his arms felt incredibly pleasant, making him want to hold her even tighter. This must be what they call warm jade and soft fragrance. As he was secretly thinking this, Ha Fuang suddenly lifted her leg and rubbed it against him. Tan Quang Lam startled. Mustn't react. Have to think about something else. Ha Fuang majored in literature. Creative people like her often have very delicate, complex, and intense inner emotions. Painting also belongs to the creative field. People like them really dislike noisy environments, dislike dealing with social relationships, preferring to think or create quietly alone. One could say they are very solitary. Perhaps it was for this reason that when they met, such magical and harmonious words and reactions were generated. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam felt he had guessed the truth. This explanation was very reasonable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the two of them had progressed so quickly. During dinner tonight, he almost had the illusion that he and she were truly a family. Based on the current progress, it's necessary to plan well for the future. Finding a stable job as soon as possible is also essential. As Tan Quang Lam's mind was occupied with plans for the future, an unknown amount of time passed before his phone suddenly chimed with a ding-dong, interrupting his thoughts. Tan Quang Lam fumbled for his phone to check. The message was from Tun Van, his university roommate. Lam, You're looking for a job now, right? Want something stable? Let me introduce you to one. Coincidentally, the studio I'm working at is hiring. I just saw your status update. Want to give it a try? What kind of studio is it? Comics. It's not a big studio, but everything they produce is high quality. I think the prospects are pretty good. You could consider it. I don't really know much about comics. Is it about drawing lines, drawing scenes, that sort of thing? I do the post-production coloring. With your skills, drawing yellow grass wouldn't be a problem. Wait until I go to work tomorrow. I'll take some pictures for you to see. Okay, thanks in advance. Where is your studio located? How about I come over tomorrow to take a look, and we can grab a meal together too. Wait a moment, I'll send it to you. After just a few sentences, the conversation concluded. Tan Quang Lam put his phone down, pulling Ha Fuang back into his embrace, his mind already planning for tomorrow. What time is it now? Ha Fuang, who had woken up at some point, asked, squinting her eyes. It's only 7:30. You can sleep a little longer. That's wonderful. Ha Fuang wrapped her arms around Tan Quang Lam's waist, tightening her grip. We can cuddle a little longer. That's nice. Tan Quang Lam stroked her back, completely agreeing. Is hugging me comfortable? Ha Fuang kept her eyes closed, curled up in Tan Quang Lam's arms like a kitten, perfectly still. Comfortable? I like it very much. Tan Quang Lam held her a little tighter. I really like being hugged by you too. As if sensing Tan Quang Lam's movement, Ha Fuang shifted slightly, pressing herself closer against him. Don't move anymore. Tan Quang Lam felt a little embarrassed. Her rubbing against him like that a few times had caused an unwelcome reaction. Ha Fuang lifted her head, slightly surprised. Then, after a moment, seemed to understand something. What dirty thoughts are you having? Ha Fuang slid her small hand slowly down Tan Quang Lam's chest, issuing a soft threat. If you dare think about it, I'll bite you to death. Tan Quang Lam felt somewhat wronged. It's not like I can control it just because I want to. Divert attention. Divert attention. Tan Quang Lam closed his eyes, but his mind conjured images of Ha Fuang's small lips, her saliva-slicked fingers. Tan Quang Lam's face grew redder and redder, and he couldn't help but swallow. You're not being honest, Ha Fuang suddenly said. Where am I not being honest? Tan Quang Lam felt a little anxious. If you weren't thinking nonsense, why would it be like this? Ha Fuang glanced downwards, staring pointedly at the source of his discomfort, then directly opened her mouth and bit down. If you're not honest, I won't let you hug me anymore. Ha Fuang got up and walked towards the door. I'm going to the kitchen to check on the pickled radish. Tan Quang Lam raised his hand, looking at the bite mark, thinking how utterly embarrassing this was. Ha Fuang hadn't even graduated yet. How could I be like this? It's truly despicable. Find something to do to divert attention. Look up what exactly a comic studio does. Tan Quang Lam lay prone on the bed, scrolling through his phone. 2.5 minutes later, Ha Fuang had returned without him noticing, standing behind Tan Quang Lam, watching him silently. Turning his head, he startled. Why are you back already? And looking at me like that? Ha Fuang said nothing, still smiling with narrowed eyes as she looked at him. Stop smiling. It's perfectly normal. Tan Quang Lam felt a flush of anger born from embarrassment. I didn't say anything. Ha Fuang chuckled, inching closer. Besides, I'm not the one feeling uncomfortable. You're still talking about it. Tan Quang Lam turned his back in annoyance, deciding to ignore her. Suddenly, Ha Fuang placed her small hand on Tan Quang Lam's back, then slowly laid down beside him. All right, I won't say any more. You graduate at the end of June, right? Tan Quang Lam awkwardly changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to be a teacher? July is the summer break. It'll be hard to find a job then. Then I won't rush it. I'll rest for 2 months first. Ha Fuang seemed utterly unfazed by any pressure. Tan Quang Lam nodded, then suddenly realized a serious problem. During those 2 months, are you planning to go home? Ha City wasn't far from Lacton, but they were still 2 different cities, making meeting up inconvenient. Do you want me to stay? Ha Fuang asked in return. Of course, I don't want you to. Tan Quang Lam lowered his voice, then felt he was being a bit selfish. Going home for the summer break was normal. What could she do staying here? After graduation, she couldn't stay in the dormitory, and if she stayed, she'd have to worry about accommodation. He could only hope she'd find a job smoothly in Lacton. I could choose not to go back, Ha Fuang said suddenly. She gently shifted upwards, moving closer. Classmate Tan, could you perhaps phrase that differently? I'll choose not to go home, though it's not certain yet. Tan Quang Lam was taken aback. Phrase it differently. What did she want him to say? Because I want to see you often, Tan Quang Lam ventured. And because I can't bear to, Tan Quang Lam felt a little shy, but intuition told him this was the right answer. I can't bear to let you go, Tan Quang Lam said, lowering his head to grasp Ha Fuang's small hand, squeezing it gently. Ha Fuang leaned in, unexpectedly kissing Tan Quang Lam's cheek, then cupped his face. I can't bear to be apart from you either. I really can't. Tan Quang Lam felt a surge of excitement, but Ha Fuang didn't let him speak further, quickly hugging him tightly. I still have to go home once, but I won't stay long. Tan Quang Lam felt a flicker of worry. What if you can't find a job then? You can't stay in the dorm. Then you can sleep at my place. No way. Don't joke around. Tan Quang Lam thought seriously, gripping Ha Fuang's arm tightly. Then suddenly remembered Ha Fuang was someone who planned things meticulously. So he asked, you already have a plan, don't you? Of course. I'm teacher Ha. After all, everything is under control. Ha Fuang's answer confirmed Tan Quang Lam's suspicion. So, classmate Tan, you can rest assured. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30. Let me walk you back. It's getting late. It's not good. Just 5 more minutes. Ha Fuang replied lazily. 5 minutes later, it became another 5 minutes. At the door, Tan Quang Lam handed her a jacket. It gets chilly at night. Wear this on your way back. Quite the improvement, worthy of praise. Ha Fuang put on her coat, then turned back to take Tan Quang Lam's hand as they walked towards the bus stop. The moonlight shone brightly, and there were few people on the street. Their shadows stretched long behind them, then gradually shortened as they approached a streetlight before projecting forward again. Their hands held tight, swinging gently with the rhythm of their steps. Although she wasn't yet used to such intimacy in public, being in love felt so good. Tan Quang Lam stole a glance at Ha Fuang. You're so good at fortune-telling. Try guessing what I plan to do tomorrow. Ha Fuang teased. Call me teacher first, then I'll guess for you. Not calling you that, give it up. Then forget it. There'll be ways to make you call me that. Are you threatening me? I don't believe you. Let me think. Ha Fuang suddenly turned her head. Okay, from now on, you're not allowed to call me Ha Fuang anymore. Then what should I call you? Tan Quang Lam was slightly surprised, thinking carefully. Normally, he just called her M or Ha Fuang. You figure out what to call me, just don't call me by my name. Ha Fuang sat down on the bench, saying smugly, once you've thought of something, you have to tell me, and you can only call me that if I approve. Tan Quang Lam closed his eyes and started thinking. Should he imitate others and call her baby, honey, my love? Absolutely not. Might as well call her Miss Ha. No, can't let her get her way. Tan Quang Lam decided to temporarily stop calling her anything. Just speak directly if there was something to say. Why must he call her name? Tan Quang Lam fiddled with the soft hand in his. It was infuriating. Her hand felt so small, so soft, so nice to touch. Could this be some kind of hand fetish? Tan Quang Lam caressed it for a while, finding this fair hand more adorable the longer he looked, suddenly feeling the urge to kiss it. That wouldn't be too perverted, would it? He liked Ha Fuang. Her hand was part of her. Liking it was perfectly normal. Besides, she was his girlfriend. The one suspecting him of being a pervert for wanting to kiss his girlfriend's small hand. But when Tan Quang Lam finished sneaking a kiss, he looked up, met Ha Fuang's meaningful gaze. Tan Quang Lam blushed and turned away, pretending nothing happened and looking out the opposite window. Ha Fuang found Tan Quang Lam's embarrassed expression rather amusing, thinking to herself that sooner or later she would discipline Tan Quang Lam. Discipline what? Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but ask. Ha Fuang smiled brightly. Nothing, Comrade Tan. You're already very good. Speaking unclearly and refusing to repeat herself, truly awful. Soon, the bus arrived at the stop. Tan Quang Lam held Ha Fuang's hand and walked slowly towards the school. It was quite crowded here in the evening, unlike the area near Tan Quang Lam's house, where hardly anyone could be seen. Want to buy anything to take back? Tan Quang Lam asked, looking at the supermarket nearby. Dinner was too early. Maybe they'll get hungry. No need. Eating late makes you fat. Ha Fuang shook her head seriously. Tan Quang Lam looked her over. You're not fat at all. That's why I have to maintain it. Otherwise, dresses won't look good anymore. Ha Fuang clutched her little dress, seeming quite pleased with her own figure. When she became a teacher, she wouldn't be able to wear dresses often, so she had to wear them more now. Tan Quang Lam nodded, blushing, although he personally thought she looked beautiful no matter what she wore. Chatting as they went, they soon arrived beneath her dormitory building. Ha Fuang took off the jacket. draping it over her arm. Go on up, Tan Quang Lam handed her the small backpack, his other hand reaching to take back the jacket, only to find Ha Fuang holding it tightly, refusing to let go. Tan Quang Lam looked at her in surprise. Ha Fuang smiled knowingly. What is it? Tan, have you forgotten something? What? Tan Quang Lam was bewildered. Forgotten what? Ha Fuang suddenly leaned closer, pointing to her lips as a reminder. Tan Quang Lam paused for a moment, then immediately remembered the promise he had made her. A kiss every day upon first meeting and when saying goodbye. Tan Quang Lam glanced around nervously, making sure there weren't many people nearby, then seized the right moment to lean in and quickly kiss Ha Fuang, before recoiling a step as if jolted back. Ha Fuang handed the jacket to Tan Quang Lam, then began her farewell with a satisfied expression. Be careful on your way back. I'm heading up now. Watching her turn and walk upstairs, Tan Quang Lam stood rooted to the spot, stunned, casually taking the jacket and draping it over his head. The night wind really was a bit chilly. After returning home and greeting his mother, Tan Quang Lam lay down on his bed, only then feeling a wave of fatigue. Recalling the day's events, he inexplicably found himself starting to miss that soft, petite body. If only he could hold her in his arms to sleep every day, how wonderful that would be. He slept soundly until morning, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 9 a.m. Tan Quang Lam picked up his phone to check. Ha Fuang, as usual, had sent him a good morning message just after 8 o'clock. At the same time, Tun Van had also sent the address of his company. Tan Quang Lam got up, washed his face, and went out. When he arrived at the meeting point, it was only 10:30 a.m., still half an hour before the appointed time. With time to spare, Tan Quang Lam looked over the company introduction Tun Van had sent. This comic studio had been established less than 2 years ago, and although it only had a dozen or so employees, the boss was very capable, having secured the comic adaptation rights for several well-known novels. Its development prospects looked quite promising. Before long, a man of unusually large build appeared in Tan Quang Lam's line of sight. Long time no see, this was Tan Quang Lam's university roommate, Tun Van. Although his name contained the character Van meaning literature/culture, he was a genuinely burly fellow. Anyone seeing him would find it impossible to associate him with meticulous work like drawing. Not as brawny as before, slacking on the workouts. Tan Quang Lam hadn't exercised much either since graduation. Tun Van wrapped an arm around Tan Quang Lam's shoulder, smiling as he asked, should we eat first or go see the studio first? It's been a while. Of course, we eat first. Tan Quang Lam looked around. I'm not familiar with this area either. You pick the place. There's a place over there I've been to before. The food isn't bad. Tun Van slung his arm over Tan Quang Lam's shoulder and led him forward. Why did you suddenly decide to look for a job? Just to earn some extra income. Otherwise, things are too uncertain. You're still not satisfied with this. I wish I could trade places with you. Tun Van seemed wistful. You're the one whose drawing skills were acknowledged as the best in our dorm. You could live comfortably, freely, and leisurely just by taking freelance work, without needing a regular job. Tan Quang Lam found it slightly amusing. You could try freelancing from home. I've tried. People criticize my drawings. I'd probably starve to death at home. Tun Van curled his lip, leading Tan Quang Lam into a restaurant where they sat down. It's a pity I still have to go to work later. Otherwise, I'd have a few drinks with you. Tan Quang Lam quickly waved his hands. Forget it. You know my alcohol tolerance. I have things to do this afternoon. Ha ha ha. It's precisely because I know that I want to drink with you. Anyway, you're already here. Once you start working, there will be plenty of opportunities to visit you. I'm just dropping by to take a look. I haven't necessarily decided to join. Tun Van picked up the teapot to pour water, speaking confidently. You'll know once you see it later. It's definitely suitable. Tan Quang Lam asked hesitantly. Can I go straight up there to see if it's suitable? Actually, Tan Quang Lam wanted to see the job description before deciding. Either it had to be a relaxed job without heavy workload, or it needed technical substance with potential for advancement. Otherwise, it wasn't worth taking the job. He might as well stay home. Go for the interview. Ask whatever you want during the interview. This is a process for both sides to understand each other. But I guarantee, if you want to join, you'll definitely be accepted. It mainly depends on whether you want to or not, Tun Van said confidently, then leaned closer and whispered, there are several beautiful single girls in the company. Seeing his mischievous expression, Tan Quang Lam felt amused. I'm not interested. If you like them, Go pursue yourself. Hey, I already have a girlfriend. I have to think of ways to help you out. Tan Van feigned concern for his close friend. What a coincidence. I have one too, Tan Quang Lam said. Tan Van's tea-drinking motion abruptly paused. Are you serious or kidding? I don't believe you. From university until now, you were the last roommate to get a girlfriend. His face was full of surprise. Is it really true? Do you have a picture of your girlfriend to show me? Tan Quang Lam calmly shook his head no. Then you don't have one. Tan Van didn't believe him. You stay home drawing all day and you manage to find a girlfriend. All right, fine. I don't need you to play matchmaker. I really do have one. Tan Quang Lam didn't know how to refute him. This guy loved playing matchmaker back in school. Every time he got a new girlfriend, he'd introduce her best friend to everyone. It was baffling how he had so much enthusiasm for it. Tan Van drained the teacup in his hand, then remembered something else. Oh, Vu Fai seems to be getting married soon. They're setting the date. How much do you think we should give as a wedding gift? I think 300 to 500 is fine. Anyway, we'll get it back when we get married later. It's just a formality. Tan Van nodded. If you ask me, 200 is enough. There's still many unmarried people. Giving gifts like this adds up. It's not a small amount. The last one to get married is the unluckiest. Tan Quang Lam paused, suddenly finding it amusing. Wait until they have kids, then we'll have to give gifts all over again. Got it. Later, I'll discuss it with my future wife. We'll get married once a year. Tan Van started laughing mischievously again. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly chimed. A message from Ha Fuang. Have you eaten yet? / eating now. What about you? / just finished eating and started missing you. / I'm out handling something. / I'll come see you this afternoon. Okay. / let's do it another day. I have to write my thesis today. / all right. I miss you too. / I know. Eat well. When Tan Quang Lam put his phone down, Tan Van immediately understood. Haha, just looking at that smug grin of yours. I know it's a message from your girlfriend. / clearly. You're the one with the smug grin? I'm an upright man. Tan Quang Lam looked up, his face full of seriousness. Noticing the other was also looking at him, the two couldn't help but burst out laughing, just like the old days in university. After eating, they sat for a while longer. Then Tan Van stood up and led the way towards the company. It's still lunch break now. I'll take you to see the company first. Rest a bit. Later, when working hours start, we'll do the interview right away. / sounds good. The studio was different from Tan Quang Lam's imagination. Usually, small studios like this would just rent a 3-bedroom apartment, decorate it a bit, and add the necessary equipment. But before him was a large office area. Inside, people were chatting idly, resting their heads on desks or holding pens, writing something. A quick glance revealed it had quite a stylish atmosphere. Unlike typical companies where everything is orderly and serious, making one feel pressured. The colleagues are all young. The oldest is only 25. The atmosphere is great. Tan Van enthusiastically introduced. Currently, our studio mainly draws short animations for collaboration with various platforms. Another task is preparing long-form stories, heading towards new media. Before he finished speaking, a young man dressed quite neatly pushed the door open and entered. Tan Van quickly pulled Tan Quang Lam up. Quang Lam, let me introduce you. This is our company's boss, Tran Tui. The boss named Tran Tui had a smile on his face, seemingly already prepared. Tan Quang Lam, right? I've heard great things about you. Hello, Boss Tran. A pleasure to meet you. / So, let's go into the meeting room inside to talk. The test will also be conducted there. / Tan Quang Lam nodded. No problem. / an hour later. Tan Van, still at his workstation, felt a bit tense. It's been an hour in there. Why is there no news yet? That guy couldn't have been too nervous, could he? Why is it so quiet? He probably didn't make it. Just as he thought that, the meeting room door swung open. Tan Van hurried over to inquire. You're out. How did it go? / Tan Quang Lam nodded. They said it's okay. I can start in a few days if I accept. Responsible for comic illustration. I'm still considering it. Told them I'd let them know in a few days. That's great. Take your time thinking it over. / thanks for today. Tan Quang Lam glanced at his watch, deciding not to bother Tan Van any longer. You get back to work, I'm heading off. Come over for a meal when you're free. Downstairs in the lobby, Tan Quang Lam walked toward the bus stop. He thought about asking Ha Fuang to do a reading tomorrow to see if this job would be stable. Anyway, Tan Quang Lam himself felt it was quite all right. Passing by a small shop, his attention was suddenly caught by some items inside. Stepping inside for a look, Tan Quang Lam randomly picked out a raccoon-shaped hair tie, somehow feeling that Ha Fuang would like it. It seems everyone is like this when they first fall in love. Seeing delicious food makes them want to buy it for their lover to eat together. Reading a good book makes them want to recommend it to their lover. Encountering something joyful makes them want to experience it together. Seeing beautiful clothes makes them wonder if it would suit their lover. That's what love is. On the way home, Tan Quang Lam encountered the chubby little boy, his neighbor's son, carrying a bowl of noodles, sitting squarely in front of the door, slurping loudly. This kid had love trailing after him since he was small, always chirping Brother Lam. Now he was at that awkward age, mischievous all day long, but in front of Tan Quang Lam, he was still well-behaved. Kicked out to eat snail noodles again, huh? Tan Quang Lam asked while pinching his nose. Nope. Then he suddenly pointed at the kid's noodle bowl. Your bowl has a hole in the bottom. The kid startled, reflexively wanted to flip the bowl over to check, but then stopped himself. You played this trick on me twice already. Tan Quang Lam shrugged and continued walking home. Brother Lam, Brother Lam. The little boy quickly placed his noodle bowl on a chair, running after Tan Quang Lam. Teach me how to draw. I want to draw a muck. This time the assignment is to draw a cat. Tan Quang Lam glanced at the little boy. Every time the school had a drawing assignment, the kid was like this. It's for a competition. I want Muck to win a prize. All right, finish eating then come find me. Remember to wash up properly. Otherwise, I'll kick you out. The little boy obediently agreed and went back to slurping his noodles. Arriving home, Tan Quang Lam saw his mother wasn't there, probably over at Annie Vong's house, studying antiques again. Feeling a bit idle, Tan Quang Lam took off his bag and went into the bedroom, setting up the easel, taking out a pencil. He then slowly closed his eyes. To marry his girlfriend who was still in university, the love-struck young man had defied his mother's opposition. Whether mom agrees or not, I'm still getting married. That's your future daughter-in-law. So that's what happened earlier. Tan Quang Lam had just started drawing when the doorbell rang. Tan Quang Lam went to open the door, seeing the chubby little boy standing there, holding a black cat. Why did you bring Annie Lee's cat over here? This cat was named Muck, belonging to Annie Lai at the end of the alley, often running around the neighborhood, so everyone knew it. The little boy held up the black cat. I want Muck to win a prize. Come inside first. Tan Quang Lam made way for the little boy carrying the cat into the house, then closed the door. How do I draw it? The little boy asked obediently, sitting on the sofa, holding the cat. Drawing a cat is easy. Tan Quang Lam brought 2 sheets of paper from the drawing room and placed them on the coffee table. Put Muck on this paper, then press its body down close. After that, take the pencil, aim at it, and trace along. The little boy followed the instructions, looking at the squiggly lines on the paper, his face slightly bewildered. This isn't Muck. Just add 2 eyes and it'll be fine. Tan Quang Lam instructed while holding the real Muck. 2.5 minutes later, the little boy grew even more impatient. This looks even less like him. Seeing that his trick wasn't working, Tan Quang Lam sighed helplessly. All right. How do you want Muck to be drawn then? I want Muck to look really majestic. The boy exclaimed, gesturing wildly, like a transforming robot. A transforming robot cat. A transforming robot Muck. Okay, I'll draw a really cool one for you. The little boy, flushed with excitement, watched intently as Tan Quang Lam sketched on the paper with a pencil. This kid probably just wanted Tan Quang Lam to draw it for him, so he could show off to his friends. Tan Quang Lam didn't mind, just hoping the boy wouldn't get scolded by his teacher. 2.5 minutes later, a drawing of the transforming robot Muck was complete. How's this? Tan Quang Lam, not quite understanding the boy's aesthetic preferences, sought his opinion. It's amazing. The boy gasped in admiration, his face flushed red with excitement. This was truly the image of Muck he had always dreamed of. Thanks, Brother Lam. As soon as he heard the approval, the chubby little boy snatched the drawing and dashed off, his boundless energy seemingly appearing out of nowhere as he always ran. Tan Quang Lam sighed, returning to his room to continue his work. Sketching was quick, but refining the details consumed a considerable amount of time. Before long, dusk settled in. Tan Quang Lam put down his pen and began to admire his creation. In the picture, she wore a lovely little floral apron, her hair tied neatly behind her head, a few stray strands falling gently onto her forehead. A soft smile played on her lips, radiating comfort and joy as she cooked. Tan Quang Lam had once imagined his future other half with voluminous blonde hair, long legs, a slender waist, a stunning figure. He had even thought he absolutely had to find someone like that. But now, gazing at the drawing before him, he suddenly realized that true love was a gentle, peaceful current. Such a good person couldn't be allowed to slip away. If he missed this chance, he would surely never find another like her. Previously, Tan Quang Lam had always felt their relationship was progressing too quickly, but now it felt a bit slow. Tan Quang Lam wanted to bind her tightly to his side. And so, during dinner that evening, Tan Quang Lam declared without hesitation to his mother, "Mom, I want to go see Ha Fuang." Mother Tan was taken aback, suspecting she had misheard. "You want what?" "I want to go see Ha Fuang," Tan Quang Lam repeated. "If you want to go, you should tell Ha Fuang." "What good does telling me do?" His mother frowned, unable to comprehend what was wrong with her son. "Exactly. What I mean is, do you agree? This kind of matter definitely required informing the family." "And what if I don't agree?" His mother asked casually, picking at her food while eavesdropping. "Whether you agree or not, I'm marrying her. She's your future daughter-in-law. Then why are you even asking me?" Mother Tin rolled her eyes. "So, that means you agree, right? You decided it's her, right? No regrets. Okay." Seemingly recognizing Tan Quang Lam's seriousness, his mother also became serious. "Ha Fuang is a good child. If you want to marry her, you must treat her well. I realized it too. I feel like there's no one better than her. I knew it from the first moment I saw her." "You've eaten more salt than I've eaten rice, Mom. Surely your judgment of people isn't worse than mine, is it?" Mother Tan scoffed. "Then help me think of a way, Mom. I know my place. I definitely can't do it on my own. I can only rely on you to help me figure out how to bring her home. She's still in school right now." Mother Tan couldn't understand what gust of wind had made her son so hasty. "I'm warning you. Don't try any funny business, or I won't forgive you." "What funny business could I possibly try?" Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, suddenly thinking of an issue. "Shouldn't I go meet her family first?" Mother Tan was speechless. "Isn't that obvious? Not only do you have to meet them, but you also have to get them to agree to marry their daughter to you. It seems like marrying Ha Fuang won't be possible in the short term. What should I do now?" Tan Quang Lam started to worry. "You need to think this through carefully." Mother Tan, still not reassured, added another warning. "Marriage isn't child's play. It's about building a new family. When that time comes, even I will just be an outsider. It's a lifelong matter. Don't end up regretting it later." "How could I possibly regret it? Yesterday, watching her cook, I felt really happy. If I miss out on her, I definitely won't find another person like her." "Do you think she'll cook for you for the rest of your life?" "No, it's just, I don't know how to describe that feeling. In short, I like it. This is love. What the hell do you know about love? You're just greedy. She cooks well. I don't care." Tan Quang Lam shot up from his seat, saying excitedly, "If she cooks, I'll wash the dishes. If she eats eggs, I'll peel them. If she washes her feet, I'll prepare the water for her. I just like her." Seeing her son so agitated, Mother Tan could only feel helpless. All right, then tell me, how do you plan to marry her?" Well, just like that." Tan Quang Lam scratched his head. "If you date long enough, you naturally get married. Dating for a long time often results in breaking up more often." PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Tan Quang Lam quickly interrupted. "What are you saying, Mom? How could that happen? Why couldn't it?" Mother Tan put down her chopsticks, analyzing seriously. "Look, Ha Fuang is still in school now, about to graduate. Wait until she graduates and starts working, interacts with more people. Her standards will definitely be higher. Not to mention Ha Fuang herself is already outstanding. Society and school are different. Meeting more outstanding people, those who pursue her. Won't they be pursuing her in droves?" The more Tan Quang Lam listened, the more wrong it sounded, but thinking carefully it also made sense. "What does she like about you? Do you even know?" Mother Tan continued her attack. "At this rate, who knows when you might break up for no clear reason." Tan Quang Lam pondered for a moment. She once said she wanted to be a teacher, but Tan Quang Lam doesn't know anyone in the education sector at all. "What should I do now?" "Mom, I'm a little worried," Tan Quang Lam said, flustered, his mind completely blank. "Ha Fuang wants to be a teacher later. "Oh my, this girl is truly good." Motherton seemed surprised, then began a serious analysis. First, you must treat the girl well. Next, cultivate shared interests, as many as possible. Finally, the two of you must have mutual friends that will facilitate development. Masterful, truly masterful. Tan Quang Lam suddenly felt enlightened, slumping back into his chair. "In a few days, I'll start work. First, I need to earn money to support my girlfriend." Mother Tan smiled again. "Oh, you found a job already?" "Yes, a comic book studio. Looks decent. After the probation period, there's a base salary plus performance pay, not much different from the freelance work I do at home. Once you start working, you can still take on extra jobs in your free time. That way, it's like earning an extra income." "Yes, don't worry, Mom. I won't exhaust myself." After lunch, Tan Quang Lam exchanged a few messages with Ha Fuang, but he didn't dare reveal his intention to marry her right away. Firstly, he was afraid of scaring her off. Secondly, Tan Quang Lam was timid, only daring to think about it internally, and most mentioning it to his mother for advice. Tan Quang Lam picked up the photo taken with Ha Fuang at the amusement park, gazing at it for a moment before placing it under the transparent desk mat. The drawing Tan Quang Lam had just finished was also placed there. This way, he could see them just by looking down. Even though he couldn't meet her anytime he wanted, looking at the photo and the drawing was good too. May 20th. Light rain **** Tan Quang Lam held an umbrella, leaving the house, as usual. This rainy weather wasn't suitable for asking Ha Fuang out. What a pity. Might as well go to the Luo riverbank for some fresh air. Legend has it that Fu Shi's daughter, Mi Fei, enchanted by the beauty of the Luo River, came to Luoyang City, teaching the people how to weave fishing nets, hunt, and raise livestock. Later, she unfortunately drowned in the Luo River and transformed into the river goddess, continuing to protect this land. Tan Quang Lam had walked for a while when he suddenly heard a familiar voice ahead. It wasn't his work hours now. Tan Quang Lam walked over, clapping the shoulder of the person hunched over. "You're not doing well. Not even a single strand in the bucket." Xiaoyu looked up, startled. "Lam Tuesday. Why are you here?" "Came to inspect your work." "How's the fishing today?" "Haven't caught a single thing." Xiaoyu sighed dejectedly. "Managed to get a day off with great difficulty. Came here in the rain to do the good deed." "And you, running around in this weather. You came looking for drawing inspiration, didn't you?" "What else? I'm not an angler." Tan Quang Lam pointed towards the middle of the river. "How about we help each other out? You get a boat and fish in the middle of the river. You'll definitely catch a big one." Xiaoyu grimaced. "So, do I need to wear a straw raincoat, carry a gourd of wine, and cast my line alone amidst the autumn river?" "Good idea." Tan Quang Lam thought it was a fine concept, planning to hire a model and draw it myself. "Don't you dare exploit me. Then you just stay here wasting time. I'm going elsewhere." Unable to find a desired fishing boat scene, Tan Quang Lam stood up, ready to leave. "Wait for me. I'm done fishing." Xiaoyu hastily packed his gear, running after Tan Quang Lam. "Where are we going?" "Billiards or the internet cafe." For two idle men, there truly weren't many activities to engage in. "Those songs I taught you last time, are they still useful?" Tan Quang Lam hesitated slightly, unable to admit he'd been utterly unsuccessful, merely mumbling noncommittally. "Useful, very effective." Xiaoyu glanced at Tan Quang Lam's expression and knew instantly that he must have failed miserably. "Young man, if you can't win her over, just find someone else. Find someone easier to woo. Find someone else, then break up." Tan Quang Lam interjected, turning his head back, surprised. "Won her over. You won her over." Tan Quang Lam repeated. "Impossible." Xiaoyu refused to believe it. "You must be vehemently denying it." Tan Quang Lam couldn't be bothered to explain further to him. Xiaoyu continued his analysis. "If you really have a girlfriend, why were you wandering alone on 520? Tan Quang Lam was taken aback. That had seemed to be the case. "Maybe you should ask Ha Fuang out somewhere." "Let's not go anywhere. I'm starving." Looking at the single man before him, Tan Quang Lam decided to eat with him first. Leaving him alone felt a bit pitiful. Xiaoyu continued to ramble. "Honestly, what's so great about two guys eating together on 520? How about you dress up as a girl? That way, we can both enjoy the pleasure of flaunting our couple status to others." Tan Quang Lam stared at him blankly, as if looking at an idiot. Why don't you dress up as a girl yourself? Don't sweat the small stuff. Before Xiao Yu could finish, Tan Quang Lam had already pulled out his phone and shoved it close to his face. I told you I'm not single anymore. I have a girlfriend, a very beautiful, very gentle, very perfect girlfriend. Xiao Yu was initially skeptical, but after clearly seeing the person on the phone's wallpaper, his eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an expression as if blinded by the dazzling brilliance of gold and silver. Having a girlfriend is one thing, but you, a decent-looking guy like you, deliberately coming down to the riverbank to rub your relationship in my face. What's this grudge about? I kept telling you I was off the market. You just didn't believe me. Now you have to treat me to a lavish meal to compensate for my wounded soul. All right. Isn't it because my girlfriend isn't with me that I'm here keeping you company? Tan Quang Lam sighed, thinking to himself that after eating, he would go find Ha Fuang. If it was still raining, they could stroll through the shopping mall or watch a movie, and then he could seize the opportunity to hold her hand for a while. Xiao Yu looked at his friend, grinning foolishly beside him, and suddenly covered his nose. Ugh, the sour stench of love. A man eating with his best friend, yet radiating the sweet fragrance of love. It really makes the single dog beside him want to explode. Hey, don't push it. Interrupted from his thoughts about Ha Fuang, Tan Quang Lam was momentarily speechless. If you had a girlfriend, you'd definitely be worse than me. Impossible, Xiao Yu stated seriously. Let me tell you, with women, you need to know how to play hard to get. Give them space. You can't spoil them too much, or if you spoil them rotten, you'll be miserable. Seemingly noticing Tan Quang Lam wasn't listening, he added, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll regret it someday. Just wait until you have to coax a girl, then you'll know. But I like spoiling her, Tan Quang Lam replied matter-of-factly, utterly oblivious to the devastating impact his words carried. You've changed, Xiao Yu lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. You're not the same guy anymore. Just how far have things progressed between you two? Tan Quang Lam pondered for a moment. She's already come over to my place to cook a few times. Came over to cook. Met the parents. Xiao Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Is the next step getting engaged? Not that fast, Tan Quang Lam replied, scratching his head with a hint of smug satisfaction. It'll definitely take quite a bit more time. Besides, I haven't even met her parents yet. Xiao Yu couldn't take it anymore. I really underestimated you, kid, he burst out, making such big moves so quietly, while I haven't even caught sight of a girlfriend shadow. Honestly, Tan Quang Lam added, I didn't expect things to move this fast either. Seeing Tan Quang Lam still lost in his own wonder, Xiao Yu quickly raised a hand to cut him off. All right, enough with the bragging. Any more, and I'll lose my appetite completely. Tan Quang Lam regarded him with a look of pity, adopting the tone of a seasoned veteran. One day, you'll reach this point too. Then you'll understand. Xiao Yu remained slightly scornful. Even if I get girlfriend, I absolutely refuse to become like you. That's only because you don't have one yet. You're pushing it. Xiao Yu ducked his head and yelled, waiter, 2 more dishes. Soon enough, the hearty meal concluded. Not wanting to interfere with Tan Quang Lam's date plans, Xiao Yu picked up his bucket to resume fishing. Tan Quang Lam took out his phone and texted Ha Fuang, I've finished dinner. I'll come find you, okay? Ha Fuang replied swiftly. Go home and wait for me. Don't wander off. I'm getting ready to leave now. Tan Quang Lam paused, slightly taken aback. Wait at home. Does she mean she's coming over to my place again? But there wasn't much to do at home, aside from, well, cuddling and kissing. The thought made Tan Quang Lam blush and shake his head. How can I always be thinking about that? So shameless. Reproaching himself, Tan Quang Lam boarded the bus home. After getting off, he lingered at the bus stop. It was still raining. Might as well head home, he thought. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, maybe I should wait here for Ha Fuang. Decision made. He sat down on the bench, watching the ebb and flow of commuters, trying to guess which bus she might arrive on. This rain isn't really suitable for a long skirt. I wonder what she'll wear. That khaki outfit she wore the other day looked really good. Lost in his musings, he suddenly saw Ha Fuang emerge from the rear door of a bus. Tan Quang Lam turned his head. In that instant, she didn't look like a girl still in university, but rather a mature woman, possessing a quiet, elegant, and graceful beauty. As if sensing his gaze, Ha Fuang, who had been about to open her umbrella, turned her head as well. Then she smiled. Forgetting the umbrella, Ha Fuang lifted a hand to shield her head and dashed forward through the rain. Why did you come and meet me? Tan Quang Lam scratched his head. I was planning to head to the university to find you. Classmate Tan, you're so thoughtful. Hearing the compliment, Tan Quang Lam's face flushed red. He turned away flusteredly and opened the umbrella. Let's go. Ha Fuang looked up at Tan Quang Lam, then put her umbrella into her bag. Okay, let's walk together. And Mim Tan Quang Lam responded twice, then quietly tilted the umbrella slightly towards Ha Fuang, continuing to walk as if nothing had happened. 15 minutes later, with Ha Fuang linking her arm through Tan Quang Lam's, Tan Quang Lam constantly felt as if he were touching something wonderful. Through the layer of clothing, it felt incredibly soft. Noticing Tan Quang Lam's body growing increasingly stiff, Ha Fuang chuckled. Classmate Tan, it seems you're thinking some improper thoughts. Tan Quang Lam's face flushed crimson. He turned away, resolutely refusing to answer. Otherwise, he would surely be teased again. Do you know what day it is today? Ha Fuang asked again. What day? Tan Quang Lam pretended not to know. May 20th, which is also 520. Ha Fuang held out her hand, frowning. Other people's boyfriends are all giving gifts to their girlfriends today. Tan Quang Lam's heart seemed to stop. Damn it, it had been so long since he celebrated this day. He had completely forgotten about gifts. What gift do you want? I'll get it for you. Tan Quang Lam stammered. What do you mean? What gift do I want? This should be something the guy does proactively. Ha Fuang suddenly leaned closer, then smiled mischievously. You didn't prepare anything, did you? This isn't good. A bad feeling suddenly rose in Tan Quang Lam's heart. Ha Fuang couldn't hide the smug look on her face. Then you have to agree to one request from me. Tan Quang Lam sighed inwardly. Indeed, the talk about gifts was just a pretense. The real purpose was waiting here to make a request. There was no other way. Tan Quang Lam really hadn't prepared a gift. Just as he was about to agree, an idea suddenly flashed through Tan Quang Lam's mind. Wait, didn't I buy something on the way back? Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam reached into his trouser pocket and took out the panda-shaped hair tie he had bought yesterday. A gift? I already prepared it. Huh. Ha Fuang was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting this. How is it? Do you like it? Tan Quang Lam placed the hair tie in her hand, thinking to himself that he should first deal with this trap-like request, then buy her a better gift later. You really prepared it. Ha Fuang took it in surprise, holding the hair tie up to examine it closely. Why did you buy this? Naturally, Teacher Tan here possesses godlike calculation abilities. Divining with a pinch of my fingers, I instantly knew what you wanted. Tan Quang Lam mimicked Ha Fuang's manner. The moment he finished speaking, his waist was pinched by her. You passed this time. Ha Fuang pouted, then cheered up again, holding the hair tie up to admire it, before putting it on her wrist. Why don't you tie it in your hair? Tan Quang Lam wondered. Why wear it on your wrist? Could it be that you don't like it? Are you suggesting I should let my hair down out here on the street, then tie it up? Realizing how foolish his question was, Tan Quang Lam hastily changed the subject. Speaking of which, with hair as long as yours, washing it must be quite troublesome, right? Ha Fuang let out a sigh. Exactly. I have to be meticulous with my hair care, can't let it get wet, which is why I really hate rainy days. As she spoke, Ha Fuang looped her arm through Tan Quang Lam's again, and even nuzzled her head against the hair tie. I really like it. Gifts are just material things. Their value isn't important. It's the sentiment that counts. Ha Fuang understood this well, hence her fondness for the hair tie Tan Quang Lam gave her. Clearly, this wasn't a gift bought hastily for the lover's day, but something he had intended to give her before, merely coinciding with the occasion. Ha Fuang suddenly stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Tan Quang Lam's cheek. Well done, classmate Tan. You've made great progress. We're still outside. Tan Quang Lam startled, glancing around nervously. If an acquaintance saw them, it would surely become the talk among the neighborhood Andes. So what if we're outside? What's wrong with kissing my own boyfriend? Ha Fuang was completely unbothered. It's not very appropriate. Brother Tan, is this your wife? Fatty had appeared behind them out of nowhere. I just saw her kiss you. Wife. What nonsense. Kids shouldn't talk like that. Tan Quang Lam was both surprised and annoyed. Yet after speaking, he stole a glance at Ha Fuang. It wouldn't be good if she took offense. However, right after, Ha Fuang burst into peals of laughter. Ha, little one, you've got sharp eyes. Seeing Ha Fuang wasn't bothered, Tan Quang Lam stopped worrying, even feeling a little pleased himself. Why aren't you in school? School's out. Fatty grinned broadly. If school's out, go home and play. Don't loiter around here. Tan Quang Lam steered Ha Fuang away, thinking inwardly, what a strange school, letting students off even when it's not a holiday. Don't they get the weekends off? Why be so arbitrary? If this kid says anything else inappropriate, Tan Quang Lam would shoot him dead on the spot. Brother Lam is amazing. The chubby kid suddenly yelled from behind them. Once inside the house, Ha Fuang became uncharacteristically demure, sitting on the sofa chatting with Tan's mother for a while. Tan Quang Lam, afraid his mother might accidentally reveal that he'd talked about wanting to marry Ha Fuang the day before, sat quietly for a moment before quickly finding an excuse to pull Ha Fuang into his room. "Why did you pull me into your room?" Ha Fuang asked. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment. "You didn't come here just to talk to my mom, did you?" Seeing his slightly exasperated expression, Ha Fuang felt a little amused. She deftly retrieved a bag of potato chips from the cupboard. "Actually, I came here for snacks. I still haven't finished the ones you bought me last time. If you like them, I'll go buy more for you to take home later." "Take home? Does that mean you don't want me to come over anymore?" "How could that be?" "Don't deliberately twist my words." Tan Quang Lam watched Ha Fuang eating the potato chips, feeling slightly disappointed. "We clearly agreed the first bite was mine." "Brother Tan, you forgot something," Ha Fuang said suddenly after finishing a chip. "Holding the umbrella outside was one thing, but now, you still haven't planned to kiss me." Feeling the small, cool hand on his lips, Tan Quang Lam paused slightly, sensing things were about to escalate into kissing and embracing. Perhaps sensing Tan Quang Lam's hesitation, Ha Fuang withdrew her hand. "If you don't like it, then forget it. I won't force you." Before she could finish her sentence, Tan Quang Lam grasped her small hand and directly kissed her petite, rosy lips. "Who said I didn't like it? I just didn't want to be too forward." Ha Fuang was slightly taken aback, and after regaining her composure, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Then, she used her fingers to pick up a potato chip and offered it. "Then you have to be proactive next time. Don't make me remind you every time." Just then, after Tan Quang Lam had taken advantage of Ha Fuang, there was a knock on the door, and Tan's mother's voice came through. "I've cut some watermelon. Does Ha Fuang want some?" Tan Quang Lam turned his head and asked softly, "Do you want some?" Ha Fuang, with potato chips in her mouth, nodded. "Okay, then I'll go get it. I can only eat a little. Don't get too much." Opening the door, his mother handed Tan Quang Lam half a watermelon with 2 spoons stuck in it. "Here, take this." Intentionally cutting the watermelon this way, compared to cutting it into pieces and bringing it in, eating like this is much more intimate. Mom is truly a genius. Tan's mother thought this and even winked at her son. "This is all Mom can help you with. Whether you can marry her or not depends on you." Tan Quang Lam completely missed his mother's intentions, closed the door, turned back, and said to Ha Fuang, "My mom cut a whole big half. Eat a bit more." I can only eat 2 bites." "Make it 3 bites." Ha Fuang calculated very carefully. Tan Quang Lam didn't know if she wanted to lose weight or what, took the spoon, scooped out the best, sweetest piece from the center, and offered her the first bite. Ha Fuang opened her mouth wide, took a mouthful, chewed a few times, then nodded. "So sweet. If it's sweet, eat a little more." Second bite, Tan Quang Lam scooped another large spoonful and brought it before her. "Don't make it so big, a little smaller." After putting the large piece of watermelon back, Tan Quang Lam scooped a smaller piece and brought it to Ha Fuang's mouth. Ha Fuang swallowed the small bites. "Brother Tan's performance is very good. I permit you to take advantage of me one more time." Tan Quang Lam calmly brought the 3rd spoonful to her face, feeling like he was almost used to her teasing. What a rogue girl. If her gender were swapped, she might be arrested for hooliganism. Ha Fuang was true to her word. After eating 3 bites, she refused to eat anymore. Tan Quang Lam tried to persuade her a few times, but failed, ate 2 bites himself, then set the watermelon aside so she could continue eating if she changed her mind. "All right, let me show you a treasure." After wiping his hands with a tissue, Tan Quang Lam ran to his desk and took out the drawing of Chef Ha cooking to show Ha Fuang. "How'd you draw this? When did you draw it?" Ha Fuang's face was filled with delight. "I spent all afternoon drawing it yesterday." Tan Quang Lam was very pleased with Ha Fuang's reaction, generously handing the drawing over for her to see. Then, seeing her joyful expression, his heart tightened slightly, and he added a condition. "I'm only letting you look. I can't give it to you. I want to keep it to admire myself. If you really like it, I'll draw another one just like it for you." Ha Fuang was slightly taken aback, then seemed amused by his stinginess. "Look at you. I never said I wanted to take it. Keep it safe then." "You don't need to tell me. I will." Tan Quang Lam continued. "I will definitely store it very carefully." After admiring it twice with satisfaction, Tan Quang Lam placed the book back on the desk. "Then I'll give you a gift too." "What is it?" Tan Quang Lam turned his head and was surprised to catch a hair tie thrown by Ha Fuang. Ha Fuang sat on the bed with her hair down, fiddling with the panda-shaped hair tie, saying, "This is a return gift for you." Aren't you just giving me your old hair tie? Tan Quang Lam was slightly dismissive, but upon reflection, he still put it in his pocket. Just in case the panda one broke, he'd have this as a backup. Ha Fuang thought for a moment, then patted the edge of the bed beside her. Come over here then. I'm here. What now? Tan Quang Lam sat down on the edge of the bed. Although she roughly knew what was about to happen, Ha Fuang still covered her face with her hands. Immediately after, those small, pink lips pressed close. An unknown amount of time passed before Ha Fuang pulled back slightly. Her face flushed, breathing quickly and whispering, "Call me Teacher Ha." "Teacher Ha," Tan Quang Lam repeated instinctively. "Good boy." Ha Fuang closed her eyes and leaned in again. Lips met. The next second, Tan Quang Lam's eyes widened, his whole body tensing. Tongue. Her tongue had entered. What was this sweet fragrance? Tan Quang Lam closed his eyes and began to feel it with all his heart. Who said girls were made of water? Clearly, they were made of sugar. Again, an unknown amount of time passed before Ha Fuang slowly pulled back a step, biting her index finger and asking, "Was that enough?" Enough? Tan Quang Lam turned away, blushing, unsure where to put his hands. Her lips were so soft, as if they could melt. Unbearable. This wasn't something one could resist merely through willpower. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam's heart stirred. He turned his head back and couldn't help asking, "How do you seem so skilled?" For a girl's first kiss to involve tongue, it made the young man feel his girlfriend was exceedingly proficient. "I don't mean anything else, just a little curious." Ha Fuang understood Tan Quang Lam's meaning, sitting on the bed and tilting her head. Born with it. Tan Quang Lam nodded, thinking to himself that it was normal for her to have dated before at her age. Ha Fuang looked at him, suddenly stood up and walked over to stand in front of Tan Quang Lam, her face still carrying a hint of the earlier blush. She raised her index finger. She said seriously, "You're my first boyfriend. Just now was also my first time. Girls just mature earlier than boys, you know. You were definitely thinking something improper just now." Ha Fuang frowned. "Let's just say, for the sake of the gift, I won't hold it against you this time." "No way," Tan Quang Lam protested softly, but his words carried little conviction. "Oomph, as if I don't know you." "Fine, let's drop it." Ha Fuang used a new hair tie to put her hair up, shaking her head back and forth. "How does it look?" "Pretty, pretty." Tan Quang Lam nodded obediently, thinking to himself that a beautiful person looks good in anything. It just looks a bit childish worn like this. I'll buy her a better one someday. Tan Quang Lam hesitated for a moment, then added, "Actually, you look even prettier with your hair down." Ha Fuang looked slightly surprised. "You're the only one who thinks hair down is prettier." "But it really is prettier that way," Tan Quang Lam insisted, sticking to his aesthetic judgment. "How could someone who paints not know what's beautiful?" "All right then." Ha Fuang took off the hair tie, shaking her head. "I'll tie it back up later." "Classmate Tan, could you run and get me a bag of preserved plums?" "I'm hungry." Tan Quang Lam handed it to her. Ha Fuang popped one in her mouth, then turned her head to ask, "Do you want some?" Tan Quang Lam found these incredibly sour, not tasty at all. The other one was much better. Remembering the sweetness, Tan Quang Lam looked somewhat longingly at Ha Fuang's ruby-red lips. Shaking his head, "No thanks." "All right, then I'll eat them myself." Tan Quang Lam blushed and turned away, inexplicably uttering two words, "Not enough." "What?" Ha Fuang was taken aback. Tan Quang Lam felt his cheeks burning, his gaze darting around. "I said, it wasn't enough." It was as if he had just opened the door to a new world, unable to restrain himself after the first taste. Ha Fuang tossed the plum pit and the empty bag into the trash bin. "Then come over here." Given permission, Tan Quang Lam's heart pounded as he approached, but he stopped when he met her smiling eyes. "Close your eyes." Ha Fuang tilted her head back, lying down on the bed. "Okay, they're closed." Satisfied, Tan Quang Lam crawled closer. After kissing for a moment, he lifted his head, slightly exasperated. "Open your mouth. How about you call me Teacher Ha first?" Ha Fuang opened her eyes, a smug look on her face. She was definitely doing this on purpose. Tan Quang Lam gritted his teeth, telling himself he absolutely could not be intimidated by her. It was too humiliating. With this thought, Tan Quang Lam leaned down to kiss her again. An unknown amount of time passed before Tan Quang Lam lifted his head again, utterly mortified. In the end, he still had to utter those two words, "Teacher Ha." What was a little humiliation in front of a beautiful woman? Ha Fuang suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, actively pulling him down. "Good boy, classmate Tan." After some time, Ha Fuang suddenly opened her eyes. "What are your hands doing?" Tan Quang Lam looked down, hastily retracting his hand, scooting over. His hand automatically. "I didn't mean to. I knew you wouldn't behave." Ha Fuang irritably adjusted her wrinkled collar. Instinct, it's all instinct. I couldn't control it either. Ha Fuang frowned. You pig trotter. This time, is it enough? Tan Quang Lam blushed, his eyes holding a hint of defiance, silently thinking how could it possibly be enough. Yet he didn't dare say it wasn't enough, nor did he dare ask for more. No more. Seeing his expression, Ha Fuang felt a little annoyed. He was clearly saying he liked me constantly before, but after kissing, he immediately changed his tune. Having kissed twice, Tan Quang Lam was no longer so timid, directly stepping forward to embrace Ha Fuang tightly. I want to be with you forever. Ha Fuang's eyes widened, looking slightly surprised. You must be thinking nonsense again. It really is instinct. I'm not thinking nonsense. Thinking is useless anyway. Ha Fuang turned her head to glare at him. Be good for me. No more squirming. This is fine. Tan Quang Lam hugged Ha Fuang tighter, truly fond of the person in his arms, determined to marry her, to hold and kiss her every day. To get his girlfriend to stick out her tongue while kissing, the boy had to endure humiliation, finally compromising by calling her teacher 3 times. Anyway, a little humiliation was nothing compared to getting a kiss. Thinking about living together under one roof later, holding and kissing every day, a feeling of happiness surged within him. I feel like this is fulfillment. Life truly holds no regrets. What a disadvantage. Ha Fuang suddenly spoke up. Just calling me teacher how once, and you've already eaten me clean. How can you say eaten clean? Tan Quang Lam was slightly dissatisfied. Even if so, you ate me clean first. You still dare to speak. Ha Fuang suddenly grabbed his arm and bit it. You hateful thing. I want to play games. I'm not playing with you anymore. Tan Quang Lam obediently shut his mouth. This really was disadvantageous for her. Tan Quang Lam buried his face in Ha Fuang's hair, lethargic and unwilling to move, wondering inwardly how he could quickly marry her. Such a good person absolutely couldn't be allowed to slip away. She had to become his quickly. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam lifted himself up and kissed her on the cheek. Don't keep kissing me all day. It's all saliva. Ha Fuang irritably wiped her face. Seeing this, Tan Quang Lam suddenly remembered something, waited for her to finish wiping her face, then kissed her again. Not just one kiss, but many more kisses were needed. Ha Fuang continued wiping. Get away from me. The feeling of getting even felt so satisfying. Tan Quang Lam felt a bit smug, contentedly resting his chin on her shoulder. 3 twos, a pair of success played, could turn the tables +4 of a kind. I won't play it. Ha Fuang couldn't bear to play such big cards right at the beginning. The later developments wouldn't be good. Watching for a while and getting bored, Tan Quang Lam stretched out his right hand, sliding it under her neck. Don't you squirm. Ha Fuang instinctively lifted her head. This is fine. Tan Quang Lam gathered her warm body completely into his embrace, feeling his soul relax, letting out a satisfied sigh. Indeed, one still needs to be thick-skinned to live more comfortably. How much longer do we have to date? After thinking for a long time, Tan Quang Lam still couldn't help but ask, how long do you want to date? Of course, the shorter the better. In his heart, Tan Quang Lam just wanted to settle this quickly. Otherwise, just as Mother Tan had said, what if Ha Fuang met someone better after she started working? What? Tired of me already? Ha Fuang pretended not to understand his meaning. No, that's not it. I meant, when do we take the next step? Tan Quang Lam prompted, a little shyly. What next step? For example, taking me home to meet your parents. You want to meet your future father-in-law already, huh? Ha Fuang directly exposed his intentions. Hit right where it hurt, Tan Quang Lam stammered. Future? Distant future. Still know how to be embarrassed, huh? Ha Fuang feigned disdain. Shouldn't have let you taste the sweet fruit today. Already tasted it. Tan Quang Lam continued shamelessly. So, when do we go meet them? Depend on my mood. But since I just lost, my mood isn't good right now, so don't even think about it. Isn't just one game lost. I'll help you win it back. Tan Quang Lam was brimming with confidence. This game is very simple. Then help me win 20,000 beans. No, 100,000 beans, and I'll consider it. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment. 100,000 beans was a bit difficult, but not impossible, as long as there were no rules. As time passed, if he couldn't do it, Tan Quang Lam would secretly top up money to buy beans. She probably wouldn't find out. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam agreed. Okay, you said it, but no time limit. No time limit, but you can't buy beans. It has to be purely through winning. 100,000 beans. Tan Quang Lam will check the history carefully. She blocked Tan Quang Lam's loophole and even pointed at Tan Quang Lam's chest, saying, if I find out you cheated, you're dead meat. I'll win 100,000 for you. Tan Quang Lam was slightly excited, feeling that this matter was almost certain. Tan Quang Lam started pushing his luck. Then you should tell me what things to pay attention to when visiting your home. Win enough beans first, then we'll talk. Anyway, I'm definitely going to win. Tan Quang Lam nuzzled his head against her hair. The wedding was still months away, which for Tan Quang Lam himself was still a very distant concept. Yet in the blink of an eye, it was drawing near. It had to be said, fate was truly magical. Isn't this too fast? This thought suddenly occurred to Tan Quang Lam. Feeling the warmth under his palm, Tan Quang Lam immediately dismissed the thought. The faster, the better. Drowsy and half asleep, Ha Fuang suddenly let out a moan, curling up, looking like she was in great pain. Tan Quang Lam jolted fully awake. What's wrong with you? Stomachache. Ha Fuang tossed her phone aside, grimacing as she clutched her abdomen. Why the sudden stomachache? Tan Quang Lam was a little worried, sitting up to see if she had eaten something that disagreed with her. The watermelon was too cold. Ha Fuang was in so much pain her face turned pale. Give me a cup of hot water. I'll go right away. Tan Quang Lam hurriedly ran out to find a cup. Very quickly, Tan Quang Lam returned carrying a cup of hot water. Drink slowly, it's a bit hot. After carefully handing her the cup, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but ask, do you have a stomach problem? Should I go buy you some painkillers? Ha Fuang took a small sip and then shook her head. No, it's that time. That thing. Tan Quang Lam paused for a moment before understanding. Ah, that thing. So what did you eat? Cold watermelon. What else? Isn't it because you insisted on feeding me? Ha Fuang mumbled. I thought just 2 pieces wouldn't hurt. Having gained the upper hand over his girlfriend, the boy even took advantage of her being on her period to place his hand on her stomach. It turned out that after Tan Quang Lam gave Ha Fuang the hot water, he learned the cause of her stomachache was eating 2 pieces of cold watermelon. How is it now? Feeling any better? It's okay. It'll pass in a little while. Ha Fuang looked at his worried expression and smiled faintly, then furrowed her brows again, clutching her stomach tightly. Seeing Ha Fuang's pale face, her whole body trembling, Tan Quang Lam gritted his teeth, placed the water cup on the table, and ran out of the room. I'll go ask Mom if she knows any remedies. Wait, Ha Fuang couldn't stop him in time, only able to watch helplessly as the door closed. You silly boy, how could you ask Mom about this? Why go out when it's raining? Tan Quang Lam reached the living room, wandered around, but couldn't find his mother, so he had to return to the room. Mom's gone somewhere. Just bear with it a little longer. I'll search online to see if there's any solution. No need, did you say something? It was too quiet, I couldn't hear. Ha Fuang had now curled up under the blanket. I said no need to search, it'll get better in a while. But several whiles have passed already. Tan Quang Lam inadvertently raised his voice. You don't look any better at all, even worse. I don't want you to be uncomfortable like this. You're worrying too much. Ha Fuang buried her head deeper, her already pale face suddenly flushing pink. Tan Quang Lam scrolled through his phone. Online it says hot water is for applying heat. Why did you drink it? Ha Fuang rolled her eyes. Do you know better or do I? Baidu knows everything. Trust that thing, and you'll need to prepare a coffin for a common cold. Always saying such unlucky things. Tan Quang Lam sat down, opened the cabinet, and started rummaging. Strange, where did I put my sealed bottle? Stop doing that. Ha Fuang seemed slightly better, intending to sit up and stop him. Don't mess around. This is more reliable than drinking hot water. It'll ease the pain faster. Tan Quang Lam turned his head back with a serious expression. Then he saw Ha Fuang start to hug her stomach and tremble again. Hurting again. Tan Quang Lam pulled Ha Fuang into his arms, his mind racing for a solution. What to do? She's still so uncomfortable. What now? What now? That's right, try that. With this thought, Tan Quang Lam wrapped his arms around Ha Fuang, helped her lie down, then pulled the blanket up, slipping his hand inside along the hem of her shirt. Are you trying to take advantage of me again? Ha Fuang asked weakly. You're hurting like this, how could I still be thinking about taking advantage of you? As he spoke, Tan Quang Lam gently applied pressure, massaging her. Is this the spot? Ha Fuang murmured nodding slightly, closing her eyes without saying anything more. After an unknown amount of time, feeling the person in his arms gradually relax, Tan Quang Lam let out a sigh, feeling better. Much better. Ha Fuang opened her eyes. You can take your hand away now. Let me rub it a little longer, otherwise it might start hurting again later. You just want to take advantage of me. If you say so, then it must be true. Tan Quang Lam grumbled. I won't argue with a patient. Saying this, he continued the motion with his hand. Another 2.5 minutes passed. Ha Fuang shifted slightly, asking, "Does my belly feel nice to touch? Seems like you're really feeling better now." Tan Quang Lam pouted. "You even have the energy to tease me now." Classmate Tan, men and women should maintain distance. What you're doing is playing the rogue. Although the pain wasn't as bad anymore, Ha Fuang hadn't regained her strength, her voice soft and weak. "How can it be called playing the rogue between a boyfriend and girlfriend?" Tan Quang Lam retorted. But his attention was drawn by her words to his hand. Rubbing it really did feel nice, soft, smooth, pliable like a water-filled balloon, but even softer, even smoother than that. "You're not being honest." Noticing his movements slowing down, Ha Fuang narrowed her eyes, propping her chin with her hand. "Come on, I'm not." Tan Quang Lam denied, blushing. "Even if I was, you intentionally let me." "All right then. From this moment on, touching anymore means you're playing the rogue." How can this girl be so sharp? I was just slightly distracted, and she already caught on. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam got up from the bed. "I'll go get you another cup of hot water." Ha Fuang sat on the bed, watching Tan Quang Lam's retreating back, lost in thought for a moment, then chuckled, "Silly goose." Still giving a 520-degree cup of hot water to a girlfriend on her period. "Here, drink slowly. It's hot." "So hot." Ha Fuang took a tiny sip, complaining softly. "Of course, the hotter the better." Speaking of which, Tan Quang Lam suddenly thought of something. "If I had held the cup for a while just now, my hand would have been even warmer, right?" "I'll do that next time." "You still want there to be a next time?" Ha Fuang glared at him. "No next time." Saying that, she tried another sip, still too hot. So she found another reason to complain. "The cup is full of your saliva smell. You only remember after drinking so much." After saying this, Tan Quang Lam turned around, looking down at his own palm, even rubbing his fingers together. Her skin felt so soft. "What are you reminiscing about over there?" Ha Fuang suddenly moved closer from behind. Tan Quang Lam jumped. "Still say you're not a fox spirit in disguise. You clearly know how to read minds. Therefore, you must respect Teacher Ha." Ha Fuang placed the cup on the bedside table. "Don't let your thoughts wander. Nothing escapes my eyes." "That chi shield thing you mentioned, is it hard to learn?" Tan Quang Lam moved closer to ask. "That thing is too powerful, practically invincible. I want to learn it too." "It's not easy to learn." Ha Fuang shook her head seriously. "You need to be a 1 in 10,000 genius, like me, for example, to be able to learn even 30% of it. 30% is already that powerful." Tan Quang Lam was slightly stunned. If one could learn all of it, wouldn't they have ascended in broad daylight long ago? Ha Fuang nodded. If one could learn it all, wouldn't they be like Patriarch Chun Tuan, sleeping for 800 years and becoming an immortal? "I feel like you're already close to becoming an immortal right now," Tan Quang Lam mumbled under his breath, thinking to himself that geniuses seem destined for great things. So why would one come looking for a humble painter like him for romance? Could this be her unique taste? If so, then he had truly found a treasure. Ha Fuang chuckled. "That's right, I'm the fairy Ha Fuang, gracing a mortal like you with my presence. It's your gain, like a river snail released 1,000 years ago, cultivating into a spirit to repay a kindness." Tan Quang Lam stroked his chin, pondering this possibility. "Take a guess." After hearing this, Ha Fuang pinched his waist hard. "Immortal. Do you know what an immortal is?" Tan Quang Lam hurriedly clasped his hands together, his expression reverent. "Consort me. You are the reincarnation of the Luo river goddess. That's more like it." Ha Fuang nodded with satisfaction, leaning back against the pillow. Tan Quang Lam seized the opportunity to turn his head, planting a quick kiss on Ha Fuang's cheek. "Being able to kiss the living Luo river goddess, my life is complete. With your stinky saliva." Ha Fuang frowned, wiping her cheek in dissatisfaction, then turned her head. "This side needs one too." The sudden turn of events left Tan Quang Lam momentarily stunned, but he obediently leaned in and kissed the other cheek, lest this living Luo river goddess truly got angry. After all that was done, Ha Fuang let out a sigh of relief. "Much better now. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let me go get more hot water." "Don't get any more. I can't drink it all." Saying this, Tan Quang Lam moved closer, taking Ha Fuang's hand. "Do you want me to rub it a little longer? If you want to take advantage of me, just say so." Ha Fuang rolled her eyes, taking his fingers with a look of disdain. "My kindness is truly being mistaken for ill intentions." Tan Quang Lam sat back down on the bed, pulling Ha Fuang into his arms, placing his hand over her thin clothes onto her lower abdomen, gently massaging it. "Right now, you still have me here to take care of you. When you go home and it hurts, who will rub it for you then?" Just moments ago, while Ha Fuang was weak, he had tried to sneak a kiss but failed, and was even forced to call her teacher Ha to get his way. Now, he felt completely fearless. Dignity. Who needed it? I don't care. Besides, it's all your fault for influencing me while you're around. Give me your game ID. I want to play landlord fight. Tan Quang Lam took the phone and quickly entered his account and password. The last time he remembered playing seemed to be back in university. He hadn't touched it since graduation. Seeing that there were still over 30,000 coins in the account, Ha Fuang exclaimed in surprise. Just as she was about to take the phone back, an idea suddenly sparked in Tan Quang Lam's mind, and he immediately raised the phone high up. Ha Fuang reached for it twice, but couldn't touch it. What are you doing? Not letting me play. Just like how you kissed me earlier, Tan Quang Lam said with a laugh. How did you learn this kind of thing so quickly? Ha Fuang glared at him. After thinking for a moment, still feeling indignant, she bit Tan Quang Lam's hand. I'm not playing anymore. With that, Ha Fuang burrowed under the covers. Once a person decided to abandon all sense of shame, there was nothing left to tease them about. If you won't play, I will. Tan Quang Lam started a game, deliberately letting her hear the cheerful, jingling music. Oh wow, what a great hand. Fantastic. One again. This game is really fun. Are you sure you don't want to play? Tan Quang Lam sprawled on the bed, starting his antics. If you want to play, just tell me. If you don't say anything, how will I know you want to play? If you want to play, I'll let you play right away. It's not me. Before she could finish, the blanket was suddenly flung open. Ha Fuang's soft, fragrant lips brushed past Tan Quang Lam's in a circle. Then she wiped her mouth and held out her hand. Kissed you. Now give me the phone. Tan Quang Lam, still lost in the sweet aftertaste, mumbled assent and handed her the phone. You still owe me 100,000. Don't forget. Shameless. This 30,000 is what I just earned. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment, leaned closer, and asked, so if I return the kiss just now, can this 30,000 be deducted from that 100,000? How strange. After shedding his sense of shame, the world suddenly seemed full of color. Having tasted the benefits of shamelessness, the thoughts of this formerly decent person were gradually turning perverse. Tan Quang Lam quietly gazed at Ha Fuang's rosy lips, thinking that kissing was truly addictive. Who on earth invented such a thing? With this thought, Tan Quang Lam took her hand and kissed it. Not the face, not the lips, just kissing the hand would do. Ha Fuang smelled fragrant all over. He really wanted to take a bite. Are you gnawing on a pig's trotter? Ha Fuang disgustedly wiped the saliva off herself. Getting handsy again, be careful that 100,000 doesn't turn into 1,000,000. Even if it's a pig's trotter, it's a fragrant one. You're the pig's trotter. Tan Quang Lam paid no mind, burying his head in her shoulder, feeling somewhat infatuated. Why did he like this person so much? Could it be because he had been teased and suppressed by her for so long before? And now that he was finally liberated, the backlash was fierce. Tan Quang Lam started rubbing Ha Fuang's lower abdomen again. He had to help her cure this ailment completely. Seeing her face turn so pale just now must have meant it hurt a lot. When he got home, he needed to research some other methods, just in case it hurt again next time and required half a day of massaging to ease. How are you becoming more and more shameless? Ha Fuang pu set Tan Quang Lam ma wei. Tan Quang Lam felt embarrassed. Well, then I'll be a bit more bashful. I don't care about you. Be serious for me. The more Ha Fuang thought about it, the angrier she got. How did things turn out like this? The little white rabbit had suddenly turned into a big gray wolf. This was truly unbearable. I've always been very serious. You're not serious anywhere. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from outside the door. Mother Tan must be back. Ha Fuang looked at her phone. Is it that late already? Let me go help Annie cook. Having said that, Ha Fuang intended to stand up. Tan Quang Lam hurriedly held her back. What are you doing? Touching cold water will give you a stomachache again. Ha Fuang continued to struggle slightly. I'll just be careful. Don't move. Let me go instead. Tan Quang Lam helped her lie back down, then straightened his clothes and left the room. Mother Tan was carrying a basket of food, bustling about in the kitchen. Seeing Tan Quang Lam arrive, she casually asked, what are you doing here? Ha Fuang is in my room, Tan Quang Lam replied. Go, go, go. What are you doing out here, leaving her alone in the room? Mother Tan waved her hand, shooing Tan Quang Lam away. This boy, really, why run out here instead of staying with your girlfriend? She's feeling a bit unwell. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, tactfully explaining why Ha Fuang hadn't come out. Is it serious? If it's bad, maybe take her to the clinic to have a look. No need, Mom. She's just been feeling a bit under the weather these past few days. Resting for a bit will do. Mother Tan looked at her son with a suspicious gaze. Did you two argue? How could we? I came here to help you cook. Oh, please. Usually, the most you do is wash the dishes. You don't even know how to cut vegetables, and now you're helping me cook. Mother Tan turned around and sighed. You two just wait for the meal. Isn't it because she can't help you right now? Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, continuing, That's why I came to help you. Is this helping me? It's clearly helping your girlfriend. Helping whoever, it's all the same. Tan Quang Lam felt a little guilty. Helping his mother cook for his girlfriend's sake sounded rather shameless. Tan Quang Lam picked up a green pepper and turned on the tap to wash it. Are you really not going back in with Ha Fuang for a bit? Mother Tan asked again. Yeah, Tan Quang Lam Mumbao An Fi Mai Sun, No Ding. Not just today. I'll help you often from now on. This needs to be Julienne, right? Mother Tan watched Tan Quang Lam's hand movements, a thought suddenly striking her. Tell me, do you want to learn how to cook? Tan Quang Lam turned his head, slightly sheepish. No, I'm just trying it out. What's so hard about cooking? You learn just by watching. Mother Tan gave a cold smile. Keep pretending. As if mom can't see what you're thinking. I'm just learning for the sake of knowing. Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. So troublesome. Why do mom and Ha Fuang both think like that? Can't hide anything from them. Tan Quang Lam held the knife somewhat fearfully. If he cut his hand, he wouldn't be able to draw. Suddenly, Ha Fuang called out from the room. Why did you come out? I came out to see if there's anything I can help with. Ha Fuang's voice was much softer than usual, gentle and weak, but her complexion had improved considerably. The food will be ready soon, dear. Just rest and get well. Mother Tan probably guessed what was happening with Ha Fuang. Studying alone in a foreign place, without anyone to rely on, must be very hard. I'm all right, Annie, Ha Fuang replied with a smile. Seeing Tan Quang Lam holding the knife, she became a little curious. Is Quang Lam cooking today? He intends to learn. I'm just familiarizing myself with cooking. Tan Quang Lam blushed, regretting his earlier decision. He could learn any time. Why rush it at this moment? Mother Tan's gaze shifted back and forth between the two, and suddenly, an idea struck her. That's right, Ha Fuang, you could teach him a little. Ha Fuang was slightly taken aback. Then, as if realizing something as well, she moved towards Tan Quang Lam, beginning her close-up tutoring. When cutting vegetables, curl your left fingers inward, rest the knife against this knuckle. That way, you won't easily cut your hand. Tan Quang Lam tried it twice and found it was indeed much safer. Don't just press down hard. Use force moving from back to front, letting the blade slice through. It takes less effort. Teacher Ha continued her instruction. In the end, Tan Quang Lam still stood watching first. How long do I have to learn before I can be like you? Swish, 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 and finish cutting just like that. That depends on how long you've been cooking. Ha Fuang reached up to wipe her chin, then continued directing, put the bok choy over there, rinse it again in the basket. All right. Mother Tan watched the two quietly, feeling they looked quite compatible. It would be wonderful if they really got together, but they were still so young, and there were too many variables before marriage. Her foolish son needed to try harder. It was best for her to withdraw and not be a third wheel. Over on the other side, the two had finished all preparations and were finally starting to cook. Anything too difficult you can't manage right now. Let's try stir-frying the bok choy first, Ha Fuang instructed. First, put the vegetables in and toss them evenly. Then stir slowly so they cook through uniformly. Holding the spatula for the first time, Tan Quang Lam felt a thrill, always thinking those chefs on TV looked so cool stir-frying with flames erupting. He wanted to imitate them, but knew his own level, daring not to show off, obediently holding the spatula and stirring slowly. However, after stirring for a while, the situation became increasingly awkward. Ha Fuang looked at Tan Quang Lam with a speechless expression. Standing a bit closer won't get you splattered with oil, rest assured. No, this is fine. Tan Quang Lam stretched out his long arm, standing a full step away, as if facing a great enemy. Ha Fuang glanced back at Mother Tan standing on the balcony, seized the opportunity to press close against Tan Quang Lam. Aren't you afraid your mom will see? Just keep going like this. Feeling the warm breath near his ear, Tan Quang Lam hastily leaned forward, fearfully eyeing the bubbling oil in the wok. You just wait. Wait for what? Ha Fuang extended her index finger, placing it on his back. After a quick swipe, Tan Quang Lam directly regained the upper hand. You dare misbehave, Tan Quang Lam said to her. Helplessly, Tan Quang Lam could only change the subject. How much salt should I add? Very quickly, two dishes that resembled neither proper vegetables nor proper meat were placed on the dining table. Ha Fuang tasted a bite and nodded. It's stir-fried very well. Indeed, indeed. It's just green vegetables, after all. Unless they're burnt, it's hard to make them taste bad, no matter how you stir-fry them. Tan Quang Lam felt struck by lightning. Motherton also stood nearby, smiling endlessly. She really liked the current atmosphere. It felt very much like a family. Ha Fuang, if you're not busy, come over often to teach little Lamb. Otherwise, this boy will definitely be too lazy to learn. Yes, I will. This meal for Tan Quang Lam could be considered cheerful and harmonious. Tan Quang Lam proactively cleared the table and ran into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Ha Fuang didn't return to her room either, standing quietly beside him, watching. Mother Tan sat on the sofa, turned on the TV to watch for a bit, then suddenly remembered something. Ha Fuang dear, let me ask you something. That pickled radish dish you made last time, it was delicious. Can you teach Tan Quang Lam how to make it? It's nothing special. Really, Ha Fuang sat down on the sofa. Just cut the radish into strips about this long, then marinate them with a little salt. That's it. If you like it, Annie, I'll make more next time. Such a good girl, Mother Tan said admiringly. Do you have any younger brothers or sisters at home? I have an older brother, 7 years older than me. Having an older brother is nice. Like this little Lamb. He's an only child, no siblings. It's a bit lonely being alone. Ha Fuang pouted. Nowadays, my brother only cares about his sister-in-law. He doesn't pay any attention to this little sister anymore. This child, how could they not be different? Tan Quang Lam came out from the kitchen. Seeing the two chatting so happily, he knew he couldn't go back to his room to continue cuddling anymore. Therefore, Tan Quang Lam shamelessly brought 2 glasses of water and placed them on the table for them, then sat down next to Ha Fuang. Seeing this display, Mother Tan glanced at her son, decided not to bother with him anymore, and continued chatting with Ha Fuang. So, did you specifically come to Lacton for university? The universities in Hopton are a bit weaker. Lacton University is still better. Tan Quang Lam sat beside her, secretly took Ha Fuang's hand and started playing with it. They say, once an intimate kiss has been exchanged, feelings heat up quickly. The level of intimacy compared to before the exchange are 2 completely different concepts. He naturally became very bold. From this angle, Mother Tan absolutely couldn't see. Tan Quang Lam felt a little smug inside. Can't kiss and cuddle, so playing with her small hand is good too. Ha Fuang felt Tan Quang Lam's subtle movements, and suddenly her small face flushed bright red. Mother Tan, completely unaware of the pair's little actions, even asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Annie, the TV show is very interesting," Ha Fuang said with a smile. Only her left hand, which was holding the other person's index finger, was secretly applying pressure. Haha, then you two keep watching. Mom's going back to her room to watch some short videos for a while. Okay, Auntie, rest early. Mother Tan stood up, not wanting to occupy the young couple's private time anymore, said goodbye, and went back to her room. Only when they heard the door close did the two remain sitting there blankly, as if nothing had happened. Getting bold now, huh? Ha Fuang looked at him with a half-smile. Tan Quang Lam awkwardly turned his face away, pretending not to understand. What tricks were you playing? Ha Fuang directly reached out and pinched his waist. Still dare to mess around. Tan Quang Lam took Ha Fuang's hand, intending to go back to the room. But Ha Fuang didn't want to. What was the point of going back to the room? There was nothing interesting on TV. Ha Fuang smiled gently. I understand now you want to go back to the room to do naughty things. How can you call it naughty things? Tan Quang Lam blushed, disagreeing. Weren't you the one who started it? Tan Quang Lam felt as if he had turned to stone. Cold sweat trickling down as he hastily plopped down onto the sofa to watch TV. Ha Fuang looked at their intertwined hands, suddenly pulled hers away, then turned and sat squarely on his lap. If you have the guts, don't move. Just sit like this and watch. Let's see how embarrassed you'll be when Annie comes out and sees us. Don't, please sit properly. If my mom really sees this, I won't be able to face anyone anymore. Ha Fuang traced a line on his chest with her finger. Do you still dare? I don't dare anymore, I don't dare. Perhaps seeing Tan Quang Lam's flustered expression, Ha Fuang suddenly smiled softly, then turned 90 degrees again, sitting directly across his legs. Call me teacher, huh? This is too much. Tan Quang Lam blushed, trying hard to hold on to his last shred of reason. Are you going to call me that or not? Really not going to call me. Tan Quang Lam gritted his teeth, taking a gamble, and suddenly wrapped his arms around her. Then to stay like this. Ha Fuang, caught off guard, she asked, why are you watching TV? Tan Quang Lam tightened his arms. It's just cuddling. Who's afraid of whom? Just like that, Ha Fuang rested her head on his shoulder, shifting slightly. Let's see who gives in first. After a moment, he lifted his head. Only you can see it. I can't see anything. Then turn around. Tan Quang Lam loosened his grip so Ha Fuang could easily turn to face the TV. You're quite bold now, aren't you? Men are truly all pigs. Ha Fuang feigned dissatisfaction. Clearly, last time we watched a movie, you blushed just feeding me popcorn. Tan Quang Lam swallowed hard, his previously relaxed hand unconsciously tightening its grip again. Ha Fuang's haughty demeanor made Tan Quang Lam feel a bit parched. If you don't let go, how can I move? Before Ha Fuang could finish her sentence, a large hand cupped the back of her neck, pulling her closer. Tan Quang Lam passionately held her tight, sweet like nectar, truly capable of quenching thirst. Ha Fuang's eyes were slightly hazy. Only when they separated did she gradually regain her composure. Just as she uttered the word you, she was cut off by the 3 words teacher Ha. Ha Fuang froze slightly, her already flushed face becoming even more captivating. Fine, let him take a little more advantage. Suddenly, there was a click. The door to Mother Tan's bedroom opened. The old mother poked her head out. Look at this old body. Forgot to even get water. Might as well see what you 2 kids are up to. Why are you 2 so hot? Why are your faces so red? Mother Tan asked, puzzled. It's just a bit hot, ma'am. Yes, it's a little warm, not very well ventilated. Tan Quang Lam fanned his face with his hand. The living room is too hot. Go back to the room. Ha Fuang nodded, standing up. Yes, let's go see that thing you mentioned. Watching the 2 figures hastily retreating, Mother Tan suddenly found it amusing. Perhaps I came at the wrong time. Oh well, young people like to play these flashy games. Inside the room, just as Tan Quang Lam closed the door, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. It's all your fault, all your fault. So embarrassing. Ha Fuang, blushing, punched him lightly. It's okay. She probably didn't see anything. She definitely knew. It's mortifying. Ha Fuang helplessly grabbed his wrist and bit down hard. Somehow, looking at Ha Fuang's expression, Tan Quang Lam suddenly didn't feel embarrassed anymore, even finding it somewhat refreshing. So you can feel shy too. We've touched, we've kissed, but when the young man wanted that $9 notebook, the girl wasn't happy. It turned out that just moments ago, the 2 were seeking thrills in the living room when they were caught by his own mother, forcing them to hastily retreat to the room. Seeing Ha Fuang's embarrassed and angry face, Tan Quang Lam suddenly found it amusing. So you can feel shy. Perhaps because it was her time of the month, Ha Fuang spent the following moments leaning against Tan Quang Lam. Careful now, you have to tell me too. Tell you what? Naturally, tell me you love me, Tan Quang Lam said seriously. Ha Fuang opened her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips. You love me. Ha. Tan Quang Lam touched his nose, satisfied, but suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. You said it wrong. You should say I love you. I know even more that you love me. Ha Fuang continued to play dumb. If you keep this up, I'll kiss you twice. Tan Quang Lam leaned close to her ear, whispering a threat, preparing to turn her own tactics against her. You dare bully me? Just try. Ha Fuang refused to be intimidated, determined to maintain the upper hand. She even proactively puckered her lips. You came close? Aren't you going to kiss me? Tan Quang Lam hesitated for a moment, decided to yield to her this time, yet unwilling to admit defeat. He took her hand and planted a firm kiss on the back of it. Ha Fuang felt the small triumph radiating from her hand, drawing out an O. You originally spoke softly, Tan Quang Lam explained, blushing. Whether you say it or not doesn't matter, as long as I know. Ha Fuang's lips curved slightly upwards, and the words I love you slipped out. Tan Quang Lam was stunned for a good 2.5 seconds. I didn't quite hear that. Say it again. I love you, Ha Fuang repeated reluctantly. Satisfied now, you fool. Satisfied? Tan Quang Lam happily held out his hand in front of her. I'll reward you with one too. Ha Fuang pushed it away disdainfully. Get your smelly poor trotter away. I don't want to kiss it. Where is it smelly? Why can't I smell it? Tan Quang Lam pulled his hand back, bringing it to his nose to sniff. One doesn't perceive their own smell, you know. It's only good if others find it fragrant. I find you incredibly fragrant everywhere. The corners of Ha Fuang's lips curved slightly. Of course, I'm the reincarnation of Luo Shun, you know? You've struck gold. Tan Quang Lam truly felt like he had found a treasure, but it still wasn't enough, so he moved closer, embracing her tightly. Oh, Luo Shun. Hey, Luo Shun. When will you take me to visit your home? Didn't I already tell you? When you win 100,000 beans and finish watching that movie. When can we take the next step? What next step? Obviously, getting the household registration book. I'm comparing it to the $9 price tag in my hand. We'll have to see how you perform first. Anyway, I don't want to rush things. Ha Fuang pouted and turned her face away. Why don't you want to? Once we get the household registration book, you'll have me completely bullying me however you want. Absolutely not. How could I possibly bully you? He protested his innocence, claiming he had never even considered such a thing. The words of a man. Ha Fuang patted her thigh and stood up. What time is it now? He glanced at his phone, replying, a little past 8. After speaking, he felt a bit anxious. Never mind, it's fine. As long as we leave before 9:30, I can get you back to the school dormitory before curfew. It'll just be a bit tight on time. Just a little past. It's only a bit over 40 minutes. I think it's pretty much the same. Ha Fuang said nothing, just stared blankly at him. I just want to spend a little more time with you. Ha Fuang found it slightly amusing, but sat back down on the bed anyway. So clingy, like a little puppy. All right, just a little longer then. Another beautiful day passed within the room. Tan Quang Lam realized they were truly a match made in heaven. Even their introverted personalities were identical. Thinking about it, it made sense. Writing and drawing shared many commonalities, mostly involving creating at home, occasionally venturing out for inspiration. Do you think us being like this is a bit abnormal? Yes, very abnormal. Ha Fuang nodded affirmatively. Becoming so shameless before marriage. What if we can't control ourselves? Thinking this, she glared at Tan Quang Lam. Must plan carefully, absolutely cannot let him act recklessly, lest things go wrong. I think it's really not good for a girl to stay in a boy's bedroom all the time. It wouldn't look right if mom saw. So he asked, then what should we do? Ha Fuang lowered her head further. From now on, ask me out more often. Let's go strolling around town. Strolling. He hesitated slightly. Strolling wasn't nearly as fun as cuddling and kissing in the room. Why the reluctant face? If you don't want to, then forget it. I really want to. Ha Fuang raised both hands to pinch his cheeks. Let's see if you still dare to misbehave when we're outside. If you dare bully me, I'll shout pervert. What counts as bullying? He asked, perplexed. Thinking about it, maybe I'm the one who should be shouting. Depends on my mood, Ha Fuang said with a smile, her hands still playfully busy. Women truly are the most unreasonable creatures. The last few minutes ticked by, and Ha Fuang sat up, planting a kiss on Tan Quang Lam's forehead. Time ago, classmate Tan. He grunted in agreement, extremely reluctant to stand up, adjusting his wrinkled clothes as he prepared to take her home. Ha Fuang picked up her backpack and pushed open the door. As she was leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and remind him, remember, you owe me lots and lots and lots of beans, and you're not allowed to bully me like Tan Quang Lam did today, understand? Seeing he didn't answer, Ha Fuang looked slightly surprised, following his gaze. Only then did she realize her future mother-in-law was still sitting watching TV in the living room. Watching the backpack on Ha Fuang's shoulder fall to the ground, Mother Tan didn't know how to react anymore. She really should have stayed in her room, scrolling through short videos. Why did she come out to watch TV? Openly teasing her boyfriend, only to have his own mother standing quietly behind, watching. And the girlfriend was now so scared her backpack had fallen. She crouched down, messily gathering her things, then hurriedly stood up to say goodbye. Yes, Annie, I'm heading back now. Little lamb, make sure you walk her right to the dormitory door, you hear. Mother Tan stared sternly, as if she hadn't seen anything just now. He grunted an affirmative, then, after processing, kicked his foot out and stood at attention. I guarantee I will escort her right to the dormitory entrance. Quang Lam always walks me right to the dorm entrance. A Fuang gekaimed insupportivity. Only then did Mother Tan smile with satisfaction. Remember to come over often when you have time. Anyway, Little Lamb is responsible for taking you back. You're not an outsider. Don't be so formal. The old mother expressed her stance, afraid that her prospective daughter-in-law before her would be too embarrassed and grow to dislike her son, Tan Quang Lam, which would ruin things. Okay, I will come over. Ha Fuang nodded, her small face turning even redder. No matter how intimate they were in the room, facing Mother Tan together still felt awkward, especially this late at night. The two of them emerging from his room felt strange. The two walked hand in hand down the street, the air fresh fresh after the rain. The post-rain air was slightly damp. The streets were much quieter than on usual nights. You heard what my mom said just now. You're not an outsider. Tan Quang Lam was very pleased with his mother's assist. You say I'm not an outsider, so what am I then? Ha Fuang raised a hand to touch her cheek, deliberately asking this. What am I? Ha Fuang feigned innocence. Of course, you're family. Do you know what family means? You tell me if I know or not. Looking at her lover, smiling foolishly beside her, Ha Fuang felt both annoyed and amused. She thought to herself, this idiot is getting bolder and bolder. And she herself was really something, still blushing at words like these. It shouldn't be like this. Not an outsider. No need. Tan Quang Lam chuckled and continued. My mom really likes you. I know that even if you didn't help with the cooking, she would still like you. I know. I forgot you're Miss Ha. You know everything. Tan Quang Lam beamed. Everything he looked at seemed pleasing to the eye. Even the old lamppost became endearing. Misa. Tan Quang Lam called out again. Ha Fuang responded with a sound and turned her head, her eyes slightly wary. He must be up to something, calling her so sweetly like that. I will marry you and bring you home. You know that, right? Tan Quang Lam held Ha Fuang's hand, squeezing it a little tighter. Ha Fuang paused, stunned, then chuckled to herself. I know. Yes, I know. Tan Quang Lam looked around happily, unable to resist bending down and sweeping Ha Fuang off her feet. What are you doing? Ha Fuang cried out in surprise. Put me down quickly. Not putting you down. I'll carry you like this all the way to catch the car. The goddess has been kidnapped by me. Their two shadows stretched long behind them, shrinking back beneath their feet at the next streetlight, only to lengthen again, repeating the pattern over and over. Ha Fuang wrapped her arms around Tan Quang Lam's neck, her body leaning back slightly with each of his running steps, her eyes brimming with a smile. Brother Tan, I love you. I know. Tan Quang Lam tin tet his chin udili. Even if I didn't say it, you'd know. Then do you know you're very silly? As long as you like it. As long as he could marry Ha Fuang. Tan Quang Lam was willing to be a fool for a lifetime. Every love, at its beginning, is pure and passionate. Even as time passes, that love might gradually fade or transform into familial affection like flowing water and drifting clouds, or drift away with the wind, losing contact. But the initial thrill will forever be etched in the heart, marking the most beautiful memories. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam and Ha Fuang got into a taxi. Where's my umbrella? Ha Fuang rummaged through her small bag. Could I have dropped it back then? Anyway, it's not raining now. You can get it another day. Or how about I take you back to get it? Tan Quang Lam said casually, inwardly thinking that if she went to his place to get the umbrella, the two of them could linger in the room again. The thought brought Tan Quang Lam a surge of hidden joy. What if it rains again tomorrow? Ha Fuang looked out the window, trying to guess the next day's weather. If it rains tomorrow, I'll bring an umbrella to you tomorrow. As he spoke, Tan Quang Lam suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? I just remembered. Su Xian managed to woo Lady White Snake precisely by delivering an umbrella to her. Tan Quang Lam looked at Ha Fuang with a meaningful gaze. You're wearing white too. What do you mean, Wu? That sounds so harsh. It was clearly Lady White Snake who borrowed Su Xian's umbrella, and Su Xian later came to ask for medicine, not to deliver an umbrella. Well, it's more or less the same thing. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. But thinking about it, it really is quite magical. Su Xian was actively pursued by Lady White Snake first, and I was actively pursued by Ha Fuang first. Lady White Snake was gentle, and Ha Fuang is quite similar. Could it be that I was a good person in my past life, hence deserving such great fortune in this life? Tan Quang Lam thought smugly, lifting Ha Fuang's hand to kiss it. Truly thankful for myself. Ha Fuang looked at Tan Quang Lam, pulled out. What are you thinking? Hee nothing. Just thinking how wonderful you are. Humph. Ha Fuang let out a soft humph, turning her head to look out the window. But after just a moment, she couldn't help the slight upturn of her lips. Speaking the truth again, watching the young couple leaning against each other through the rearview mirror, the taxi driver couldn't help but shed a tear. Damn it, youth is truly wonderful. Thinking back, I too once had hair, I too once had love. After getting out of the car, Ha Fuang took Tan Quang Lam's hand, heading toward the school. Time wasn't pressing, so Tan Quang Lam deliberately slowed his pace a little. In another month, you won't be able to stay in the dormitory anymore. Do you have any plans yet? Didn't I say not to worry? Rest assured, I have my own arrangements. Ha Fuang had her own plans and didn't want to say much. It's still better if many people discuss it together. Graduation season is stressful for job hunting. Don't keep it all bottled up inside, Tan Quang Lam said, slightly worried. He also wanted to hear if she had any specific plans, just to feel reassured. So, do you have any suggestions? Ha Fuang asked casually. My suggestions? Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment. The best would be to find a job right away. If you can't find one, rent a place temporarily and keep looking, or maybe take a temporary job. It's not necessary to rush into teaching right after graduation. I've looked into it. In your field, jobs like editor or writer seem quite flexible. Of course, I'm just saying the specifics depend on whether you like it or not. That's quite thorough thinking. Ha Fuang nodded. Tan Quang Lam waited for her to continue, but unexpectedly, she fell silent, showing no intention of saying more, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is that all? What else could you possibly think of? You've already thought of everything. Well, at least you should express an opinion. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, his face full of expectation. Like, which one would you choose? Can you get it immediately just by choosing? Are you giving it to me? Ha Fuang shot Tan Quang Lam a sideways glance. Choose and find a job immediately. Are you sure you're giving it to me? Ah, that's true. Tan Quang Lam thought it made sense, yet felt something wasn't quite right. But you should at least have a plan, right? Hearing this, Ha Fuang took a long stride, jumping down from the roadside flower bed, landing right in front of Tan Quang Lam, staring intently. Plans have to adapt to the actual situation. When the time comes, we'll know which step to take. Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback by this sudden action, then quickly recovered. You mean you already have it figured out? Ha Fuang said nothing, reaching into her trouser pocket and fumbling around. You definitely have it figured out. I still think it's better to prepare in advance. When the time comes, whatever step you take, let me know. I'll help you strategize. Just as Tan Quang Lam finished speaking, he felt a hard, fruit-flavored candy being stuffed into his mouth. After eating this candy, you're not allowed to talk to me anymore, Ha Fuang said suddenly. Tan Quang Lam widened his eyes at her, hastily suppressing his curiosity, and obediently shut his mouth. Being obedient like this is much cuter. Ha Fuang smiled with satisfaction. Don't always nag like a little old man. Tan Quang Lam pouted, thinking inwardly that she really found him too talkative. He was just afraid she would worry when the time came. I already said there's no need to worry, which means there's no need to worry. Ha Fuang shook her head, nodding when she saw Tan Quang Lam understood. Just as Tan Quang Lam was about to open his mouth, she glared at him again, leaving him no choice but to nod helplessly. Good boy. Ha Fuang giggled, linking her arm through Tan Quang Lam's as they walked forward. Until they reached the school gate, the two simply walked in silence. All right, I'll allow you to chew that candy, but no more rambling. Ha Fuang suddenly spoke. Tan Quang Lam quickly crushed the candy in his mouth, then asked doubtfully, do you always carry candy with you? Yeah. Was it good? Tan Quang Lam nodded. It was good, but I can't talk. If you rambled less, it wouldn't have come to this. Ha Fuang took out another piece and handed it to Tan Quang Lam. Be good and listen, and you get another one as a reward. Tan Quang Lam silently accepted it, looking at the candy in his hand under the streetlight. This one is pineapple flavor. The last one was peach. It seems she really likes this type of candy. I should buy a lot more to keep at home for her. 2.5 minutes later, gazing at the familiar school scenery, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but sigh. It's been a while since I came back. Our school is really big. Suddenly, I feel a bit regretful. It feels like I've missed out on so many good things. If only I had known you back when I was studying here, how great would that have been? Ha Fuang paused, unexpectedly stepped in front of Tan Quang Lam, stopping and slowly began to speak. It's not too late now. Whether sooner or later, meeting you is the best beginning. Don't tell me you had a secret crush on me back in school. Tan Quang Lam looked at her suspiciously. That would explain everything. Ha Fuang shot Tan Quang Lam a sideways glance. Keep your narcissism in check. Shouldn't it have been better if I found you sooner? Why didn't you look for me yourself? Tan Quang Lam pouted, thinking inwardly what a roundabout way, wasting so much time we could have spent together. Narcissist. Ha Fuang thought to herself. Obviously the guy should take the initiative. This idiot is also addicted to playing it cool. If I could have found you, I would have found you long ago. Maybe by now we'd have both sons and daughters. Nice thought, but you haven't even graduated yet. Can't students fall in love? Tan Quang Lam mumbled, but then cheered up again. It's not too late now. The future is long. Hand in hand, the two strolled leisurely under Tan Quang Lam's deliberate guidance. They took a slightly roundabout way before slowly heading towards the dormitory building. Just then, someone up ahead suddenly called out loudly. A tall girl approached. "That's my roommate, Chu Nam," Ha Fuang introduced. Before she could finish speaking, Tan Quang Lam saw Chu Nam looking at him with a less than friendly expression. "So it's you? The one who stole their precious Fuang Fuang." Tan Quang Lam awkwardly turned to look at Ha Fuang. To Chu Nam, Tan Quang Lam was the villain who had snatched her best friend away. This was the first time Tan Quang Lam met his girlfriend's college roommate, and he hadn't expected such a reception. At this moment, Chu Nam was sizing up Tan Quang Lam from head to toe. "Hearing how crazy she is about you. I thought you'd be handsome like a movie star." Tan Quang Lam blushed, stunned. Before he could say anything, Chu Nam pulled Ha Fuang's arm. Let's go up and eat." Tan Quang Lam quickly grabbed Ha Fuang's other hand. Chu Nam grumbled unhappily. "Seriously, you two have been hanging out all day. Isn't that enough?" Tan Quang Lam lowered his head, murmuring softly, "There's still something." Seeing Tan Quang Lam hesitate, Ha Fuang turned back and nudged Chu Nam. "You go on up first. I'll just talk with him for a couple of minutes, and then come up." Chu Nam glanced between the two, pulling the classic scornful face of a single person. "Hurry up then, before the food gets cold." Once Chu Nam had entered the dormitory building, Ha Fuang turned back around, shooting Tan Quang Lam a sideways glance. "Trying to pull something on me again, huh? I clearly told you to behave yourself." Tan Quang Lam pulled Ha Fuang into his arms, unwilling to waste any more time, and gave her a firm kiss. "I said you could kiss me, not hug me. Always trying to take advantage of me." Ha Fuang blushed, glaring at Tan Quang Lam. "Consider it a bonus. No need to thank me, classmate Tan. You're really getting bold now." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tan Quang Lam leaned in and kissed her again. "So one more time then. You letcher." Ha Fuang wiped her mouth, turned, and ran into the dormitory. "I won't tease you anymore. I'm heading back. Be careful on your way home." Tan Quang Lam shouted after her. "If I were handsome, you wouldn't be bullying me like this. You go up first, then I'll leave. It wasn't for nothing that I let you bully me." With that, Ha Fuang walked into the dormitory, glancing back at Tan Quang Lam one last time before heading upstairs. Tan Quang Lam stood rooted to the spot, waving at her. Only then did she turn, smile, and walk up the stairs. Ooh la 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 la. The moment she pushed open the dorm room door, her roommates teased her in unison. Chu Nam and Tran Engian stood in the middle, play acting. "Want another kiss? Disgusted are we." One wasn't enough, it had to be two. "You guys." Ha Fuang blushed furiously, her eyes wide. "Don't look at what is improper, don't you know that? Have you forgotten everything the teachers taught you? We had to let him be improper with you first. When someone's being improper, how could we let you stand there watching? No wonder you've changed so much lately." Truong Mong Mong, munching on chips on the lower bunk, joined the fray. "Looks like you've become a mature woman now." Mature and woman. She deliberately emphasized the words. "For years of university, I will not fall in love." Tran Engian pinched her nose, mimicking someone's tone. "I wonder who made such a bold declaration back then, only to eat their words now. Huh. Stop being jealous. I think that guy is tall and handsome. Quite all right." Fuang Fuang's already upstairs, yet he stood down there looking up for a long time before leaving. No Van Van peered out the window. No wonder he's got our Fuang Fuang so smitten. Being stared at by her four roommates with all sorts of expressions, Ha Fuang felt a bit overwhelmed. She tossed her bag onto the bed. "Are you guys just jealous? I bet if it wasn't his time of the month, he'd definitely be like Vong Tu Khan, not coming back tonight. Honestly, you guys clearly haven't experienced anything, yet you act like you know everything, as if you've experienced so much." Tran Engian pouted. "Is there some kind of curse on our dorm? For years, and only two have escaped singlehood. I want a boyfriend too." "Oh heavens, it's already summer. Young lady, stop daydreaming over there," Chu Nam said while munching on potato chips. Little Tan failed the subject again, and still no boyfriend for you. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. I'll definitely pass the exam, and a boyfriend will come too. Humph, you're just lovesick and flattering yourself. No Van Van walked in from the balcony, shaking her head vigorously. Stop, stop, stop. Ha Fuang, get a grip. Exams are coming, and you're still messing around here. Don't want to pass anymore. Have you memorized Dream of the Red Chamber, that you understand their suffering? No Van Van put on a dramatic act, wearing a mournful expression that slightly resembled Lin Daiyu from the novel. Ha Fuang asked crisply, who memorized Dream of the Red Chamber? Acting so improperly, who would dare marry you in the future? Go on, keep pretending. The girls' dormitory is truly full of demonesses, especially these two who read obscene novels all day. So improper, I dare not look. Ha Fuang sighed and climbed on her bed. All right. Enough. Focus on studying for the exams. If you don't graduate, where do you plan to find your Prince Charming? Or do you intend to live alone with No Van Van forever? Tran Engian threw her arms around No Van Van, who was right in front of her. No Van Van cooperated with a huff. What's wrong with the two of us living together forever? Saves us from worrying about those rotten men. Ha Fuang finished changing her clothes, pulled open the window curtain, and took off the panda-shaped hair Tai Tan Quang Lam had given her. You girls will find out just how good men can be eventually. As she spoke, perhaps thinking of something, Ha Fuang's face suddenly flushed red. Oh, the sourness. Sister, please don't say any more. Chu Nam, sitting opposite, also sighed. Fuang, you've really changed. Changed to be better for your boyfriend, right? The 24-year-old young man thought to himself, so Ha Fuang is on this floor. No, how can I keep staring at the girls' dormitory like this? Tan Quang Lam shook his head, turned, and walked away. What a perfect 520 day, but it seems like a bouquet of flowers was missing. I'll make it up to her with 2 bouquets next time. Tan Quang Lam strolled towards the bus station, got on the bus, and headed home. As soon as he stepped inside, Tan Quang Lam saw his mother still sitting on the sofa. Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? His mother turned off the TV, patted the empty space beside her. You're back. Come sit here, what's the matter? Tan Quang Lam sat down silently. Seeing his mother's serious expression, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Mom? Mother Tan cleared her throat, that is, you and Ha Fuang. How far have things progressed between you two? Tan Quang Lam froze, then turned his head away, slightly embarrassed. How far could they have progressed? It's just at the stage of, why are you blushing? You didn't do anything, did you? Mother Tan was startled. She hadn't intended to meddle in the young people's affairs, but they had been in the room all day, only coming out late at night. What if this boy couldn't control himself and did something regrettable to someone else's daughter? What could I possibly do? Tan Quang Lam stood up, glancing left and right, not daring to look his mother straight in the eye. I'm going back to my room. Mom, you should sleep early. Tan Quang Lam's expression only made Mother Tan more suspicious. She pulled her son's hand back. Did you do something wrong to that girl? Sit down here for me. Seeing Tan Quang Lam remain silent, Mother Tan grew angrier, slapping Tan Quang Lam's hand twice. This boy, never accomplishing anything worthwhile all day. Speak up, what exactly happened? Tan Quang Lam ducked his head, forcing a smile. I didn't do anything. What did you do? She's still a student. Didn't I tell you already? The more Mother Tan thought, the angrier she became, her hand showing no sign of stopping. Tan Quang Lam. Today, she had spoken with Ha Fuang and grown even fonder of the girl. She was capable and understanding, also from a single-parent family, having traveled alone to Lacton for her studies. How wonderful it would be if the two of them could end up together. But how could this son of hers hurt the girl like this? Outrageous. What's outrageous? This kid is truly shameless. Seeing his mother's furious gaze, Tan Quang Lam hastily explained, we didn't do anything, just hugged for a bit. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Mother Tan became even more furious, raising her hand to strike again. You two hugged all day. Surely you did something else. We really didn't do anything else. Tan Quang Lam puffed out his chest defensively. Really? Mother Tan was a bit skeptical, but this son of hers rarely lied. Really? Ask her carefully. Mother Tan's anger subsided, murmuring, it's late at night, just hugging in the room. Could they really be doing something else? Besides that, what else could they do? Tan Quang Lam mumbled, although there was also kissing. Saying it out loud would be mortifying. Besides those things, what else could they possibly do? To do anything more, Ha Fuang had to slap herself first. That girl is so well behaved. Suddenly, Mother Tan remembered something. No, that's not right. Then why were you two blushing when I came out for water earlier? Well, Well, hugging on the sofa, Tan Quang Lam continued to maintain his innocent image. You're definitely not being honest, playing indecent tricks on that girl again. Mother Tin glared at Tan Quang Lam. Ha Fuang is so good, she surely couldn't resist you. This rotten kid. Just hugging is considered indecent now. Tan Quang Lam cried foul. I didn't do anything. It was clearly consensual. Besides, saying any more would make Tan Quang Lam seem like a cad. Mother Tan glared at Tan Quang Lam. You mean? I understand. Anyway, you two are still young now. You shouldn't do anything that crosses the line. If you dare to misbehave, I'll break your legs. I'm already 24. I've lived through 24 new years. How am I still young? Her precious son was still talking back. Mother Tan was about to lose her temper. Tan Quang Lam quickly stood up and fled. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Don't you dare bully Ha Fuang. On the other side, Tan Quang Lam returned to his room and breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally swallowed her pride to bully him. At last, he could sometimes restrain her. How could he not find an opportunity to tease her a little? Lying face down on the bed for a moment. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Tan Quang Lam could still smell the sweet fragrance from Ha Fuang's body, lingering faintly around his nose, as if she were still right there. Afterward, Tan Quang Lam took out his phone and started searching for ways to handle menstrual pain. Looking through the information one piece at a time, he discovered there were only a few recurring methods. Massage and brown sugar water remained the two most useful. Other methods were either currently impractical or unsuitable. Tan Quang Lam silently thought he should buy some brown sugar to bring home first. Having done all that, he turned over, and the thought of Ha Fuang momentarily stirred his heart again. Tan Quang Lam proceeded to open Baidu and search for how to kiss. Staring at the information on his phone, Tan Quang Lam felt his face flush. Looking at the information on his phone, Tan Quang Lam was slightly stunned, his expression like someone who had just discovered a new continent. Turns out there were so many types. 2.5 minutes later, Tan Quang Lam contentedly pulled the blanket up, closed his eyes, thinking to himself that next time, he absolutely had to give Ha Fuang a big surprise. Teacher Ha, Next time he'd make her call Tan Quang Lam Teacher Tan. Thinking of that, Tan Quang Lam suddenly opened his eyes again, as if he had forgotten something work-related. Forgot to tell Ha Fuang to bring something for the calculations. Forget it, calculating or not, it's all the same. He definitely had to find a job. Couldn't let Ha Fuang and himself be crammed in here. A car and a house were both major things. He had to strive to earn money. He missed Ha Fuang so much. Imagining the scene of using his newly learned skills to fiercely bully Ha Fuang, Tan Quang Lam slowly drifted off to sleep, gradually entering a rosy dream. Time passed quickly. The next morning, Tan Quang Lam lay in bed, eyes closed, reminiscing for a moment before getting up to wash his face. There were a few steamed buns on the table. His mother had gone out somewhere early in the morning, probably off to find Annie Wang again. Chat with Ha Fuang for a bit. Tan Quang Lam picked up his phone and sent a message. I dreamed about you last night. What did we do in the dream? Nothing much. Ha Fuang sent a question mark. Just walked around the streets together. I'll pretend to believe you. Tan Quang Lam ate his steamed bun while smiling foolishly. It was just a dream. What did it matter if she believed it or not? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean you can't think about it. Go hit Tan Quang Lam. After finishing the buns and tidying up a bit, wasting no more time, Tan Quang Lam went straight out to Tun Van's company. Arriving at the office just after 9 o'clock, Tun Van was holding an egg tart, sitting at a table eating. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and said cheerfully, "Old Lam, have you thought it through? No money cannot work." Tan Quang Lam sighed, turning his head to look around. Has the boss arrived yet? Tan Quang Lam needs to do the onboarding procedures first. Not yet. Wait a bit. Have you eaten? Ate before coming. You eat quickly. Hey, finally got a companion from now on. While the two were talking, a young man wearing a backpack walked towards Tan Quang Lam, greeting, "Brother Van, good morning." "Good morning, Jai Tri." Tun Van stood up and began the introductions. "This is my brother, Tan Quang Lam." Tan Quang Lam nodded politely. "Hello, Brother Lam." Jai Tri wore thick, black-rimmed glasses and didn't look very old, yet he addressed everyone as brother. "I was also here 2 days ago when you came for the interview. Are you starting work?" Tan Quang Lam felt slightly awkward being called Brother Lam by him, blushing as he nodded. "We'll be colleagues from now on. Just calling me Tan Quang Lam is fine." "All right, Lam. Brother Lam. Tun Van clapped Du Lac on the shoulder, laughing as he spoke. Although Du Lac is still an assistant, he learns very quickly. Du Lac grinned widely. Brother Van, take it easy. You're going to pat my body into pieces. You should attach iron spikes to your shoulders. Then he won't pat you anymore. Just then, a girl wearing a blue JK uniform walked in. Oh my, who is this handsome guy? My name is Tan Quang Lam. I'm waiting to complete the onboarding process. Oh, a new colleague. Which position did you apply for? Before Tan Quang Lam could answer, Tun Van interjected. He's the lead artist, super incredibly skilled. The JK girl suddenly gasped in astonishment, her face filled with admiration. Tan Quang Lam quickly waved his hands dismissively. Not really. I've only just started with this genre. I still have a lot to learn. Regardless, you're definitely a master. Right? Are you still waiting to complete the onboarding process? Zhang Lin finished speaking and pointed towards the door. I just saw the boss's car downstairs earlier. He's probably coming up soon. All right, I understand. Tan Quang Lam replied, then turned to whisper to Tun Van. So many girls here. They aren't your meal companions, are they? They're all just comic fans. I'm not very close to them. Still closer to you. Tan Quang Lam found it slightly amusing. That's true. It's a bit odd for a big guy like you to be into comics. At that moment, Boss Tran Tui also walked in. Tan Quang Lam, right? You're early. Come over here and complete the hiring procedures. Yes, thank you for your trouble. Tan Quang Lam nodded and followed him into the office. We discussed everything that needed discussing last time. Are there any other issues or requests? Tran Tui rummaged through his desk, pulling out a contract and a pen. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment. The discussion last time was very good, sir. I don't have any more issues. That's good then. Here's the contract. Take a look. If there are no problems, just sign it. Tran Tui pushed the contract over. Tan Quang Lam quickly reviewed it, found no issues, and picked up the pen to sign his name. So, from today onwards, we are teammates drawing comics together. Let's work hard. Tran Tui smiled, stood up, and extended his hand. Tan Quang Lam smiled and nodded in return. I look forward to your guidance. If there's nothing else, you can start work today. Tran Tui walked to the door and opened the office door. Get acquainted with everyone in a bit. Introduce yourself. Yes. Tan Quang Lam followed, unable to help but marvel inwardly. He didn't say colleagues, but called us teammates. It seems Tun Van was right. This boss is very passionate about comics. Just a bit. Otaku-ish. Comics. The most important thing is the plot. How beautiful the art is only serves as embellishment. Even if it's just simple stick figure drawings, as long as the storytelling is good, it's still a good comic. Hearing Tan Quang Lam's words, Zhang Lin revealed an expression of adoration. A master is truly a master. Every word spoken is profound. You could draw this too. Tan Quang Lam asked again, because in his eyes, this really was too simple. I could draw it, but definitely not as fast as you. Zhang Lin showed a pained expression. For example, this part I had to think for half a day. The movements and positions I drew didn't feel right, so I had to erase and redraw. It would be better to visualize the image in my head first. Let me give you some pointers. Tun Van, who was checking the time nearby, walked over. Let's go eat. Yeah. Tan Quang Lam nodded, replying, okay. Du Lac, time for lunch. Tun Van turned his head and called out. And so, just over 2 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the casual eatery next to the company. While eating, Tun Van looked at the menu, his expression full of hesitation. Sigh, maybe I'll just order the shredded potato rice plate. Tan Quang Lam found it a bit strange. Aren't you the no meat, no joy type? Why are you going vegetarian now? Because I'm poor, that's why. Yesterday was practically a bloodbath. I'll have to tighten my belt for at least a month. Thinking of the photos Tun Van had posted on his social media moments, Tan Quang Lam decided to seek some experience. Where did you take your girlfriend yesterday? Where else could I go? The shopping mall, of course. Damn it, why does Valentine's Day even exist? Tun Van looked utterly drained. A single LV bag costs several thousand yuan. I don't even know what's so great about it. Tan Quang Lam was startled. You really splurged like that. I told you long ago, I had no choice but to buy it. Tun Van countered, what about you? Weren't you with your girlfriend yesterday? We were together, but we didn't stroll through the mall. You definitely gave her a gift, right? I did. What did you give? How much did it cost? Tun Van felt that this young man before him surely had money and wanted to balance his own psyche a bit through comparison. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and said softly, a hair tie, 10 yuan. Tun Van stared at Tan Quang Lam, speechless. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment, then explained, it's because I forgot about the gift thing, so I bought something temporary to get by. I'll definitely make it up with a proper one later. How strange. How could someone like you even have a girlfriend? Tun Van wore a look of disbelief. You should at least gift YSL, Givenchy or something like that. Givenchy. Tan Quang Lam looked blank. What's that? White boiled chicken. Close enough. I don't know. How on earth did you get a girlfriend? Tun Van's disdain grew stronger. What is it really? Lipstick? You don't even know this. Dulac sat silently to the side, playing on his phone. As a single dog, one must know self-preservation. Absolutely no speaking up at this moment, even though he himself didn't know what kind of lipstick that was either. Lipstick. Tan Quang Lam glanced at the landlord game on his phone, pondered for a moment, and then said, "It seems like she's never worn lipstick, only lip balm. If she really wore lipstick, wouldn't I end up eating it when we kiss? What if I get poisoned? But still, people give their girlfriends bags worth thousands, while I gave a hair tie that already made her upset. Forget it, I don't understand bags anyway. Maybe Ha Fuang doesn't like them either. What should I give her then?" Seeing Tan Quang Lam had fallen silent, Tun Van leaned closer to look, asking, why the sudden urge to play landlord? Just felt like it. Tan Quang Lam smiled faintly, musing inwardly about the 100,000 yuan he still owed someone. Dulac, sitting beside them, seized the chance to speak up. Landlord is pretty good. It can even train your memory. This trains memory. Don't you remember the cards? Who even remembers cards playing this? Tun Van said dismissively. Never mind that there's software for remembering cards. Even without it, I'd be too lazy to remember. How can you play landlord without remembering the cards? Tan Quang Lam looked up at the well-built guy before him. Indeed, all muscle and no brains. Very quickly, 3 steaming hot-boxed lunches were brought to the table. Thinking that he only needed to win another 100,000 beans before he could go meet his future parents-in-law, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but grin foolishly. It's just playing landlord. What's there to grin so foolishly about? Tun Van was a bit bewildered. Could it be that the pressure of the first day at work had gotten to him? No. I just remembered something funny. After finishing lunch, Tan Quang Lam leisurely returned to the company and rested for a short while. Not feeling sleepy, Tan Quang Lam picked up the company's previous works to look through. Currently, the studio had 2 ongoing long-running series being published. After Tan Quang Lam officially joined, it was highly likely he would participate in one of them. One was a shonen manga, the other a romance manga. Romance. Isn't that perfectly suited for me right now? With this thought, Tan Quang Lam decided to carefully study this ongoing romance manga, hoping that after his probation period ended, he could join this project. Zhang Lin, who only grasped the basics of painting, watched somewhat stunned. Heavens, is this the true skill of a master? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 p.m. Tan Quang Lam put away his drawings, stretched, preparing to leave work. As it turned out, Tan Quang Lam still hadn't figured out what gift to give Ha Fuang. That's right, isn't there someone right here I could consult? Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam went over to Tun Van's seat, bowed deeply in mock supplication. Master, only you can help me now. Tun Van, still looking bewildered. What would I know? Anyway, what exactly do you want to buy? A gift for my girlfriend. Hearing this, Tun Van nodded. All right then, let me take you for a look around the shopping mall near my place. How was your first day at work? Pretty good. Tan Quang Lam smiled. Much more relaxing than drawing landscapes or whatever at home. Brother Lam, I'm heading off first. At this moment, Dulac spoke up to say goodbye. See you tomorrow. That kid is Du Fai's cousin. Never studied drawing before. Just loves comics. So much he had Du Fai asked Tan Quang Lam to mentor him. Really, if you hadn't said, I really couldn't tell they were cousins. That's right, those two really don't resemble each other at all. 2.5 minutes later, at the bus stop, Tan Quang Lam was still contemplating whether he should buy another bouquet for Ha Fuang to make up for it. Forget it, he thought. Maybe I'll wait until the next holiday and give her double the gift. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Tan Quang Lam's mind. The bus is here. What are you spacing out for? Tun Van, standing beside him, waved his hand as a reminder. Let's go. I know what to buy now. Tan Quang Lam turned and ran back towards the shopping mall near the company. Whether writing novels or teaching, Ha Fuang couldn't be without a pen, so a fountain pen would be the perfect gift. Welcome, sir. May I ask what kind of fountain pen you're looking for? A salesperson approached him. Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment, then asked, is there a type suitable for a woman? Something quite good. Could you recommend one for me? If it's for a gift, we have several beautiful models. This one is very suitable for a girlfriend. If it's for someone older, this model would be more appropriate. May I ask who you're buying it for? My girlfriend. Then I recommend this model. Saying this, the salesperson took out the sample and handed it to Tan Quang Lam. Pilot Prera fountain pen, 14K gold nib, plum blossom and longan fruit motifs intertwined. She murmured, reciting a string of technical terms. Tan Quang Lam held the pen, fiddling with it a few times. The pen's body was simple and elegant, adorned with cherry blossoms. The grip section was ivory white, smooth to the touch. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Imagining Ha Fuang writing with his pen, Tan Quang Lam decided, "This is it. It's perfect." With that thought, Tan Quang Lam no longer hesitated. "How much is this one, including the gift box and small accessories?" "Total 1,300. "I'll take it. Please wrap it carefully for me." By the time Tan Quang Lam arrived at the school gate carrying the gift box, it was already dark. Feeling his stomach rumble, Tan Quang Lam felt a pang of regret. If only I had told Ha Fuang beforehand that I was coming, we could have eaten together. Now, she had probably already finished her dinner. I should call her first. While walking inside, Tan Quang Lam took out his phone to call Ha Fuang. The phone rang just twice before it connected. "Why are you calling?" "Miss me." Ha Fuang's voice sounded lazy as she leaned against her bed. "Come outside for a bit. I'm almost at your dorm entrance." "Why are you here?" Ha Fuang suddenly perked up, her voice tinged with pleasant surprise. "Because I missed you. Come down right away. I'll wait a bit." Ha Fuang tied her hair while enduring the knowing giggles of her roommates. "No need to rush. I'm not there yet. Just a few more minutes. I'm almost there." The moments just before a couple reunites are the most agonizing. Though only a few minutes remained until he could see her, these brief minutes seemed longer than any other time of the day. Last night, when taking her home, Tan Quang Lam had even complained the road was too short, deliberately taking a detour before heading back. Now, Tan Quang Lam wished he could take a single step and be right at her dormitory door, not wanting her to wait even another second. "Because you're my girlfriend, seeing you makes me happy." Only now did Tan Quang Lam realize the deeper meaning behind her words. It should have been love, truly. So, she had always liked him more than he ever knew. "What are you smiling so foolishly for?" Ha Fuang had arrived. Seeing his girlfriend made him happy. Tan Quang Lam moved forward, intending to steal a kiss. They had an agreement, a kiss every time they first met each day and when they parted. Even if he regretted it now, Tan Quang Lam had to find a way to get a bite. "Wait a moment." Ha Fuang raised her hand, pointing at him. "Let's go somewhere else." "Why?" Tan Quang Lam was still a bit puzzled. "There's a crowd upstairs peeking." Ha Fuang pointed upwards. "It's not good to corrupt the younger students." Finding a secluded corner, the two cuddled for 2.5 minutes before slowly separating. "All right, now tell me what brings you here." Tan Quang Lam handed her the small gift box he was holding. "Saw something that suited you, so I bought it on the way." Ha Fuang opened it as she walked. When she saw the item inside, her steps faltered. "Do you like it?" Tan Quang Lam asked with a smile. "I love it, thank you." Ha Fuang gently caressed the fountain pen in the box, her face radiating unconcealable joy. "So, is there a reward?" "No." Ha Fuang refused outright, buying such an expensive item on a whim. "I can't indulge your extravagant spending habits," Ha Fuang said as she continued walking. Seemingly noticing Tan Quang Lam's confusion, she took 2 steps, then turned back to ask, "Didn't you say you were going to marry me?" "It wasn't just said, it's always been on my mind." "Then isn't your money my money?" Tan Quang Lam was slightly taken aback. "That seems right. When you spend money, it's all my money, and I haven't even had time to feel heartbroken yet." Ha Fuang reached out and pinched his cheek. "You use my money to buy me a gift, and you still want a reward. Something seems off, yet perfectly logical. Using his girlfriend's money to buy his girlfriend a gift, and still wanting a reward." Ha Fuang looked at her boyfriend, who was still slightly dazed, and found it somewhat amusing. "Have you eaten?" "I have," Tan Quang Lam answered subconsciously, but his stomach rudely rumbled loudly. "You've eaten, have you?" Ha Fuang's smile widened. She took his hand and started walking. "Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria to get something to eat." Tan Quang Lam gazed at the slender back and high ponytail before him, suddenly having an epiphany. "Since you didn't object, can I take that as your agreement?" "Agreement to what?" "Agreeing to let me marry you." Tan Quang Lam looked at Ha Fuang with a serious expression. Ha Fuang was slightly stunned again, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Haven't I agreed for a long time now?" This time it was Tan Quang Lam's turn to be dumbfounded. "When? Just assume that I've already agreed anyway." Tan Quang Lam thought for a moment, but couldn't quite recall, so he decided not to dwell on it. This outcome was enough. Marrying Ha Fuang had always been Tan Quang Lam's intention. This was the first time she had answered so directly. But Ha Fuang hadn't specified when. Marry you. Ha Fuang suddenly turned back, adding a sentence. Surely, I don't have to wait that long. Tan Quang Lam was startled again. So, when exactly are you talking about? Before Ha Fuang could answer, a man's voice suddenly interjected. Ha Fuang, you two are. They both turned their heads to look. A man wearing a brownish-green jacket was staring intently at their clasped hands. This is my boyfriend, Tan Quang Lam. Ha Fuang leaned against Tan Quang Lam, she said. Seeing their intimate posture, the man was clearly a bit displeased. Didn't you say you wouldn't date during university? Huh, did I say that? Ha Fuang thought for a moment, then smiled again. I've changed my mind now. Not giving the other person a chance to continue, Tan Quang Lam immediately pulled Ha Fuang behind him. It seems this doesn't concern you, does it? Who are you anyway? I'm her classmate, Ka Dong. The forced smile that was already on the man's face completely faltered now. However, he reacted quickly, immediately forcing another smile and stepping forward. I was indeed rude just now. Please don't mind it. It's all right, we're leaving now. Quang Lam, let's go eat. Ha Fuang pulled Tan Quang Lam's hand, continuing forward. Only after they had walked some distance did Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but ask, that guy just now? He's pursuing you. Tan Quang Lam exclaimed in surprise. Ha Fuang gave a mischievous smile again. And yet, I ended up chasing after you instead. Pretty impressive, right? Good thing you're graduating soon. Tan Quang Lam felt a bit fortunate. Why? Afraid someone will steal me away. Ha Fuang turned her head back, thinking, I think I really did say I wouldn't date during university. Then why agree to be Tan Quang Lam's girlfriend now? Because your charm is too great. I was afraid someone else would snatch you away. So you really have had a crush on me for a long time, haven't you? Tan Quang Lam exclaimed loudly, finally caught the evidence. If you say so, then it is so. Ha Fuang also looked up and smiled. I've had a crush on you for many years now. 2.5 minutes later, in the cafeteria, Ha Fuang rested her chin on her hands, looking in high spirits at the person in front of her. Eat your meal. Are you really not eating? Tan Quang Lam couldn't help asking. Aren't I watching you eat? I already ate a box meal in the dormitory. However, if you feed me, then it's not impossible for me to have a bite. Having said that, she opened her mouth like a little bird waiting to be fed. Doing this, it doesn't look very good. Tan Quang Lam blushed, looking left and right. What are you afraid of? Quickly, feed me a small spoonful. The egg rice entered her mouth. Ha Fuang contentedly wiped her mouth. There are people feeding each other in the cafeteria too. Tan Quang Lam recalled. It seemed he had seen it before too. So, do you want to try? Ha Fuang suddenly asked, her eyes narrowing playfully. I do. Tan Quang Lam blushed, clearing his throat with a cough. Of course, I don't mean right here. Wait until some day when Mother Tan isn't home. Maybe you can let me try then. Shameless. Ha Fuang shot Tan Quang Lam a sideways glance. I knew your mind was full of wicked thoughts. Tan Quang Lam feigned innocence. Weren't you the one who asked? I only asked if you wanted to or not. You didn't say you wanted to. Just throw away all those dirty thoughts in your head. How are they dirty thoughts? It's not like I haven't eaten before. Tan Quang Lam's voice trailed off into a mumble. What haven't you? Haven't what? After coming out of the cafeteria, Ha Fuang was preparing to take a little stroll, but Tan Quang Lam pulled her back, reminding her in a low voice. When we met just now, I still haven't. Pervert, let's skip this. Ha Fuang said without turning her head back. Tan Quang Lam didn't agree. Tan Quang Lam was getting a bit impatient. Besides, who can control me kissing my own girlfriend? Ha Fuang paused slightly, then raised an eyebrow, then kiss me right here. Although it wasn't mealtime, people were still coming and going at the cafeteria entrance. Let's still find somewhere a bit more secluded. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head sheepishly, realizing he had underestimated her boldness. Are you hungry? Did your stomach hurt again afterwards? No, I already told you it only hurt because you fed me watermelon. Getting a stomachache after just 2 bites of watermelon, it must be an old ailment. I've researched it thoroughly. You can't fool me. Look at you. It's really not working. Think of a way to stop it. Ha Fuang suddenly let go of his hand and walked ahead. I'm waiting for someone destined to help cure me. Is it you? The night breeze always easily made one feel dazed. Tan Quang Lam stared blankly at the girl before him, suddenly snapping back to reality. If you're sick, you should see a doctor. What's this about waiting for someone destined? It seemed like an unexpected answer. Ha Fuang was also taken aback. The doctor just said to rest well and recuperate. There's no rush. Tan Quang Lam sighed, his brow furrowing deeper, taking Ha Fuang's hand, intending to walk towards the female dormitory. Then you should head back quickly. Don't stand out here in the cold. Aren't we looking for a secluded spot anymore? Ha Fuang asked. This fool was always like this, clearly wanting another kiss, but just because he was afraid she'd get cold, such a small thing made him immediately want to send her back. Save it for later. Tan Quang Lam pursed his lips, but you'll have to pay interest, you know. Don't you dare default on the debt then. Past due, no waiting. Ha Fuang continued teasing. Then no more interest. Can I pay up front when we meet? Seeing Ha Fuang's hesitant expression, Tan Quang Lam sighed. Is it really not okay? It's not that it's not okay. Before she could finish speaking, Ha Fuang grabbed Tan Quang Lam's hand, fumbling their way towards the small grove in the corner of the campus. Looking left and right, confirming no one was around, Ha Fuang immediately pressed Tan Quang Lam against the tree trunk. Right now, Tan Quang Lam's voice was a little rushed. Ha Fuang suddenly raised her hand to cover Tan Quang Lam's mouth. My boyfriend is so adorable. How could I bear to let him be disappointed? Don't say anything. Just close your eyes. Two figures entwined, hidden in the darkness. Only the faint, occasional rustling sounds could be heard. 2.5 seconds later, Ha Fuang slowly took a step back, her voice gentle. Switch places, I'm tired. Tan Quang Lam wanted to lean against the tree. So after adjusting their positions, the two began their second round of entanglement. However, after kissing for a while, Ha Fuang suddenly realized something wasn't right. She pushed Tan Quang Lam away. Hey, did you secretly go take extra lessons? This silly boy, how did your technique suddenly get so good? Tan Quang Lam called it a strange natural talent. Tan Quang Lam refused to admit to taking lessons, continuing to lower his head. Admit it. Ha Fuang reached out and playfully slapped Tan Quang Lam twice, then fell silent, her small hand resting on Tan Quang Lam's back, slowly tightening its grip. Even the trees seemed to become sweeter. 2.5 minutes later, a young couple slowly walked out of the small grove. The boy was covering his left hand, while the girl was covering her chest. Tan Quang Lam, you're getting naughtier and naughtier. Ha Fuang turned her head back to reproach him. Just now, this lecher almost took advantage. I'm still wearing my coat. How did this guy become so shameless now? Tan Quang Lam quickly stepped forward to hug Ha Fuang. It's because I love you more and more. Where on earth did you learn that? I told you, it's natural talent. You rascal. Ha Fuang calmed down, feeling a little regretful. No more next time. Ha Fuang composed herself, intending to let this silly boy walk her back. The meeting kiss we talked about, save it for later. Tan Quang Lam blushed and muttered softly, there's still the goodbye kiss too. Ha Fuang was slightly startled upon hearing this, then immediately reacted. That's it, this silly boy is too much. They cancel each other out. Ha Fuang pinched Tan Quang Lam again. How can they cancel out? Tan Quang Lam still refused to give up, continuing to mumble. You're the one who's learned bad things. Ha Fuang turned away, her face flushed, feeling indignant inside. Can't let him tease me so easily anymore. He learns too fast. Walking together towards the women's dormitory building, Ha Fuang hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. After thinking for a moment, she took a step forward, gently hugging Tan Quang Lam. Actually, we have plenty of time in the future. You don't need to be in such a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Tan Quang Lam nodded, knowing what she was implying. Actually, he wasn't in a hurry himself. It was just that whenever he was with her, it was hard to avoid losing a bit of control. That's good then. Ha Fuang smiled and took 2 steps back, waving her hand, while then Tan Quang Lam, head up. Tan Quang Lam felt a little reluctant to part, but didn't linger. It was better to let her go back to the dorm and rest early. Go on, rest early. Humming a tune, she returned to the dormitory, only to find Chu Nam and Tran Engian lounging on their beds. Seeing Ha Fuang return, they immediately started teasing. Went out for a bit, and your spirits are completely different. Clearly, you were lacking a man's presence. How old are you girls to already know what lacking a man's presence means? Ha Fuang shot them a glare. Ha Fuang, what are you carrying there? Tran Engian scrambled up from her bed, asking curiously. Quick, open it up. Let's be jealous for a bit. It's just a pen. Ha Fuang sat down on her chair. opened the box, took out the pen, and twirled it between her fingertips. Ah, the jealousy, the jealousy. Chunam also climbed down from her bed. I've seen this pen before. I really wanted one, but it was too expensive. TSK, TSK. You can tell it's not just any ordinary item. Although Tran Engian wasn't particularly interested in pens, seeing its beautiful design still made her eyes light up. I'm so jealous. Later, I'll tell my boyfriend to get me one too. I want a cherry blossom pink one. Buy it. Tell him to buy you 10. Ha Fuang gazed intently at the fountain pen in her hand, a familiar feeling bringing her undeniable joy. The smile on her beautiful face couldn't be hidden no matter how hard she tried. She admired it for a moment, then put it back. It's not even opened yet. This must have cost over 1,000 yuan. I'll need to find some sugar daddy to support me. Tran Engian chimed in. You're so formidable. If he doesn't buy it, just beat him up. Chunam burst out laughing, shaking her head. Domestic violence is not good. One must win people over with virtue. The two simultaneously pursed their lips, stifling giggles. Winning people over with virtue. That's not like me. Tran Engian patted her own face. I have to win people over with my beauty. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Is Ha Fuang there? Someone's downstairs looking for you. Got it. Ha Fuang replied, preparing to go downstairs. Tran Engian pouted, missing her already, just after parting ways. TSK, TSK, TSK. Let me go take a look. Ha Fuang turned and walked out onto the balcony, feeling a bit suspicious, yet somehow certain it wasn't that fool. She looked down below, frowning. What's wrong? Isn't it your boyfriend? Just some boring person. Why bother meeting him? At this moment, a curious Tran Engian also stepped onto the balcony. Seems like it really isn't your precious boyfriend. He looks a bit familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. After thinking for 2.5 seconds, Tran Engian suddenly slapped her forehead. I remember now. Conanite? No, his name is Ka Dong. Ha Fuang corrected. Ka Dong. Chunam also remembered. Oh, is it that rich kid? I've had to fend him off for you a few times before. Whatever. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Ha Fuang sat back down on her chair, showing no intention of going downstairs. Maybe you should just go down and say a word to him. Otherwise, someone else will be knocking on the door again later. It's so annoying. Throwing on a jacket, Ha Fuang went downstairs, stopping at the dormitory entrance. Her voice didn't hide her impatience. What do you want? Ha Fuang, I have something I want to talk to you about. Ka Dong took 2 steps forward. Let's find somewhere more convenient to talk. No need. Ha Fuang cut him off coldly. Say it here to avoid any misunderstandings with my boyfriend. So you two are really dating? Ka Dong asked, somewhat agitated. Haven't you already seen it? What else is there to ask? If this is all you wanted to ask, you can leave now. Ha Fuang turned to walk away. What's wrong with this guy? Acting as if I betrayed him. It was you who said you absolutely wouldn't date anyone at school. That's why I gave up hope, Ka Dong said, slightly angered. Otherwise what? Ha Fuang interrupted, continue doing those ridiculous things. Who I like is my freedom. You have no right to interfere. Liking you is also my freedom. Seeing the girl he had pursued for so long already had a boyfriend, the young master completely lost his temper. But you become a nuisance to me. I don't need your affection, and I deeply dislike the things you do. Haven't you understood after I've rejected you so many times? Ha Fuang was losing patience. Whether it's giving gifts or confessing, you're just indulging your own feelings. I've made it clear many times I don't like you. What kind of person do you like? Tell me, I can try. Ka Dong grew even angrier. What does that guy have that's better than me? I would definitely love you more than him. He couldn't accept that Ha Fuang was with that plainly dressed boy. Why him? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Ha Fuang's expression immediately darkened. First of all, he is my boyfriend, not that guy. Second, you are in no way better than him. Ha Fuang paused, then turned back around. I've said what I needed to say. Please don't come looking for me again in the future. Do you know how much the clothes I'm wearing cost? Ka Dong, still unwilling to give up, pressed on. The money for 1 pair of my shoes could buy his entire person. The thing he gave you, I could buy 10 of them, 100 of them. So what? Ha Fuang suddenly retorted, leaving Ka Dong speechless. Tell me, how do you love me more than him? Let's hear it. Ha Fuang stopped walking, smiling faintly. He could die for me. What about you? Ka Dong stared at her in astonishment, unable to understand how she could believe such words. I can say that too. I could die for you 100 times. He's never said that. Many things don't need to be said, just like I've never said what I could do for him. Ha Fuang clutched the coat she was wearing tighter. If you understand, then don't come looking for me again to avoid misunderstandings. I don't believe it. Ka Dong's face flushed. I've done so much for you. Can't you see that? Ha Fuang had no more patience to listen. She hadn't wanted to talk much with this person in the first place, and now he was bad-mouthing her boyfriend. It's already summer, yet the night wind is still so cold. I really crave that fool's warm embrace. The moment she returned to the dormitory, her roommates immediately gathered around, eager for gossip. You're back already. Did you make things clear? I made it clear long ago. I just repeated myself again just now. Whatever he wants to do is his business. It has nothing to do with me. Ha Fuang spoke as she walked toward her seat. But I think he's quite all right, you know. Being rejected so many times and still persisting. Why don't you try dating him? That never-give-up spirit is fine in other matters. But in matters of the heart, it's just troublesome. Love has to come from both sides. Clinging on reluctantly only makes the other person grow more resentful. That's true, too. Chunam tilted her head thoughtfully. So, you and your current boyfriend, it's mutual liking then. Ha Fuang smiled smugly. Naturally. Suddenly, a book rolled up into a makeshift microphone was thrust before her face. Excuse me, Miss Fuang, may I interview you for a moment? Since getting to know him, you occasionally smile to yourself. Could you share a little about how he managed to win you over? Oh, right. How did you two meet? You used to say you'd absolutely never fall in love. How did you change your mind so quickly? Chunam was also very curious. Ha Fuang thought for a moment. There's no particular reason. I just like him a lot. Just simply liking him can make you seem so bewitched. You seem like a different person lately. Tran Engian, dissatisfied with her vague answer, pushed the book microphone closer to her mouth. What exactly do you like about him? I like that he likes me, and he also likes that I like him. What kind of answer is that? That guy downstairs just now likes you too, doesn't he? It's different. Ha Fuang shook her head again. I find the guys in our university very childish and immature. That's why I didn't want to find a boyfriend in university. Tran Engian's eyes widened upon hearing this. Could it be that your boyfriend is very mature? Not the type who looks young, but is actually an old uncle, right? No, what I mean is the opposite of immature is understanding, not necessarily mature. Ha Fuang pondered for a bit, then sat up straighter, beginning to explain to her two friends. Take that guy downstairs just now, for example. The first time he pursued me, I rejected him clearly. After that, he still persisted in giving me gifts for a long time. But even after I had clearly refused, he stubbornly did as he pleased, completely disregarding how much trouble he was causing others. Although I rejected him many times, he still wanted to use harassment, or rather, his self-righteous sincerity, to move me. Such touching methods can only move himself. Doing a bunch of things that the other person dislikes to pursue them, then telling everyone, look how much I love her. Using the pretext of love to bind someone who doesn't like you at all. How is that different from kidnapping? Tran Engian stroked her chin, asking, but if you like someone, you have to show it, right? If you didn't do anything, the two of you would have even less chance of getting together. Disliking someone is impossible to hide. Ha Fuang slowly pulled open a drawer, taking out an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Genuine liking is often deliberately concealed, afraid of being discovered by the other person. Even when doing something for the other person, they'll pretend it's very casual, saying things like, oh, it was convenient, or, oh, I was just learning for fun. In truth, he doesn't want to add any psychological burden to the other person. He wants them to be with him because they like him, not out of gratitude, being moved, or even guilt. But then again, even if you truly don't like him, he would quietly leave and then wish you happiness. Hearing this, her two roommates' jaws dropped in astonishment. Could such a good man really exist in this world? Oh my God, I'm so jealous. Fuang, introduce your boyfriend to me. Trying to steal my boyfriend. Huh. Ha Fuang snorted, pushing her friend away. Not in this lifetime. Don't even think about it in the next life or the one after that. Chunam raised her hand, mimicking wiping drool. You're not even married yet. Is he already your boyfriend? Look at those couples who shamelessly flaunt their love all day long. Ha Fuang looked at Chunam, grinning mischievously. Sooner or later, you'll go through it too. Hearing this, Chunam was completely stunned. You too. Don't tell me you've already done that. Seeing Ha Fuang's sly expression, she suddenly shrieked in horror. Have you two really done that already? How could I possibly let you know about something so important? Ha Fuang turned away, her face flushing red. Who wants to hear about your that anyway? Chunam blushed too. I'm just curious. You come back here every night, so doesn't that mean you two do it during the day? So what if it's during the day? 4 couples in love. Things like this, as long as the door is closed, they're free to enjoy themselves. Both willing participants. Who can control that? As Ha Fuang spoke, she suddenly realized she'd almost been led astray by her two best friends. How could she speak recklessly about this? Anyway, stop asking random questions. We haven't done anything. Hearing this inconsistent answer, both roommates revealed expressions that clearly said, who would believe that? Tran Engian couldn't help but flop onto the bed, sighing dramatically. Seriously, where can you find a man like the one you described? How should I know where to find one? You have to discover it for yourself. So how did you find yours? Chunam hadn't given up yet. That's right. Let us learn a thing or two. What method could there possibly be for this? Ha Fuang was saying when she suddenly gasped, actually, there might be a little trick. Outside another apartment, Tan Quang Lam's mother was glaring at her son, her face dark. You're really something. Working overtime and not even bothering to call and let me know. I finished cooking everything. Now, there's so much left over. What do you expect me to do? Working overtime on your very first day? Are you even capable of doing this job properly? And all this talk about saving money. At this rate, you won't even have time for a girlfriend. Do you understand? Mom, don't worry. I'm really fine. Seeing his mother pause her assault, Tan Quang Lam quickly mumbled a greeting and dashed into his room. Collapsing onto his chair, he let out a sigh of relief, then took out his phone again to study it. Looking at the back-and-forth replies on the screen, it was still the same things he had looked at last time. He hesitated slightly, unsure how to decide. In any case, he couldn't possibly try everything at once. Hearing Ha Fuang's words, this matter required time, a gradual approach. Besides, there wasn't time to test each option individually. How troublesome. Perhaps he should consult a doctor. But she had mentioned that even doctors were at a loss. So what was he to do now? That's right. An idea suddenly struck Tan Quang Lam. 2.5 minutes later, in the living room, Mother Tan brought over a cup of warm water, asking, having a stomach ache. Why ask me about it? Tan Quang Lam felt a bit awkward, but thinking of Ha Fuang's pale face, contorted in pain that day, he gritted his teeth and said, it's Ha Fuang. Every month, she suffers from severe cramps. She said doctors are helpless, that it can only be managed slowly through conditioning. Mother Tan paused, stunned for 2.5 seconds. That girl even talks to you about this. Are you two progressing that quickly? No, it's not like that. It was just that she was in pain that day, Tan Quang Lam hastily explained. She didn't intentionally tell me. Watching her son stumble over his explanation, Mother Tan grew even more amused. All right, I'll stop teasing you. There are ways to help with this, but it truly requires gradual conditioning. It can't be completely cured instantly. Tan Quang Lam felt as if a weight had been lifted. Really? How? There's plenty of wild mugwort on the mountains in my hometown. That stuff is very effective. Someday soon, I'll ask your aunt to go up the mountain, pick some, and send it down for you. You could give it to Ha Fuang. Really? Then please ask Annie to pick a good amount. Tan Quang Lam was overjoyed, wondering if this could be considered the destiny Ha Fuang had spoken of. Observing her son's expression, Mother Tan couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Many men, even after getting married, only knew to say drink more hot water, with few ever thinking of finding a fundamental solution for their wife's menstrual pain. That Ha Fuang girl certainly had a keen eye. Even she herself hadn't previously realized her son possessed so many virtues. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly realized something. You asking me about this, does it mean you just came back from seeing Ha Fuang? Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Mother Tan looked at him with an expression that clearly said, I knew it. Honestly, maybe I should just sew you two together. Seems you can't stand being apart for even a day. Absolutely hopeless. Meanwhile, inside the women's dormitory, Professor Ha Fuang was gesturing emphatically, imparting her wisdom to her two roommates. The primary method is to observe how he walks with you. Her two friends exchanged glances, clearly baffled. What can you possibly tell from the way someone walks? Yeah. Master Fuang, explain a bit more clearly. Ha Fuang patiently elaborated, most people walk side by side. This is the normal habit. If the man has a strong possessive nature, he will prefer to walk slightly ahead, pulling you forward. Since when did you study psychology? The two exclaimed in unison. There's another type. Ha Fuang ignored her friends and continued. If he walks with you, but likes to fall back half a step, positioning himself slightly behind and beside you, then he is someone with a very strong protective instinct and is very considerate. Because this position is the easiest one from which to perceive everything happening around you. For instance, when you need to throw away trash, or when someone bumps into you while running past. For instance, when you're engrossed in admiring something you like on the street, no matter what happens, your every move he can immediately notice. Moreover, choosing this position shows non-interference. The person walking ahead has absolute freedom. Wherever they want to go, he follows half a step behind. This is completely opposite to being controlling. Respect. Chunam spoke up. This shows respect, silent support, non-interference, right? That's right. Ha Fuang nodded in agreement. Is it really that miraculous? A position can hold so much meaning. These are just reference points. Mainly, you could discern a lot from a person's unconscious behavior. This is the external manifestation of personality. Chunam nodded. Sounds reasonable. When I have free time, I must find some psychology books to read. Is there anything else? Ha Fuang paused slightly, seemingly stumped by the question. Also, if there's danger. Her voice grew quieter and quieter, eventually trailing off into silence. The morning sun had just begun to break, its brilliant golden rays piercing through the window frame, illuminating the bed in the room. Ha Fuang lazily turned over, habitually reaching out to embrace the person beside her, intending to inhale her husband's familiar scent and sleep in a little longer. But as she fumbled around with her eyes closed, her hand met empty space. She opened her eyes, stunned for a moment, then retracted her hand, curled up, bit down on the corner of the blanket, and wrapped herself tightly within it. That's right, that person was no longer here. The alarm clock rang. Ha Fuang shuffled in her slippers to the small adjacent bedroom, knocking on the door. Tuna, wake up, sweetie. It's time for school. After finishing her tasks, she returned to the bathroom to wash her face. The face in the mirror looked somewhat haggard, the dark circles under her eyes so pronounced they looked like makeup. She couldn't help but rub her eyes. Lately, her insomnia had been getting progressively worse. For Tuna and Mom, I have to hold on. Tuna, why aren't you up yet? You'll be late for school. The door to the small bedroom opened, and a little girl hugging a stuffed rabbit slowly walked out. Mommy, you forgot again. Today is the weekend. I don't have school. Ha Fuang froze, saying sheepishly, Sorry, sweetie. Mommy forgot again. She crouched down, gently pinching her daughter's cheek. But what a coincidence. After breakfast, Mommy will take you over to Grandma's house. Grandma said yesterday she'd come over this afternoon. Oh, how could Mommy forget this again? Mommy's going to make breakfast now. Tuna, be a good girl and go brush your teeth. With that, Ha Fuang returned to the living area, opened the refrigerator to get 2 eggs. But then her gaze was drawn to the carrots beside them. 2 perfectly ordinary carrots, yet they seemed to possess a magical pull, causing Ha Fuang to unconsciously close the refrigerator door, muttering, Not enough vegetables. There won't be enough when Mom comes over. The breakfast atmosphere, usually cheerful, felt distinctly different with someone missing. Tuna, eating her sandwich, suddenly looked up. Mommy, I want some milk. The bread is too dry. Oh, how could Mommy forget the milk? Ha Fuang quickly stood up. Mommy will go get some warm milk for you right now. She went back into the kitchen, finding 2 clean cups. Her hands trembled slightly, as if she could hear that familiar voice again. Honey, I don't want milk. I want carrot juice. After clearing the breakfast table, Ha Fuang carried the dishes to the kitchen, carefully washing them clean before putting them away in the cupboard. Several months had passed, yet she meticulously maintained everything in the house, leaving nothing changed. Everything remained just as it was. Having tidied the painting room and the study, Ha Fuang lowered her head, pulled at her sleeves, seemingly finding nothing left to do. Without that silly man around, cleaning had become too simple, merely a matter of wiping away dust. No more haphazardly scattered sketch drafts. No more paint smudges staining everything. Ha Fuang pulled out a chair and sat down, staring blankly at her work. She had long neglected her novel, her mood growing steadily worse. She turned her head to look at the thick stack of manuscript pages beside her, the one she had deliberately kept for someone. His posture before the easel seemed vivid before her eyes. Writing was like painting. It required repetitive practice. After finishing, review it, and it's easy to spot the previous shortcomings. Learn from experience, then continue to practice repeatedly, and you will definitely write well. My love. Tears suddenly fell. Ha Fuang curled up in the chair, hugging the stack of manuscript pages, sobbing silently. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from behind. Haven't you had lunch yet, Mommy? Startled, Ha Fuang quickly stood up, wiping her tears. Oh, is it already 12 o'clock? Mommy will go cook right away. What does Tuna want to eat? Then for lunch today, I want fried chicken legs. As soon as the words left her mouth and seeing her mother smile smile and murmur assent, the little girl immediately changed her tune. I mean, stir-fried shredded vegetables. Mommy knows you want fried chicken legs, but that dish is too greasy. You shouldn't eat too much of it. How about Mommy makes it for you tonight? Okay. Ha Fuang affectionately stroked her daughter's head, but her eyes couldn't hide the longing. Tuna is just like her father, also fond of stir-fried shredded vegetables. The market wasn't far from home. Taking a shortcut only required crossing 2 sets of traffic lights to get there. However, it had been a long time since Ha Fuang had taken that route. Every time she went to the market, she habitually took the long way around, adding 10 odd minutes to her trip. Today, standing downstairs, she found herself momentarily dazed. Everything around her seemed unfamiliar. Composing herself, she decided to take the shortcut. It was just 2 sets of traffic lights. What was there to be afraid of? Music blared loudly from the roadside shops, the singer's voice clearly audible even from a distance. Standing at the intersection, Ha Fuang quietly listened to the faint music drifting from afar. Later on, I absolutely won't waste time talking about trivial things with you anymore. Ha Fuang. The pain, like being violently pushed sprawling onto the ground, surged back. Who would have thought that someone like him, who always stayed cooped up at home, could possess such strength? It was just a light push, yet she flew far away like a kite with a broken string. She remembered back in high school, her desk mate once asked her, "Which season do you think is most suitable for dying?" How could she ask such a peculiar question? Oh, right, that friend said summer. Summer was the most suitable. Opening the door to the room, a moldy instant noodle container lay askew on the table, flies buzzing chaotically. On the television, the host and guest were rambling on endlessly. Pale white light cast down, the ceiling fan spun steadily. A chair, a rope, and a decomposing body emitting a foul stench. How beautiful. It turned out that death sometimes held such allure. That scene was like a sweet piece of candy. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's mouth water. Suddenly, music drifted from afar like a familiar hand grasping her arm. Ha Fuang turned her head in shock, looking around. By the time she came to her senses, one of her feet had already stepped over the line. She quickly pulled her foot back. What am I thinking? There's still an elderly mother and a young child at home. I have to keep living. After buying groceries, Ha Fuang carefully returned home, the music from earlier still echoing in her mind. Mom, come quick and look, the flower has bloomed. Qiu Na's voice called from the balcony. Ha Fuang put down the grocery bag and went out to the balcony. As soon as she looked, she saw the brilliant red flower. Having planted it for so many years, this was the first time she had seen it bloom. That fool had even made a bet with her that this flower would never bloom. Now, she had won. Ha Fuang reached out her hand, gently admiring the flower, a legend suddenly coming to mind. People say that the spider lily is a flower that grows along the path to the underworld, capable of guiding the souls of the dead. If the legend is true, could it bring him back? Please bring him back to me. Ha Fuang murmured like a fool, talking to herself with a flower. I'm truly so tired. Legend tells that there is a flower that blooms in the 7th lunar month, growing by the banks of the Sansa River, called the soul-guiding flower. It is said to be the flower that leads from the mortal world to the realm of the dead, capable of guiding the souls of the departed. After Ha Fuang carefully returned from the market, just as she finished cooking lunch, the doorbell rang. It must be Grandma. Tuna ran excitedly to open the door. Sure enough, it was Grandma standing at the door. She stepped into the house, bent down, and hugged Tuna tightly. Did Tuna miss Grandma? Yes, I missed you very much. Ha Fuang came out from the kitchen. Mother, let me help you. No need, I can walk by myself. In the small house, only 3 women spanning 3 generations remained. They were each other's closest relatives. Ha Fuang had wanted to invite her mother-in-law to live with them many times, even having Qiu Na coax her sweetly, but she insisted on staying in that old house. She said she had been attached to that place her whole life and didn't want to move anywhere else. Why are you eating so late? Seeing the food on the table, she was a little surprised. Grandma, it's because Mom just now. Mother, I fell asleep just now. Ha Fuang interrupted her daughter. The most difficult period had passed, except for Qiu Na, who was too young to understand. Both she and her mother-in-law had an unspoken agreement, avoiding any mention of the man, pretending as if everything was still all right. Yet, deep down, both women understood clearly that the pain would never truly fade. Within just a few short months, her mother-in-law's hair had turned white, the wrinkles on her face etched as deep as dry tree bark. Ha Fuang seemed to have lost her former liveliness. Only when she saw little Na could she manage a smile. That car accident, caused by a drunk driver, had shattered 2 families. Come now, the food is getting cold. You two should eat. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law said no more, merely knitting her brows slightly, the lines on her forehead deepening. And Na obediently held her small bowl, scooping up a spoonful of rice and offering it towards her grandmother. Grandma, you eat too. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law feigned a dramatic intake of breath before taking a bite. So delicious. Grandma has eaten, and Na, hurry and eat, dear. Watching the mother and daughter, one big and one small, eating at the table, Ha Fuang's mother-in-law let out a soft sigh. She understood Ha Fuang's feelings right now. Decades ago, she too had experienced all of this. She just never imagined that after all these years, this would happen to her family once again. Why? Ha Fuang's mother-in-law couldn't comprehend it. Could fate truly exist in this world? Why did misfortune strike this family repeatedly? Seeing her mother-in-law lost in thought again, Ha Fuang quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, trying to speak cheerfully to her. Mom, and Na got praised by her teacher again a few days ago. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law paused for a moment, turned her head to look at Na, then smiled again. This child is just like her father. She hesitated slightly before continuing. Smart since she was little, she'll definitely achieve great things when she grows up. And Na rolled her eyes, turning her head seriously to ask, Grandma, do you know why I'm so smart? Why is that, dear? Because eating fried chicken drumsticks makes you smart. And Na declared with certainty, Grandma will fry some for you tonight. Ha Fuang smiled and shook her head. This child was wonderful in every way, except for her excessive fondness for oily food. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, pointing at Na. Oh, this little girl. It's a good thing we have you here. Otherwise, Grandma and your mom would probably starve. After lunch, Na sat watching TV on the sofa again. Ha Fuang went into the kitchen to wash the dishes, and her mother-in-law helped clear the table before following her in. Mom, go rest outside. Let me do this. It's all right. I'll just stand here for a bit. Her mother-in-law's slightly unusual demeanor made Ha Fuang suspicious. Mom, is something wrong? It's nothing. I'll go watch TV with Na. Okay, I'll be done with the dishes soon. Looking at her mother-in-law's dejected back, Ha Fuang finally couldn't hold back anymore. Mom, if something's wrong, please tell me. Don't keep it inside. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law stopped walking. Ha Fuang, come over here a little while. I have something I want to talk to you about. 2 minutes later, in the drawing room, the 2 women sat facing each other. Ha Fuang didn't understand why her mother-in-law wanted to speak with her privately. She clasped the older woman's hand tightly. Mom, what is it? Ha Fuang's mother-in-law opened her mouth, then closed it again. After a long moment, she finally spoke, seemingly unsure where to begin. She gently patted Ha Fuang's hand and sighed. Ha Fuang, my dear, I truly see you as my own daughter. I know, Mom. Ha Fuang nodded. She had grown up without a mother, never knowing what it felt like to live with one. In fact, before meeting that man, her understanding of maternal love came solely from books. It wasn't until she joined her husband's family that she truly experienced that feeling. Ha Fuang pressed her mother-in-law's hand against her cheek. I've always known you see me as your own daughter. I am your daughter. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law smiled faintly. It was always like this. Looking at her mother-in-law now, Ha Fuang felt an inexplicable unease rise within her. The expression on the older woman's face gave her a sense of foreboding. That car accident, caused by a drunk driver, had shattered 2 families. Looking at her mother-in-law, Ha Fuang couldn't shake the unsettling feeling growing inside her. Ha Fuang, my dear, I know you're in immense pain. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law sighed, her face clouding with reminiscence. I went through this same feeling back then. I know how agonizing it is. Your father-in-law passed away early. Back then, I almost couldn't pull myself together. Mom, please don't say any more. Ha Fuang interrupted her mother-in-law, lifting her head and forcing a strained smile. I'm all right, Mom. Really, I am. I know everything. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law's eyes welled up with tears. But life must go on. Perhaps you should find another man. Her mother-in-law's next words left Ha Fuang stunned. Kuang Lam wouldn't blame you, as long as that person treats Na well. Ha Fuang snapped back to reality, letting out a sharp cry before lowering her head again, shaking it vehemently. I can raise Na on my own. You need a man to lean on. Only then can I rest easy. Ha Fuang's mother-in-law pleaded, tears tears streaming down her face. Otherwise, if you and the child remain alone like this, I won't be able to close my eyes in peace when my time comes. I don't need one. I don't need you to worry, Mom. Please stop talking. Ha-Fuang could no longer contain her emotions. She covered her mouth with her hand, bowed her head, and sobbed uncontrollably. Her weeping this time was no different from the previous times, except now there was someone else witnessing it. In the quiet bedroom, a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere in the study, and Na obediently climbed onto the bed for her afternoon nap. Ha-Fuang's mother-in-law stepped out of the study, paused at the bedroom door to look at Na for a moment, then gently closed the door and turned as if to leave. Mom, stay and have dinner with us tonight. I bought a lot of food this afternoon. Ha-Fuang's mother-in-law looked at her, recalling the words spoken in the study, and sighed. Let's not speak of this again. Na only has one father, but I still have leftovers from lunch at home. They'll spoil by tomorrow. With that, she turned and walked away. Why are you in such a hurry, Mom? Even if you don't stay for dinner, you could stay and visit a little longer. Ha-Fuang tried to hold her back. On previous weekends, she used to take her daughter to her mother-in-law's house to play all day. Yet today, her mother-in-law came over and only stayed for a short while. Little Na, it's so unfair to the child. Ha-Fuang's mother-in-law suddenly stopped walking, turned back, and said, You have the key to my house, don't you? Ha-Fuang looked bewildered. Yes, I do. It's hanging on the key hook. Why do you ask, Mother? Just leave it there. Go over and tidy up a bit occasionally. Ha-Fuang's mother-in-law let her gaze drift around the house once more, finally settling on Na's bedroom door, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Or perhaps I should take you home. Ha-Fuang sensed something unusual about her mother-in-law. Seeing that she didn't want to stay, Ha-Fuang offered to escort her back. No need. I can get back myself. I'm not so old that I can't walk. Ha-Fuang's mother-in-law waved her hand dismissively and headed straight for the door. Lock the door carefully, okay? I'll come again next week. Yes, next week I'll bring Na over to visit you. Well then, I'm leaving now. You stay well. Take care of your health. Ha-Fuang's mother-in-law turned her head, smiled at her, and then closed the door. Ha-Fuang stood stunned in the living room for a moment, then picked up her laptop and returned to the bedroom. It seemed her mother-in-law had come here just to tell her that one thing. But how could she possibly agree to let a strange man enter this family to replace his position? She had never considered this, let alone allowed it to happen. Ha-Fuang sat down on the bed, staring at the computer screen. The savings from before, combined with the accident compensation money, was enough for her to raise her daughter until she grew up. I could take good care of the child myself. Ha-Fuang opened a web page, checking the status of her novel. She had poured her heart and soul into this novel for 2 or 3 years, writing about the love story of a childhood sweetheart couple from when they first fell in love at 16 until adulthood. Initially, the novel received much praise. But after that incident happened, she changed the story's content, and her writing style changed along with it. Best friend gone, lover passed away, all met with countless criticisms. The light from the computer screen flickered across Ha-Fuang's face, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, like tan quang lamp. She emotionlessly moved the mouse, scrolling down through line after line of comments, her eyes growing increasingly somber. She herself had destroyed this story with her own hands. As she was about to scroll to the bottom to turn the page, Ha-Fuang's hand suddenly froze. She scrolled back up slightly. Even though you created that world never belonged to you. End it. Please, just end it. She stared intently at that comment. Perhaps it was time to end it. There was no point in continuing to write anymore. However sweet it was before, it was equally painful now. If the main characters were set free, perhaps they could find a new life. If that world truly existed. Ha-Fuang typed on the keyboard, writing the ending. Tan-Ha woke up, not to the soft bed at home, but to a hard, back-aching bunk bed. He sat up dazedly, looking at the familiar yet strange faces around him, and realized he had returned to the age of 16, back in high school. At the end of the story, she typed the 3 words at the end, then leaned back against the headboard, breathing a sigh of relief. Hopefully, the characters in the story can start a different life than mine. Ha-Fuang closed the laptop, set it aside, and slowly lay down, preparing to nap for a while. The wall clock ticked steadily. Time never stopped, nor did it ever turn back. Everything that had passed was merely the past. The only thing unforgettable resided within the human heart. If only I could go back to the past, I definitely wouldn't have met that bastard. Ha-Fuang thought silently. With that thought, Ha-Fuang slowly closed her eyes. When Ha-Fuang opened her eyes again, It was already dark. She got up, went out to the balcony, and watered the pot of spider lilies. The spider lilies were in full bloom, crimson like blood. Ha Fuang stared at the pot of flowers, lost in thought. Why did it suddenly bloom like this? Suddenly, the ringing of the phone cut through her thoughts. It was her mother-in-law calling. Why call at this hour? Ha Fuang's heart suddenly sank. She took a deep breath before answering the phone. Mom, hello. May I ask if this is the family of Mrs. Tan? The voice on the other end seemed to echo from another world. Hearing that, the phone slipped from Ha Fuang's hand, and everything before her eyes went dark. Little Anna needs a father. Remember to lock the door carefully. I'll come again next week. Well, I'm heading back then. You stay here and take care of yourself. Ha Fuang didn't know when she had fallen to the ground. She tried to lift her head, but could only see a blinding red color. Two voices echoed in her head, as if saying their final goodbyes. Then a wave of drowsiness washed over her, enveloping her. Ha Fuang slowly closed her eyes, a serene smile appearing on her weary face. I can rest now, right? Yes. The bed shook, followed by small noises. Wake up, wake up. We have Professor No's class today. If you're late, you'll get scolded to death. A female voice, familiar yet strangely distant, called out. Ha Fuang sat bolt upright, looking around in bewilderment. Memories, like shattered fragments, gradually pieced themselves together. Her face suddenly turned deathly pale, a tear unconsciously falling from the corner of her eye. Mother-in-law is gone too. Tran Nam, lying on the floor, turned her head and noticed Ha Fuang's unusual state. What's wrong with you? Crying. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Hearing the commotion, Chunam also sat up and came closer, asking Fuang Fuang what's wrong. Did you have a nightmare? No Van Van was also awakened, slipping on her slippers and running over to ask what happened. Tell us. Maybe we can help. Ha Fuang hugged her knees tightly, buried her face, and burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. At home, afraid her daughter would hear, she always had to hold back, only daring to cry, silently alone. Only in dreams could she unleash all her emotions like this. Everyone was startled. They had never heard such heart-wrenching cries before. They looked at each other, silent. Chunam felt her scalp tingle. When her grandfather passed away, the crying she heard in the funeral hall hadn't filled her with such despair. That cry seemed to want to pour out everything within her heart, leaving behind only an empty vessel. After a long moment, Ha Fuang finally let out choked sobs, raising a hand to wipe away her tears before leaning on the bed frame to stand up. She randomly grabbed a set of clothes, threw them on, and ran outside. Before, whenever she dreamt of that, she was always aware she was dreaming and would quickly wake up. But this time was different. This dream felt terrifyingly real. Did this mean she could see him again? At this time, her mother-in-law wasn't old yet. Her hair still dyed black. And that man, he was probably still at home drawing. Are you crazy? An old man shot out of the alley on his bike, nearly crashing into Ha Fuang. Watch where you're going. Ha Fuang fell to the ground, staring blankly at the wound on her wrist, her expression bewildered. This familiar pang of pain, it was exactly like when that man had pushed her away. But how could she feel pain in a dream? Ha Fuang remained seated on the ground, lifting her head to look around, then lowered it again, reaching out to touch the wound, rubbing it firmly. The sharp sting from the injury jolted her fully awake. It seemed this wasn't a dream. Ha Fuang mumbled incoherently, then let out a dazed laugh. She sat slumped on the ground, tilting her head back to look at the sky. This wasn't a dream. She had truly returned. Ha Fuang laughed and cried simultaneously. Though she didn't know who to thank, she was truly grateful. But thank whom? Ha Fuang pushed herself up, brushing the dust off her clothes. Ignoring the wound, she ran to the end of the street and hailed a taxi. Going to the hospital, the driver asked, noticing the blood on her wrist. No, back Philadelphia Road. Ha Fuang lowered her head, her gaze resolute. She had to see them herself to be at ease. The car drove quickly, yet to Ha Fuang, it felt agonizingly slow. Her mind was a tangled mess of thoughts. Reaching the intersection at back Philadelphia Road, Ha Fuang patted herself down only to realize that in her haste, she had forgotten to bring any money. She didn't even have her phone. She turned sheepishly to the driver. Sir, I didn't bring any money. Could you give me your phone number? I'll go back to the school to get money and pay you back. Looking at the young woman's eyes, swollen from crying, and the wound on her hand, the driver sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Just go take care of that wound. Ha Fuang looked at the driver, bowed her head in thanks, got out of the car, and ran towards the familiar house. Is he okay? Is mother-in-law all right? Are they home? They're still alive, right? Soon, Ha Fuang stood before the front door. She raised her hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered. Ha Fuang waited a moment, then knocked again, but still there was no response. Are they not home? Or maybe she was just too anxious. For some reason, numerous images flashed through her mind. The butterfly effect, Charlotte's troubles, time travel, the time traveler. Finally, the image of a fetus strangling itself with its own umbilical cord imprinted deeply into her thoughts. Ha Fuang shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. She suddenly realized things weren't as simple as she had thought. Even if she could meet him, how would she explain? Tell him directly that she was his wife from the future who had traveled back here for some reason. Even if he believed her, would changing the past create a butterfly effect? If they met earlier, many things would be overturned, and once overturned, everything she once had might disappear. Ha Fuang hesitated. She couldn't act rashly. She definitely needed to plan carefully. Besides, her current condition wasn't suitable for doing anything reckless. Life wasn't a movie. She didn't dare to gamble, nor did she have a right to. Turning to go downstairs, Ha Fuang ultimately couldn't bear to leave. Just a little glimpse, even from afar, would be enough. She had to see him. Only then could she feel at ease. Ha Fuang sat down on a long bench in a hidden corner downstairs, looking towards the road ahead, waiting until dusk fell. Suddenly, a familiar figure in a plaid shirt appeared from the street corner, walking alongside a middle-aged woman. Ha Fuang subconsciously took 2 steps forward, then stopped abruptly. She quickly retreated, hiding behind a wall, covering her mouth, afraid of attracting their attention. He was still so young, and her mother-in-law didn't have many wrinkles yet. The two walked and talked cheerfully. Or next time, let Annie Vaughn go with you. It's so tiring. Raised you this big, and you still can't even carry things properly. Yes, yes, yes. Just as they were about to enter the doorway, seemingly sensing something, Tan Quang Lam suddenly turned his head to look towards the street corner. He just managed to see a small floral dress disappear behind the wall. What's wrong? See something? Mother Tan asked. It seems like someone was looking at me. What's strange about someone looking at you? Let's go. Tan Quang Lam mocked himself, scratching his head. He must have seen wrong. Who would be looking at him? In the evening, upon returning to the school, Ha Fuang scrolled through her phone rapidly. She had been searching for nearly an hour, but still couldn't find him. Or was he posting his work at this time? Ha Fuang lowered her head in thought, typed some keywords into the search bar again, and pressed enter. He had previously mentioned that after graduating from university, he would stay home and take freelance jobs, but she had no idea which account he used for work back then. She couldn't just add his personal account either. This fool, he didn't even bother posting any advertisements, deliberately making her search so hard like this. Thinking this, Ha Fuang frowned and flopped onto the bed. If she couldn't find him, her only option was to find a chance for a coincidental encounter. Suddenly, a name so familiar it couldn't be more familiar appeared on the phone screen. Dense Forest. Ha Fuang was overjoyed. Who else could draw so beautifully and use this nickname to take online jobs besides him? In some apartment complex, within Tan Quang Lam's art studio, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Tan Quang Lam put down his paintbrush, wondering who could be messaging so late. He picked up the phone. Tan Quang Lam looked at the phone, the message displayed, lost and hoping to return. Adding this number must be for commissioning a painting. Thinking this, he greeted as usual. Hello, a single painting is 800 yuan, illustration 3,000 yuan. Landscapes and characters are both fine. Additional details cost extra. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm also very happy to meet you. What kind of painting would you like to commission? I'm not here to commission a painting. I added you from a list of friends from the same hometown just to get acquainted. But this is my work number. Maybe a classmate accidentally posted it somewhere. Seeing the other person's reply, Tan Quang Lam finally realized this wasn't a client. It's been 2 years since graduation. Is there still some list of friends from the same hometown? Why hadn't he ever heard of it? Who are you really? On the other side, in the women's dormitory, Ha Fuang stared intently at her phone, her heart tense, as if facing an enemy. The first step had begun. There must be no mistakes. How should I reply so he doesn't suspect anything? However, For some unknown reason, Tan Quang Lam retracted that question. Well, let's just get acquainted then. Maybe they'll be a potential client. All right, let's get acquainted. After sending the message, Tan Quang Lam put the phone down and stretched his back vigorously. Get acquainted then. Get acquainted. Maybe they'll be a potential client. Returning to the present moment, Tan Quang Lam, finding himself idle, had gone to the art studio, diligently painting his beloved wife. After an unknown amount of time, the studio door was suddenly pushed open. Hey, Mom called you several times. Why didn't you answer? Seeing the phone in his mother's hand, Tan Quang Lam was stunned. It was Ha Fuang calling. It had rung several times already. Mom called you several times, and you didn't come out to answer. I was too absorbed in painting, I didn't hear it. Tan Quang Lam took the still ringing phone from his mother's hand, starting to regret why he had left the phone in the bedroom. Pressing the answer button, Ha Fuang's voice immediately came through. Why did it take you so long to answer? Were you asleep? I was in the art studio, didn't bring my phone. Tan Quang Lam explained briefly, then asked, what's wrong? I miss you. Didn't we just see each other? I just wanted to hear your voice. So you've learned how to act cute now, huh? Tan Quang Lam asked cheerfully. Ha Fuang retorted, why? You don't like me acting cute? Of course I like it. Why wouldn't I? All right, I just found a cure for stomach aches. Shouldn't you reward me with something? I'm just kidding. Hearing his voice, Ha Fuang fell silent. Somehow an unforgettable, heart-wrenching image surfaced in her mind. Why aren't you saying anything? I was just kidding. Sensing something was wrong, Tan Quang Lam quickly explained. The other end of the line was silent for a long time. Then Ha Fuang's voice finally came again. I'm very happy. I love you. I love you too. Tan Quang Lam blushed as he replied. But why does your voice sound so strange? Ha Fuang sniffled. Maybe I've caught a slight cold. Are you okay? Then you should sleep early. Don't hang up. Talk to me a little longer. Ha Fuang suddenly asked, for example, tell me why you're so good to me. The reason. If I'm not good to you, how can I bring you home? Tan Quang Lam looked up at the moon, grinning widely. At least you have a purpose. What about you? Why are you so good to me? Ha Fuang fell silent for a moment, then burst out laughing, because I also want you to bring me home. What a coincidence then. We're both willing. Let's get married quickly. Ha Fuang's laughter grew richer. What's the rush? It's not like you can run away anywhere. How could I run away? I'm afraid you'll run away. Don't worry. Sooner or later, you'll be mine. Speaking up to this point, Ha Fuang paused slightly. Let's go out this week or next, just the two of us. I want to take a trip to Mount Changnam. Okay, I agree. You've already become an immortal, yet you still want to seek immortals. I just really want to go. Hearing Ha Fuang's tone, Tan Quang Lam somehow felt her mood wasn't quite right. Unable to see her face, Tan Quang Lam always felt uneasy. How about we video call? I'm wearing very little. Are you sure you want to see? Just seeing your face is enough. Tan Quang Lam scratched his head, embarrassed. Making a video call at night was indeed a bit inappropriate for Tan Quang Lam, but he couldn't feel at ease without taking a look. Ha Fuang hung up, then quickly initiated a video call. Pressing the answer button, Tan Quang Lam saw her figure putting on a coat in the phone screen, finally feeling relieved. How about it? Ha Fuang held the phone and spun around. Does this coat disappoint you? Tan Quang Lam coughed twice, changing the subject. Why are you on the balcony? My roommates are all inside. If you don't want to look, then fine. Quickly go inside. If you've caught a cold, you need to rest well. I'll call you back tomorrow. Hanging up now. Saying that, Tan Quang Lam intended to end the video call. Wait, don't hang up. Ha Fuang hurriedly spoke to stop him. Let me look at you a little longer. Be good. Standing out on the balcony in the cold wind like this isn't good for you. Tan Quang Lam suddenly had an idea. How about you take a picture for me? Then you can curl up in your blanket and look at it slowly. Who wants your picture? Ha Fuang suddenly laughed suggestively. Understood. Tan Quang Lam blushed, startled. You wanted to get into bed and then video call you, right? I didn't. Ha Fuang said while looking around, quietly moving to a hidden corner. Is this what you want to see? She raised the phone slightly, the camera slowly panning down, her other hand gently pulling at the collar of her coat. Tan Quang Lam turned beet red, so startled he almost dropped his phone. Very beautiful. Not showing you anymore. Ha Fuang shook the phone smugly. You did that on purpose. Tan Quang Lam glared, his heart in turmoil. That's right. I did it on purpose. Who told you to be so well-behaved? Ha Fuang chuckled mischievously. This is your reward. Ha Fuang's mood seemed significantly better. All right, you should get some rest too. I'm heading inside now. Good night. After ending the video call, Tan Quang Lam sat stunned, staring blankly at his phone, his heart bewildered. She had just missed 6 of his calls earlier, just to say she missed him. She must have encountered something unpleasant, but why didn't she tell him? After pondering for a moment, Tan Quang Lam finally told himself, forget it. Anyway, she seemed better when we hung up. Maybe she really just missed me a lot. Thinking of the image of the half-spheres hidden beneath her shirt, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but blush again. She really is a little vixen, always teasing and making one's mind wander. So naughty, but I like it. How am I supposed to sleep now? After hanging up with Ha Fuang, Tan Quang Lam sat stupefied in his art studio for quite a while, trying hard to suppress the urge welling up inside him. He really wanted to pull her into the small grove one more time. What should I do? I can't concentrate at all anymore. Tan Quang Lam let out a long sigh, put down his drawing board, and walked out into the living room, intending to wash his face to clear his head. Finished with your call? Seeing her son come out, Mother Tan asked while watching TV. Yes, Mom. Tan Quang Lam nodded in reply. What was it about? Mom saw she called you several times. It was nothing, Mom. She just missed me. Saying this, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but grin broadly. This joy couldn't be kept to himself. It had to be shared. Look at you. Mother Tan glanced sideways disdainfully. She even asked you to go hiking with her at Mount Changnam in a few weeks. Just the two of you, no one else. Tan Quang Lam became even more smug. Hearing this, Mother Tan was startled and hastily warned, you be careful now. Don't do anything foolish. Also, try not to take her out late at night. You're in an unfamiliar place. Safety comes first. I know, Mom. I'm grown up. Anyway, you still need to be careful. I think I'm about to bring her home, Mom. After all, she said sooner or later I'd be hers, and told me not to rush. Hearing her son say this, Mother Tan, who was drinking water, suddenly choked, almost spitting it all out. What? The girl told you not to rush? Yes. Is something wrong? Tan Quang Lam scratched his head. She really did tell me not to rush. Why does it sound strange? Mom, of course it sounds strange. The original phrase was sooner or later, you'll be mine. I just switched it around a bit. That's why it sounds odd. Surely I wouldn't repeat the exact words to you, would I? After hearing this, Mother Tan mumbled it over again, still finding it odd. So she agreed to marry you. Yes, she agreed. Hearing the firm answer, Mother Tan was again taken aback. Actually, Afuang, this girl, how should I put it? I find her a bit strange. Everything seems too perfect, which conversely makes me feel a little uneasy. Especially that strangely familiar feeling, as if they had known each other for a long time. No, that wasn't quite right. How to put it? Something seemed slightly off. Mother Tan couldn't quite describe that peculiar sensation. Hearing this, Tan Quang Lam retorted, where else could we find such a good daughter-in-law nowadays? A woman's sixth sense, plus my years of experience judging people. Mother Tan turned off the TV, pensively continuing, don't you feel, well, I don't know how to say it, just that feeling of being very familiar. Whether it's how she treats us or how we treat her, it all feels a bit familiar, overly so. Yes, sometimes I also feel like we're one family. There was no distance right from the beginning. Still immersed in the sweet bliss of love, Tan Quang Lam waved his hand dismissively. Mom, you're overthinking it. She's like me for a long time. Like you for a long time. Yes. She told me herself. Mother Tan nodded, as if she had just found the answer. Then it's not strange at all. I bet that girl must have thoroughly looked into you, 9 times out of 10. My son has really found a treasure. Tan Quang Lam smiled knowingly, recalling Uncle Fan mentioning Ha Fuang loitering nearby several times. It seemed she had indeed prepared beforehand. Why go through all that trouble? Wouldn't it have been better to just tell him directly? Maybe they would have progressed to the next stage by now. Seeing her son's naive expression, Mother Tan couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps this was the so-called a fool's luck. Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still any longer. No, I have to call your aunt. Tell her to send some mugwort leaves up soon. Isn't it too late to call Annie now? It's not late, Mom. Annie is probably still watching TV at this hour. Mother Tan immediately went into the room to get her phone. Having lived this long, she had only met a few girls as capable and understanding as this one. She couldn't let her slip away. Watching his mother's hurried figure, Tan Quang Lam sat on the sofa, sighing inwardly with satisfaction. Another matter settled. What a relief. All right, still need to buy more candy. Tan Quang Lam took out the box of pineapple-flavored candy Ha Fuang had given him from his pocket, then browsed Taobao to buy several more boxes. So, another reason to invite her over. Popping a piece of candy into his mouth, Tan Quang Lam stretched out comfortably. So sweet. Time flew by, and just like that, it was the next morning. As soon as he arrived at the company, while Tan Quang Lam was greeting everyone as usual, Sun Wen spoke up. Did something good happen to you? Your spirits today are completely different from yesterday. Is that so? Tan Quang Lam smiled, turning his head, and was startled to see a mark on Sun Wen's neck. A red streak extended from his Adam's apple down beneath his collar, its full length hidden. Did you get into a fight yesterday? Haha, no. Sun Wen subconsciously pulled his collar up. A cat scratch. Then you should remember to get a rabies shot, Tan Quang Lam kindly reminded him. How could a cat scratch be that fierce? Since the other party didn't seem keen on elaborating, Tan Quang Lam didn't feel it was appropriate to ask further. However, hearing Sun Wen let out a soft groan, Tan Quang Lam stopped in his tracks. Are you alright? Really, I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Looking at his best friend's stubborn facade, Tan Quang Lam sighed. This guy wore everything on his face, yet he still tried to pretend with him. He must have argued with his girlfriend, yet he insisted it was a cat scratch. Tan Quang Lam looked at Sun Wen without saying anything. This big fellow showed everything so clearly. His thick eyebrows weren't relaxed like usual, and the corners of his eyes drooped slightly. Sun Wen forced a smile. Really, it's nothing. Is there anything I wouldn't tell you? This guy was always concerned about face, often keeping things bottled up inside instead of talking about them. Just as he was about to ask further, a clear voice rang out beside him. Good morning, big boss. Jiang Lingling greeted as she hurried over. Excluding the actual boss, she was always the last one to arrive at the company. Tan Quang Lam turned his head and replied, Yeah, morning. Actually, just calling me by my name is fine. Big boss sounds a bit strange. All right, big boss. Watching her cheerful retreating figure, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. Are all young people like this nowadays? Turning his head to look at Sun Wen sitting silently at his desk, Tan Quang Lam shook his head. Never mind. Anyway, if he really couldn't handle it, he would definitely tell him. By the way, what's your name, big boss? Jiang Lingling, sitting at the next desk, suddenly asked. My name is Tan Quang Lam. Yes, I remember it, big boss. Looking at the girl in front of him, Tan Quang Lam suddenly understood. It turned out she didn't remember his name, and here he thought everyone called him big boss like that. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam didn't dwell on it anymore and picked up today's script to study. For this type of story, if drawing it, he couldn't use the simple art style from yesterday. It had to be drawn in a Mo style. While looking at the script, Tan Quang Lam smiled. He didn't know if it was because he was in love, but the more Tan Quang Lam read, the more interesting he found these stories. The corners of his mouth kept turning up unconsciously, and occasionally he'd chuckle to himself. He'd have to use these tricks to deal with Ha Fuang later. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly Tan Quang Lam felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Sun Wen and Yu Luo standing behind him. Who knew for how long? Stop burying yourself in work. It's time for lunch, Sun Wen said. Yeah, Tan Quang Lam replied, standing up. You've been sitting reading stories all morning. Sun Wen asked. Yeah, I'll start drawing this afternoon. As usual, the group of three went to the eatery together. Sun Wen was clearly not as cheerful today as he was yesterday. Seeing Sun Wen lowering his head in thought, his expression unhappy, Yu Luo didn't feel it was appropriate to ask too much. Meanwhile, Tan Quang Lam was engrossed in a battle on his phone, trying hard to achieve a glorious victory in landlord fight, mentally preparing himself for meeting his future parents-in-law. Suddenly, Sun Wen spoke up. Hey Lin Zi, when you argue with your girlfriend, how do you usually make up with her? Tan Quang Lam was startled, looking up at him with a puzzled expression. Why the sudden question? We've never argued. Having said that, Tan Quang Lam lowered his head again, focusing on the landlord game on his phone. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he suggested maybe letting her win a few games would do the trick. Hearing this, Sun Wen became even more disheartened. If he had known this was the advice he'd get, Tan Quang Lam wouldn't have bothered asking him. Actually, about this, asking Xiao Yu might be more appropriate, right? Sun Wen nodded, then took out his phone and sent a voice message to Xiao Yu. Soon, a reply came back. Apologize. Apologize. If that doesn't work, kneel on a chopping board. If even that fails, buy a whip and let her beat you. This guy is definitely enjoying my misery, Sun Wen grumbled irritably. At this moment, Yu Luo, the noble bachelor sitting opposite, suddenly chimed in. Actually, to appease a girl, just apologize and give gifts. But if you use that too much, it loses its effect. You need to think of something novel. Sun Wen shook his head. Yu Luo rubbed his chin, looking at Sun Wen with a meaningful gaze. Tan Quang Lam thinks. Kneeling on a chopping board isn't bad. A big guy like you kneeling on a chopping board. That scene must be quite something. Nonsense. Tan Quang Lam has never knelt before. Sun Wen hastily denied it. Seeing the big guy's flustered appearance, Tan Quang Lam and Yu Luo became even more certain of their suspicions. He had definitely knelt before. Just then, the waiter brought the food the three had ordered. Yuluo thought for a moment, then said, Tan Quang Lam thinks you should find out the cause first. Solve the problem at its root. Tell us what you two argued about. Let us help you analyze it. What does a single dog know? Sunwon pouted. It's precisely because I'm single that I understand clearly, Tan Quang Lam said, snatching a piece of chicken. How so? Sunwon was puzzled. There's a saying online. Those in relationships are busy loving, while single people are busy giving relationship advice to others. Seems about right. Sunwon nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Yuluo broke out in a cold sweat. Why did that sound like it was implying he was a single dog? There's a saying, the player is lost, the bystander is clear. Those involved are often swayed by emotions and can't see the problem clearly, while outsiders are more clear-headed, able to analyze the issue objectively, easily see who is right and wrong, and untangle all the knots. Tan Quang Lam paused for a moment before continuing his explanation. That makes sense. Sunwon looked at Yuluo meaningfully, implying that he was counting on him now. I don't know anything, don't ask me. Yuluo looked left and right, secretly wishing he hadn't been so nosy earlier. Damn it, Sunwon suddenly flared up. What isn't there to argue about? Why is appeasing a girl so difficult? Looking at the man burying his head in his rice bowl, Tan Quang Lam and Yuluo exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Phew, thank goodness, I'm still single. Phew, I won't argue with Ha Fuang. Sunwon frowned at the plate of spicy sour cabbage rice before him, feeling even more annoyed. A big guy like me, having to eat vegetarian every day, and also arguing with my girlfriend. Why is life so miserable? Consider today's vegetarian meal as purifying, good for health. Hey, I've got fried chicken here, want some? Tan Quang Lam noticed Sunwon seemed down, so he offered a few words of comfort. Truthfully, Tan Quang Lam wanted to help him, but felt powerless. Treating him to a meal or two was fine, but he couldn't do it every day. Besides, knowing Sunwon's personality, he definitely wouldn't let Tan Quang Lam pay. No need. I'm gonna buy a lottery ticket later. Only winning 5 million yuan can change my life now. Sunwon sighed as he ate. If you have money for lottery tickets, add some for me. The spicy sour cabbage rice and the green pepper pork rice are only 5 yuan apart. Do I look like I'm short 5 yuan? Well, I'm short of his 5 million yuan. Sunwon irritably picked up another piece of cabbage. Tell me, what do people live for? For money. How would I know what you live for? Tan Quang Lam chewed on a piece of fried chicken, lost in thought. What do I live for? It seems it's for her. After finishing their meal, the three left the eatery together and returned to the company for their lunch break. How have the last 2 days of work been? Boss Trandu, having just finished his lunch, walked over to Tan Quang Lam's desk and asked. Tan Quang Lam looked up, pointed at the manuscript, and said, very good. Drawing these kinds of things is quite interesting. Good that you're getting used to it. Boss Trandu smiled. If you have any problems, just tell me your Sunwon. He's an old employee. You two should communicate more. No problems so far. Oh, right, Boss Tran. I'd like to request a few days off next week. Maybe 2 or 3 days. Is that okay? Tan Quang Lam asked. No problem. Just submit the leave request form when the time comes. Tran Du said as he was about to leave, but suddenly he remembered something. Oh, right. Are you free this weekend? Tan Quang Lam's mind raced like lightning. Not free. The 2 words escaped his lips. I don't want to work overtime at all. One must know how to enjoy life. Isn't strolling around town much better? Trandu didn't expect such a decisive answer from Tan Quang Lam and burst out laughing. Probably going out with your girlfriend. Huh. It's okay. Sunwon is the same. Always goes out with his girlfriend, never joins the group activities. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the front of the office, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone, pause your work for a moment. Listen to my announcement. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward Trandu. The company has decided to organize a one-day picnic outing to Lackback this weekend. How does that sound to everyone? Awesome. The entire office seemed to explode with excited cheers. Seeing everyone so elated, Tan Quang Lam was taken aback. So it was a picnic, not mandatory overtime. Lackback is indeed an ideal spot for a picnic, but it's not that far. Is it necessary to be this excited? Well, I'll just focus on meeting my future parents-in-law and playing games. Oh my god, you still play this game? Jiang Lingling suddenly leaned in close to ask. Master, you still play this? Just killing time when I'm bored. Why aren't you busy drawing? Tan Quang Lam shot her a sideways glance. Jiang Lingling grinned mischievously, then returned to her seat. Reporting, Big Brother, I'm drawing right away. Sunwon was just as quick on the uptake. Those two new assistants, why don't you guide them a bit more? Sunwon suggested, subtly gesturing with his eyes towards Jiang, Lingling, and Yuluo. What could I possibly teach them? Tan Quang Lam shrugged. Have you forgotten I'm a newbie myself? Still pretending, huh? Sunwon pouted. All right, fine. I won't disturb your game anymore. Done. Victory. Tan Quang Lam declared. Just this last match, then I really have to get back to work. Having said that, Tan Quang Lam glanced toward Yuluo. If the two assistants have anything they don't understand, I don't mind answering questions. But don't expect me to proactively offer guidance. We're not familiar with each other yet. If I act all high and mighty, giving unsolicited advice, it'll just make people uncomfortable. Thinking of Yuluo, Tan Quang Lam mused inwardly. He probably quite likes being guided, considering his passion for drawing comics. Shaking the thought away, he refocused. Enough thinking. I need to finish the character designs today. Time flew by when focused, and, as usual, after bidding farewell to everyone, just as Tan Quang Lam stepped out of the company entrance, he heard a voice calling him back. Lam 2, wait up. Sunwon ran over. What's wrong? I don't want to go home early. I've already arranged to meet Xiaoyu. How about joining me for a few drinks later to unwind? Tan Quang Lam frowned. Even if you beg me, I still have to go home eventually. Maybe I can delay it a bit, wait until I'm sleepy, then just go home and crash. I really don't want to go back just to argue again with no way to reconcile. Sunwon pondered for a moment, deciding to temporarily shelve the issue. Avoidance wasn't the solution. You're the relationship expert. Give me some advice. Face it bravely, Tan Quang Lam advised. If you can't solve it, find a way to solve it. Just letting it sit there will only make things worse. Maybe a few drinks will help me think of something, Sunwon suggested. Are you coming? Yeah, I'll go with you. The meeting spot was Shaoqi Homestyle Eatery near Lacton University. Good food at reasonable prices and a chance to reminisce about their college days. Standing before the restaurant entrance, Tan Quang Lam froze slightly. Shaoqi Homestyle Eatery, the place where Tan Quang Lam and Ha Fuang had their first date. Pushing the door open, someone called out, Uncle Xiao, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Tan Quang Lam looked up and suddenly startled. Ha Fuang was sitting at a table not far away, smiling at him. Tan Quang Lam rubbed his eyes, looked again, and the spot was empty. Must be because I miss her so much I'm hallucinating, he thought. Besides, how could it be such a coincidence? Tan Quang Lam rubbed his nose and sat down at the table. Sunwon had already picked up the menu. It's been so long since we were last here. Feels like 2 years already. That was quite a long blink then, Tan Quang Lam quipped. Seeing Uncle Xiao about to come over, Sunwon called out again. Uncle Xiao, please carry on with your work. We're still waiting for one more person. Meanwhile, Tan Quang Lam was checking Ha Fuang's check-in message on his phone, conveniently reporting his own status back to her. All right then, you two go ahead and have some drinks first. Call me when your friend arrives, Uncle Xiao said. Yes, sir. Sunwon had, at some point, made his way to the refrigerator. What do you want to drink? Herbal tea is fine. Delicious, huh? Absolutely zero manly spirit. Sunwon smirked, then casually grabbed a case of beer. Let me choose this kind. You two drink, I can't handle much. Tan Quang Lam shook his head. Drinking too much alcohol was both unpleasant and unhealthy, and Tan Quang Lam had no desire to overdo it. You just need practice. Drink a few more times and you'll get used to it. Now it's hard even if I want to get drunk. Sunwon picked up the bottle opener, gave it a light flick, and with a pop, the cap flew off. What's the point of practicing something like this? Practicing so you don't get drunk easily. Tan Quang Lam looked at one as if he were looking an idiot. Then wouldn't it be better not to drink at all? Alcohol is the essence of grains. The more you drink, the younger you get. Anyway, I'm not drinking. Sunwon filled a glass to the brim. What's money at a time like this? Since you're here, sit down and have a few drinks with me. Watch out, or you'll get plied with drinks until you're dead drunk at your wedding, unable to even make it to the bridal chamber. Forget it, I won't drink alcohol at my wedding. That's easy for you to say now. Suddenly, two arms wrapped around their necks. Ha ha ha, how can you not drink at a wedding? You're getting hard to invite these days. Chuvu pulled out a chair and sat down. Not at all. If you call, I'll come right away. But I was only a little late. How come you two are already talking about weddings? Just idle chat. Someone took a sip of beer. See if you want to order anything else. No need. You two go ahead and order whatever you like. Anyway, We came here to drink, not really to eat. Why did you suddenly drag me out for drinks like this? Chu Vu downed a glass of beer, looking left and right at the two of them. You were just talking about weddings? Don't tell me you two are getting married. You should ask him. Tan Quang Lam pointed a hand at Sunwon. Chu Vu suddenly remembered the incident from lunchtime, raised an eyebrow at Sunwon. Are you trying to ask me how to appease a cat after a fight again? Appease your cat. Sunwon raised his glass for a light clink. Drink up. Let's toast first. The 3 glasses touched, emitting a clear, crisp clinking sound. The food on the table gradually diminished, and the empty beer bottles under their feet piled up accordingly. Sunwon didn't eat much, just drank glass after glass. Eat something before you drink more. Drinking beer like this on an empty stomach is really uncomfortable. Gradually, Chu Vu couldn't stand it anymore either. Tell us, what's really going on that's got you so down? It's hard to say. Hard to say. Sunwon shook his head. It's a long story. Let's just drink. The 3 of us are better than Zhuge Liang. Maybe if we talk it over, we'll figure out a solution. That's right. It has to be dealt with somehow. Sunwon said, nothing more, and down another glass. Chu Vu looked at his good friend before him, feeling increasingly certain. This guy is usually always cheerful, rarely troubled. He must have run into something big. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this state. You ask what I'm troubled about. I'm troubled about a house, a car, about getting married. Sunwon buried his face in his hands, speaking slowly. I'm troubled about everything. Don't know how to solve it. I've been working for 2 years. Gave her all my money to buy clothes, bags, cosmetics. Now she's starting to complain that I don't have a car, don't have a house, saying all her colleagues at her company get picked up and dropped off by their boyfriends. Damn it. Sunwon tilted his head back and drained his glass in one go. Chu Vu lowered his head to light a cigarette, casually tossing the lighter onto the table. Such an idiot. You should prepare for this stuff early on. Waiting until the wedding is too late. Until the wedding. Sunwon shook his head, mocking himself. At this rate, by the time I get married, I'll still be dirt poor. Where would I get the money for a car and a house? Then stop buying all that miscellaneous stuff. I suggest you save a little. Easy for you to say. Sunwon grew even more frustrated. If I don't buy things, she gets angry. Then we argue. Then the Cold War starts. I have to buy them for her to be happy. How am I supposed to save? What you need to change isn't the solution, Tu Vu concluded with absolute certainty, but your girlfriend. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sunwon was clearly stunned for a moment, then deflated like a punctured balloon, his whole body slumping. He picked up the lighter from the table, turned, and held out his hand towards Chu Vu. Give me one. Right now, Sunwon didn't want to break up. They had loved each other for 3 years, lived together for 2. He had grown accustomed to life with her. He was just venting his frustrations now. Every day was the same routine, back and forth between the rented apartment and the company. To save money, he rarely even hung out with friends. These words had been bottled up inside for too long, with nowhere to go. It was exhausting. He needed to let it out to feel even slightly better. Do you want to smoke? Smoke my ass. Seeing Tan Quang Lam refuse, Chu Vu picked up his glass again. Anyway, your salary will increase soon enough. Just hang in there a bit longer. Don't worry too much. No one can help you with this. They could only listen to Sunwon complain, acting as his emotional dumping ground, preventing him from dwelling on it too long and getting sick. Being single is still the most comfortable. Look at me, free as a bird, not a care in the world. Chu Vu pretended to sigh. Even if a girl chased me now, I'd kick her away. Isn't being alone better? It's true, being alone is really comfortable. Sunwon couldn't help but agree. Back when I was single, I was countless times more comfortable than now. Different hobbies. My only hobby is working out. People drink protein powder. I eat chicken breast. It doesn't cost much either. If I were single, not only would life be comfortable, but I'd also save a ton of money. Oh, speaking of which, my girlfriend is having a class reunion this weekend. There are a few single girls there. Do you want to come along? Tan Quang Lam asked, feigning nonchalance. Go, go, go. Chu Vu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Experience your single life? Huh. Ha ha ha. Sunwon couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let's toast again. Who knows who'll get married first? Tan Quang Lam looked at the two of them. Chu Vu will definitely be the last. As for us two, who knows who'll be first? If Ha Fuang agreed, Tan Quang Lam would marry her immediately, definitely being the first. Unfortunately, she kept saying she didn't want to marry early. Sunwon shook his head. Probably you first. I don't even know if I'll get through this hurdle this time. You two go ahead and compare. I'm not participating. Chu Vu knew his place. When the time comes, I'll be the best man for both of you. Then pick a bridesmaid to be my girlfriend. Perfect. Watching the two clink glasses, for some reason, a thought suddenly occurred to Tan Quang Lam. How nice it would be if Ha Fuang were here right now. Maybe I should go find her later. It's rare for us to be this close. But meeting her reeking of alcohol like this doesn't seem quite right. A bit awkward, this. Oh, right? Tuvu suddenly asked. Is your girlfriend still in school? Same university as you. Tan Quang Lam nodded. 4th year, about to graduate. Impressive. Managing to woo a junior even after graduating. It was just fate. They ate and drank until past 9 p.m. 3 crates of beer, most of which had found their way into Sun Wen's stomach. While Sun Wen was in the restroom, Tan Quang Lam called out to Uncle Thew. Uncle, the bill, please. Your table's already paid for. When? Uncle Thew pointed towards the restroom. That fellow who just went out, he paid on his way. Tan Quang Lam reluctantly put his phone away. This big lug, getting jealous, and then putting on a gallant act, truly dying for the sake of face. After sitting for about another 10 minutes, Tuvu suddenly found it strange. Why is he taking so long? Don't tell me he fell in the restroom. Tan Quang Lam was startled, quickly grabbing his bag and standing up. Let's go check. He couldn't have actually fallen out there, could he? Drunk as a skunk like that. If his girlfriend found out, she'd leave him for dead on the street. When Tan Quang Lam and Tu Vu ran outside, they saw Sun when slumped by the restroom door, leaning against the wall, trying to stand up. Every time he got halfway up, he'd stumble back down. Hiv, voteshtis. Weren't you supposed to be a good drinker? Tu Vu ran over to help Sun Wen up. Sun Wen was still stubborn, not drunk. I just need a moment. Rest for what? You still need to get up and pay the bill. Tan Quang Lam took one side of Sun Wen, helping Chu Vu guide him outside. No, I don't want to go back. Going home, I'll just... Sun Wen struggled, mumbling, I want to stay out. Sit here. Not going home. Do you know where his place is? How would I know? Looking at Sun Wen's completely plastered state, Chu Vu couldn't help but pat his face. Hey, wake up. If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. I want. Sun Wen suddenly yelled, find an internet cafe. Let's pull an all-night of gaming. All night on my foot. You have work tomorrow. Chu Vu scolded. So what do we do now? Knew we shouldn't have let him drink so much. We can't just leave him here to freeze all night, can we? Tan Quang Lam glanced around, pointing to a guest house in the distance. Did you bring your ID? Maybe we rent him a room temporarily, let him sleep it off overnight, and figure it out then. You think I'd bring it? Who brings their ID when they go out drinking? Tan Quang Lam sighed, bent down, and searched Sun Wen, finding a wallet. Opening it, it seemed he didn't bring his either. Now what? Chu Vu started to get a headache. What do I know? Before, whenever he got drunk, I'd just haul him straight back to the dorm. Internet cafe. I want to pull an all-nighter. Sun Wen was still mumbling. Without an ID card, don't even think about getting into an internet cafe. Tan Quang Lam found Sun Wen's phone. Suddenly, Tan Quang Lam had an idea. Right, we can call his girlfriend and ask for the address. That makes sense. Quick, check the call history. Find a number. Chu Vu said as he took Sun Wen's hand and placed it on the screen, unlocking the phone. Found it yet. Looks like this is it. The name is Noyet. Tan Quang Lam scrolled through the contacts, finding a female name that was contacted most frequently. Impress call. Beep, beep. The number you have dialed is currently busy. She hung up. Tan Quang Lam looked at the phone, feeling a little uneasy. Maybe I called the wrong number. Try calling again. Maybe she accidentally hung up. Tan Quang Lam nodded, trying to call again. After 2 rings, someone picked up on the other end. What is it? So annoying. A girl's sharp voice snapped. Tan Quang Lam was startled, thinking to himself, no wonder Sun Wen didn't want to go home. His girlfriend is quite the temper. Hello, I'm Sun Wen's friend. He's drunk quite a lot and want to take him home. Could you please give us the address? Before he could finish, the girl cut him off. I don't know. Let him die in the street. Hearing the dial tone in his ear, Tu Vu is also stunned. What kind of girlfriend is that? Doesn't even care about her boyfriend coming home. Okay, so they argued, but telling someone to let him die in the street is just too much. What do we do now? Tan Quang Lam looked at his watch. It was already past 10 p.m. This isn't working. How about I go home, get my ID card, and rent a room for him to sleep for the night? Forget it. Just bring him straight to my place. My parents are away. Chu Vu staggered, supporting Sun Wen's hefty frame, nearly falling over. You go hail a cab. I'll watch him. After getting a taxi, they stuffed Sun Wen into the back seat. Chu Vu was surprised when Tan Quang Lam also got into the car. You're coming too. Are we supposed to just leave him here? Tan Quang Lam pointed at the large guy sprawled out on the seat. Do you think you can get him into the house by yourself? Chu Vu saw his point. The car couldn't go all the way into the alley. They'd have to walk a bit. With great difficulty, they finally managed to get Sun Wen onto the bed. Chu Vu rubbed his arm, grumbling, I don't know what the point of being so big is. It's killing me. You didn't complain like this when you were fighting people earlier. Saying this, Tan Quang Lam turned to leave through the door. Suddenly, a black shadow darted out from under the bed. What was that? Tan Quang Lam jumped. Looking closely, he saw it was a cat. Since when did you get a cat? A few months now. You just didn't notice last time you were here. If you had seen it then, you would have jumped out of your skin. Chivu picked up the cat, stroking its smooth fur. Why don't you just stay here? No one's home, and I'm bored anyway. Nah, I have work tomorrow. Can't stay. Tan Quang Lam waved his hand in refusal and walked out the door. On the way back, Tan Quang Lam sighed deeply. Recalling the phone call from earlier, Tan Quang Lam couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He hadn't expected Sun One and his girlfriend to have argued to this extent. One person dead, drunk lying by the roadside, the other not only indifferent, but also spewing harsh words. They clearly love each other, so why do they have to make each other suffer like this? He wondered if, in the future, he and Ha Fuang would argue over things like this. Over work, time, or money. Thinking this, Tan Quang Lam shook his head, pulling out his phone to see 3 WeChat messages from Ha Fuang. Are you free this Saturday? If you are, let's go out this week. Otherwise, next week is fine too. What are you doing right now? Reply when you see the messages. Okay. For some reason, the corners of Tan Quang Lam's mouth curved slightly upward. Tan Quang Lam typed on his phone, replying, I'm free this weekend.